Chapter 727. The corpse of the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar was right in front of them. He Lulan and Fang Yuan were tempted, but they did not move. The two raised their heads at the same time looking at the sky. High up in the sky the 8-star hall was shaking. Rumbling sounds of explosions, the roars of wild beasts came from the hall. With a loud bang the star hall shook fiercely, a resplendent pillar of flames shot out from the roof of the star hall, creating a huge hole in the roof. The star hall was not a physical body, it was the condensation of the grotto heaven's atmosphere. The damaged area of the roof started to emit specks of starlight, the hole continued to spread outwards. A beacon of smoke shot up to the sky. Such an intense fight. Lulan sighed. Fight, the more intense the better. Fang Yuan muttered. The 8-star hall was in a mess, both sides were fighting intensely. A desolate beast flame tiger that was riddled with wounds roared, spitting out a huge fireball. The fireball shot towards the giant tree while it was still in the air. The flame tiger moved its claws, following behind the fireball, charging towards the giant tree. The giant tree moved its soft and huge branches. Its branches were very peculiar, they were like thick and supple octopus tentacles. With a paw sound, a tentacle-like branch smashed the fireball. With another smack, another branch whipped over, sending the flame tiger desolate beast behind fireball flying. The flame tiger howled in pain, flying back 100 steps and landing on the ground. Light exploded, revealing a human form. It was immortal monkey king Shirley. Shirley spat out 3 teeth, his expression was fanatical and excited. What a walking meat tree. It is indeed worthy of being a legendary item. Ancient desolate plants are indeed extraordinary. Star Lord Wuxia at the side was continuously shooting out starlight attacks from afar. Hearing Shirley's shouts, he transmitted helplessly, "Immortal monkey Wangda is very strong against humans, stop playing around, use your Earth Path Master battle power." Shirley was not someone who did not understand the situation, he said without hesitation, "Alright, I have already used Transformation Path battle power." He was satisfied that he had managed to kill a astral soaring heavenly boar. "Next, I will use my true Earth Path cultivation to get rid of this lively walking meat tree." Star-Lord Wuxia was overjoyed. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was finally going to use his true abilities. But at the next moment, Shirley sat cross-legged on the bricks of the hall and started healing. "Star-Lord Wuxia, hold on for now, after I get rid of the fire path Dao marks on my body, I will be able to heal you. Then use Earth Path methods." Hearing this, Star-Lord Wuxia nodded. He almost cursed out loud. But he did not say anything in the end. Shirley's request was reasonable, he had fire path Dao marks on him, it would greatly disrupt and weaken the power of Earth Path Goo worms. Star-Lord Wuxia had no choice but to swallow his anger and agree. He took the initiative to fly forward and face the walking meat tree head-on. Although Star Monarch Wuxia had been beaten by Song Zixing and his foundation had been damaged, he was not a match for Song Zixing. However, his methods were still impressive. Beams of starlight shot out like pillars, giving off a majestic aura. Hit the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree moved 3 of its branches to retaliate. Star-Lord Wuxia's body suddenly shook as 5 starlight clones appeared. The clones and the main body split up and occupied 6 different positions, each using a different star path killer move to attack the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree was hit a few times, it was furious and moved more than 10 branches to retaliate. Crack crack crack. Star-Lord Wuxia's starlight clones were destroyed one by one. Star-Lord Wuxia dodged left and right among the whip shadows of the tentacles, but he was soon at a disadvantage. Fighting the walking meat tree head-on, he finally felt an enormous pressure. Crack. With a crisp sound, Star-Lord Wuxia lost his footing after defending for too long, he was sent flying. Along the way he crashed into a thick pillar, but his momentum did not decrease as he flew out of the Star Hall. Without Star-Lord Wuxia in front of him, the walking meat tree immediately used layers of whip shadows to attack Shirley, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Trash. Shirley opened his eyes, his golden pupils were burning with battle intent. He shouted angrily as he stood up and charged towards the walking meat tree. Star Monarch Wuxia drew a long arc in the air before finally stopping. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked at the 8-star hall, showing a cold smile of success. He had purposely been sent flying so that Shirley would have to fight. "I did not hesitate to expose the treasure land of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to you, but you still don't want to fight?" Suddenly, Star-Lord Wuxia coughed out a mouthful of blood. An intense pain assaulted his mind. He sucked in a breath of cold air and shock flashed across his eyes. When this walking meat tree hit me, it actually imprinted the strength path down mark in my body, causing my organs to suffer a direct blow. After discovering this, Star-Lord Wuxiang did not want to charge forward foolishly and fight the walking meat tree. I will let Shirley fight, he is a battle maniac anyway. Under the walking meat tree's pressure, I need to fight with all my strength. I've already paid such a heavy price. I'd better heal the injuries in my body first. Immediately, Star-Lord Wuxiang summoned a goo worm that turned into a star cloud bed. He directly sat cross-legged on the bed, floating in the air as he started to heal his injuries. After a while he opened his eyes, his injuries were already healed. He first looked at the 8-star hall, before looking down and seeing the corpse of the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar. He then looked at the other battlefields and saw desolate beast corpses. He hesitated, although he wanted to retrieve these corpses. Considering Shirley's feelings, he gave up on this idea. Forget it, there is no need to give Shirley something to talk about for no reason. In any case, there is no one else in this grotto heaven. I should go and join the battle first to settle the situation. Thinking of this, Star-Lord Wuxiang stored the star cloud bed goo and flew away, drawing a line of starlight in the air as he returned to the 8-star hall. Under the dense shade of the tree, He Lulan and Fang Yuan, who were concealing their aura, finally let out a sigh of relief. Fang Yuan, the goo worm you left behind successfully deceived the other party. He Lulan said excitedly. My method can only simulate an image, it cannot be used to investigate. Quick, let's not talk about this, let's take advantage of this first. Fang Yuan did not have time to be proud. He took the lead and sneaked towards the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse. The two quickly arrived beside the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse. The astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse was as large as a hill, casting a huge shadow on the ground. Fang Yuan and He Lulan purposely went around it, hiding in the shadows and making preparations before making their move. They first plundered the wild goo on the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse. There were many wild goo, but in the battle with Shirley, more than half of them were destroyed. After the flying heavenly boar died, another half escaped, leaving only a few goo worms. After Fang Yuan plundered for a while, he started to collect the astral wind flying heavenly boar's soul. The desolate beast corpses they encountered earlier did not have souls. Maybe after a long time the soul left the body, or more likely, it was taken away by Shirley or Star-Lord Wuxiang. But this astral wind flying heavenly boar, because the battle had just ended, Shirley's side had no time to collect it, thus Fang Yuan had a chance. But the result was disappointing to Fang Yuan. This astral wind flying heavenly boar's soul was almost completely damaged, only a tiny bit was left. It was obvious that he had suffered a soul attack in the previous battle. No wonder the star path goo immortal from earlier did not fly down to collect this boar's soul. Fang Yuan sighed, he willed and took out hundreds of goo worms. These goo worms included light path, dark path, and a small number of strength path, blood path, bone path, and chi path. Under Fang Yuan's control, these goo worms flew closely around the astral wind flying heavenly boar's body. After going one round after another, Fang Yuan nodded at He Lulan. He Lulan was already prepared. After receiving Fang Yuan's instructions, she immediately activated the dozens of goo worms that she had prepared. With the help of these goo worms, the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse was pushed into He Lulan's immortal aperture in a short period of time. Meanwhile, the hundreds of goo worms that Fang Yuan had activated remained at the same spot, flying according to their original trajectory. They let out bursts of light and shadows that connected into one, forming the image of the astral wind flying heavenly boar. It was extremely lifelike. At first glance, one would think that the real astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse was right in front of them. Your method is really good. He Lulan praised again. Earlier, Star-Lord Wuxiang did not sense anything strange because he was deceived by this method. Fang Yuan shook his head. This is only a simple method, it cannot be inspected carefully. If it is raised into a killer move, the effect will be even better. Oh no. He Lulan's expression suddenly froze, she pointed at a place and quickly reminded Fang Yuan, there is a flaw here. Fang Yuan looked over, sure enough, the simulation of the astral wind flying heavenly boar was missing its anus. How could a flying heavenly boar not have an anus? This was indeed a huge flaw. Fang Yuan quickly controlled his goo worms, adjusting the simulation and simulating the anus. But He Lulan said again, oh no, the anus is out, it is gone. Fang Yuan looked and blushed with shame. The astral wind flying heavenly boar's rank is too high, its body is too big, my method cannot simulate it completely, I have already reached my limit. To mend Peter I have to tear down Paul. Hey Lulan nodded, her tone was bold and unrestrained as she said without any reservations, then don't change it, keep it, don't have an anus, it will be more realistic. Fang Yuan did as he was told, changing the simulation back to its original state. I say Fang Yuan, don't tell me you specialize in researching killer moves. When we return, raise this method to killer move level, it will be easier to use in the future. Hey Lulan clicked her tongue. Do you think we will encounter such a good thing in the future? The method is already good enough, there is no need to raise it to killer move level. Fang Yuan shook his head, looking at the sky again. Smoke rose from the Star Hall, there was only a hole earlier, but now it was filled with holes all over the Star Hall. Loud explosions resounded, louder and more frequent than before. Just as they were looking, a broken tree smashed down from the Star Hall. With a loud bang, the roots of the giant tree fell on the ground, causing the ground under He Lulan and Fang Yuan to shake. Next, the other half of the giant tree, which was the crown, also fell down. Chapter 728. The walking meat tree was a legendary plant recorded in The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 16. Renzu's third son, Northern Dark Eye Soul. Because of accident Gu's revival, he was left outside. Encountering desolate Guyue gave second sister a new meaning in life. Next, under the guidance of Wisdom Gu, the siblings went to the Blue Sea together, searching for the life gem that could revive their father Renzu. In the end, desolate Guyue discovered the mystery of life and took the initiative to sacrifice itself, turning itself into a damaged gem of life. The Northern Dark Eye Soul took the gem of life and tried to return to his father's side to save Renzu. However, it was extremely difficult for him to enter the gate of life and death. There were two paths in the gate of life and death, one was the path of life and the other was the path of death. Regardless of which path, there would be many worry Gu. And to overcome the interference of distress Gu and enter the door of life and death, he needed the help of Courage Gu. Then the Courage Gu was brought in by Renzu and was currently on his body. The Northern Dark Eye Soul didn't have the courage to enter the gate of life and death. He had no choice but to use Vagrant to find a solution. He walked over high mountains, crossed rivers, ran for his life while being chased by wild beasts, endured hunger in the cold and suffered many hardships. Beiming Eye Soul was filled with deep guilt and anxiety. What he felt guilty about was that he had given desolate Guyue the meaning of life, resulting in desolate Guyue sacrificing himself to become a gem of life. Northern Dark Eye Soul was the same as the murderer who killed his second sister. What made him anxious was that even though he had the gem of life, he couldn't return to his father's side. He was worried that after a long time his father's soul would scatter in Luopa Valley, and Guyue Desolate Een would also sacrifice himself in vain. He walked and walked. The purple sky above his head slowly faded and turned black. The immemorial 9 heavens, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple and black. One day it would cover all 5 regions. In the primordial era, the sky was connected to the ground. Heaven and earth intersected with each other. People could walk up to the sky from the earth, and they could also walk down from the sky. The Northern Dark Eye Soul wandered aimlessly and unknowingly left the ground. He walked into the depths of the black sky. The black sky was completely dark, but it wasn't deathly still. There were many life forms living here. In the darkness, the Northern Dark Eye Soul could not find the way back. He became even more anxious, terrified, and lost. He walked and walked without knowing where he was going. He didn't know how many times he had fallen and tumbled. Suddenly he saw a ball of fire in front of him. It was the only light in the dark sky. Dark North Eye Soul was overjoyed and hurriedly walked towards the flame. He walked closer to the ball of fire and found that it was a Gu. Northern Dark Eye Soul was very curious and asked, "What Gu are you? You can actually emit light in the dark sky. Please help me, I want to get out of the dark sky. Go back to the surface. I have something important to do." Gu's tone was very weak. It said to Northern Dark Eye Soul, "My name is Fire. And who are you?" The Northern Dark Eye Soul said, "I am a human, my name is the Northern Dark Eye Soul. Can you help me? With your light, I will be able to see the road clearly and return to the surface." Gu sighed, "So you are a human, I have heard of a famous person, he is called Verdant Great Sunday," so it was Verdant Great Sunday. He had reputation Gu and his reputation spread all over the world. Almost no one did not know of him. The Northern Dark Eye Soul said happily, right, Verdant Great Sun is my big brother." Fire Gu continued, "I can help you. But before that, You have to help me first. I am too hungry, I am about to die from hunger. Help me find some food and bring it back. The northern dark-eyed soul asked, Fire Goo, what do you eat? How am I supposed to find him in this pitch-black darkness? Fire Goo said, I am one of the least picky goo worms in the world, I eat almost anything. I will eat whatever you feed me. The northern dark-eyed soul searched around and picked up some tree branches, throwing them to the Fire Goo. After the Fire Goo ate them, it immediately brightened up and emitted even more warmth. Its body also grew from the size of a fist to the size of a basin. It was very happy. Can you give me more food? The northern dark-eyed soul nodded and searched around again, picking up a pile of rocks and throwing them to the Fire Goo. The Fire Goo ate for a long time before sighing, Sigh, I am too hungry, my teeth are not good, I can't chew the things I could chew before. Bring me something that is easy to digest. The northern dark-eyed soul thought for a moment, how about this, Fire Goo, follow me and light up my path. If you see anything delicious on the way, I will feed it to you, how about that? The Fire Goo agreed and shrunk into a small ball, allowing the northern dark-eyed soul to hold it in his hand. Like this, the northern dark-eyed soul started his journey back, feeding everything he saw to the Fire Goo. After many times, the Fire Goo became bigger and bigger. On this day, the northern dark-eyed soul stopped to rest. The Fire Goo was eating tree branches in front of him, swaying gracefully. Suddenly, countless footsteps could be heard. The northern dark-eyed soul looked over and saw a large group of trees, under the illumination of the fire, moving towards him. Not only trees, there were also countless wild beasts and insects. The northern dark-eyed soul was frightened, immediately picking up the Fire Goo and running. Behind him, the trees, wild beasts and insects chased after him. Wherever the northern dark-eyed soul ran to, the pursuers would follow. The pursuers shouted, "The one in front, stop running. We do not want to harm you, we only want to escape from the fire. The dream realm is about to catch up, do us a favor and let us use the fire to save our lives." The northern dark-eyed soul gasped for breath, he could not run anymore, the pursuers were about to catch up. At this time the Fire Goo said to him, "Oh human, don't be afraid, these pursuers are my food, I will help you. You can just toss me over." The northern dark-eyed soul was forced by the situation. He could only listen to the Fire Goo and throw it backwards. The first thing the Fire Goo encountered was a large group of trees. These trees were walking meat trees. The branches of the trees were fleshy, like the tentacles of an octopus. The Fire Goo burned the trees, the tree trunks were burnt to ashes, the branches were burnt into pieces of cooked meat. The fragrance of the meat attracted the northern dark-eyed soul, he picked it up and took a big bite. He was overjoyed, saying it was delicious. Heilolan's eyes widened slightly as she stared unblinkingly at the broken trunk and tentacle-like branches. There was a tone of disbelief in her voice. "This is the walking meat tree?" "Absolutely." Fang Yuan nodded, his gaze similarly burning. The immemorial 9 heavens only have black heaven and white heaven left. The walking meat tree was a life form of black heaven, so it was much easier to obtain it compared to the primordial life forms of other heavens. At least black heaven was still alive. 7-Star Child is a rank 8 Goo immortal, he has the ability to explore black heaven, it is likely that this walking meat tree was obtained from his exploration. This walking meat tree. The aura surged, he had at least rank 7 battle strength. Even better, it's a rare strength path plant. Heilulan licked her lips and said excitedly. Fang Yuan was also delighted. The walking meat tree was a strength path plant with branches, trunk and leaves. They were all excellent materials for refining strength path Goo worms. Fang Yuan and Heilulan were both strength path Goo immortals, they needed it. But when the two were about to sneak over and take the walking meat tree away, there was a thunderous explosion in the sky. This sound was unprecedented. It shook the heavens and an invisible sound wave swept through the surroundings. The 8-star hall shook intensely, almost breaking apart. Large amounts of starlight scattered, it was close to being destroyed. Roar. A dragon roar resounded, it was not inferior to the previous explosion. It resounded in the world. Next, Fang Yuan and Heilulan saw Shirlei and Star Lord Wanxiang flying out of the Star Hall. A giant dragon flew out of the Star Hall. This dragon was over 1,000 feet long, it was filled with eerie aura and looked majestic. The dragon horns on its head were like silver, its eyes were half closed, and its dragon scales were like gray stones. Its 8 dragon claws were sinister and terrifying, a vast amount of pale white corpse chi was like clouds or mist. It coiled around its entire body. "Don't tell me this is a zombie dragon?" Heilulan blurted out this dragon's origin. A zombie dragon was not an immemorial life form. It was because fake goo was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, souls in the world were not sucked away by the door of life and death. They turned into zombies. A zombie dragon was a flying dragon. After its death, its soul did not leave its body, it turned into a zombie. This zombie dragon has 8 claws. It should have been an immemorial desolate beast when it was alive. It had rank 8 battle strength. Now that it has died and turned into a zombie dragon, it has rank 7 peak stage battle strength. No wonder Shirley was forced out. Fang Yuan analyzed. In the sky, the zombie dragon roared, its body twisted as it flew towards Shirley. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out a pale white corpse fire. Dragon fire was the attack of a giant dragon. It was its innate ability. It was like a bull's horn, a bear's paw, or a bee's sting. Wariness flashed in Shirley's eyes. He did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly moved to the left. Just as he dodged the corpse fire, he saw a huge dragon tail. Shirley's eyes opened wide. He raised his arms to protect his chest. He could not dodge it. In Fang Yuan, Star-Lord Wanxiang and He Lulan's vision, they saw the zombie dragon moving elegantly, turning its huge body and swinging its tail. It hit Shirley, who had just dodged the corpse fire. With a loud sound, Shirley was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into the middle of a mountain, burrowing deep into the mountain rocks. The entire mountain peak shook intensely, rocks and soil rolled and fell down, burying him. Star Monarch Wanxiang sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly retreated. The zombie dragon was so powerful. This was the first time he had seen immortal Monkey King Shirley in such a pathetic state. But soon he heard Shirley's angry roar from under the rocks. Loach, you have successfully angered me. Take this immortal killer move of mine. Earth-shattering heaven. The sky split open. A small mountain pressed down on the zombie dragon. He Lulan's eyelids twitched. This immortal killer move activates so quickly? Normally speaking, the stronger the immortal killer move, the longer the activation time was. But Shirley's earth-shattering move defied logic. Not only was it powerful, it also activated quickly. Even the zombie dragon could not dodge in time. But the zombie dragon did not seem to think of dodging. Looking at the small mountain crashing down, disdain flashed in its eyes. With a loud sound, the zombie dragon raised its head, smashing the small mountain. Shirley's immortal killer move did not seem to have any effect. Good, this is the kind of opponent that is fun. Shirley was surprised and joyful. He charged into the sky, crashing into the zombie dragon. One man and one dragon fought in the sky. The wind and clouds shook and the sky changed color. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. This zombie dragon is not simple. Its body seems to have been affected by a defensive immortal goo worm. Chapter 729. In the sky, one man and one dragon fought. Explosions resounded as the battle reached its climax. Star-Lord Wanxiang was at the side, unable to interfere. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were hiding in the forest, observing from afar, waiting for a chance to attack. The giant dragon roared. Its corpse chi was vast, suppressing the famous central continent goo immortal expert Shirley. This zombie dragon is powerful. It was a wind path azure dragon when it was alive, but after turning into a zombie dragon, not only did it have wind path and dark path Dao marks, its speed also seems to have been amplified by an immortal goo. After watching for a while, He Lulan gradually realized something. Starry Sky Blessed Land's owner, 7-star child, had a wind path immortal goo called Wind Sprint Immortal Goo. But using this goo requires immortal essence. According to rumors, 7-star child had once created a killer move that could use the effect of an immortal goo on a target for a long period of time. Now that I have seen it, it seems to be true. Fang Yuan added. The zombie dragon's defense and movement were enhanced by immortal goo. It was also experienced in battle. When its huge dragon body charged, it was extremely domineering. When it swung its tail, it gave off an aura of elegance from when it was alive. Most importantly, the corpse chi dragon flames were extremely powerful. They could match the best mortal offensive killer moves. Shirley shouted continuously. He used close to 10 different battle tactics, but could not change the situation. Often, when he recovered a little, he would be suppressed by the zombie dragon again. Be it attack, defense, movement or other aspects, the zombie dragon had no weaknesses. It had an advantage in all aspects. He Lulan's expression became more solemn as she watched. She said, Shirley's battle strength far exceeds my estimation. If I were him, I would only be able to hold on for a while against the zombie dragon's attacks. I would be killed by the zombie dragon. If it were you, Fang Yuan, unless you could use myriad self, you would only be able to hold on for a little longer. There would be no chance of victory. Fang Yuan did not retort. He Lulan's assessment was reasonable. although she was a strength path extreme immortal. She had extraordinary aptitude, but because of her life experience she did not think highly of herself, she was instead very humble and cautious. She knew her limits. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to last longer than her was because of this. It was all because of Fang Yuan's flying skill and the movement killer move True Solid Bat Wings. But Fang Yuan's speed surpassed He Lulan. Without Myriad Self, he could not threaten the zombie dragon. Thus he could only flee. The icy drill Stardust could not harm the zombie dragon. He had no chance of winning at all. He Lulan had a strength path immortal goo and half an immortal offensive killer move. Her attack power surpassed Fang Yuan, but her movement and defense were both flaws. Although she could deal damage to the zombie dragon wouldn't take a beating for nothing. In a direct confrontation, He Lulan could last longer than Fang Yuan. The so-called experts did not only refer to battle prowess. He was still referring to her eyesight. Based on the intelligence he knew whether he could win or not. This was how one judged the situation. Self-awareness. Without these two things, even if one's strength was tyrannical, one would not be able to go far. Who to provoke, who not to provoke, fight or retreat. Retreating was not cowardice but cherishing one's wings. Waiting for the future to soar to the sky. We can't make a move under their watch. Let's leave the walking meat tree there. I suggest we retreat. Fang Yuan said. He Lulan nodded. This is what I wanted to say. An accident occurred during the battle. No one can predict it. If we stay here and risk being discovered, we won't be able to do anything. We might as well retreat to a faraway place. After the two of them came to a decision, they quietly retreated. Their advantage was that the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. They could reap the spoils later. Right now the enemy was strong while they were weak. They needed to maintain this advantage. After retreating far enough, He Lulan suddenly said, Actually, I've been thinking about a question. How did they get in? Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. I was also thinking about this. There were no investigative goo worms near the star hall we came in from. This is not normal for goo immortals. Based on this, it is likely that they did not come from the star hall. This space was the place where they had first set foot in. And to enter someone's blessed land or grotto heaven, the most common way is to follow a loophole or crack, or use methods like whole earth goo or connecting heaven goo. He Lulan continued. Whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo are unlikely. They need both sides' agreement to construct them. This starry sky grotto heaven is quite strange. The heavenly spirit has not appeared for a long time. We have been here for so long, but there has not been any encirclement against us. If Shirley and the rest could obtain agreement, they would not be fighting like this. Fang Yuan said. So loopholes and cracks are most likely. He Lulan snickered. A sinister light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He said what He Lulan was thinking. They do not have fixed immortal travel like us. It is fine if they have other space path goo worms. If they really came in through a loophole or crack, we can use this to ambush them and scheme against them. We might even have a huge harvest. If Star-Lord Wanxiang and Shirley heard this, they would break out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were demons full of evil tricks, but most importantly, they were quick-witted and would not let go of any small clue. They could actually guess how Shirley and Star-Lord Wanxiang entered the grotto heaven. But just as Fang Yuan and He Lulan were about to split up and search for loopholes, the situation in the sky changed again. Shirley could not take down the zombie dragon after a long time. He roared in anger as he was suppressed by it. His body suddenly retreated, and after pulling some distance his body shook. Immortal battlefield killer move, rolling rock battlefield. The sky changed, turning into a gray rock battlefield. The battlefield expanded rapidly, including the zombie dragon and Shirley. From the outside, it looked as if there was a huge gray cloud of stone hanging in the sky, blocking the view of the inside and the outside. He Lulan and Fang Yuan's hearts shook. He Lulan thought, good method. It is actually an immortal battlefield killer move. To form this killer move, at least 3 immortal goo are needed, and the immortal goo have to be related to each other. Fang Yuan thought, rolling rock battlefield. In my previous life, vicious lightning fiend lost to this move. To think that Shirley would have this method at this time. At the same time, Star-Lord Wanxiang also had a different thought. Shirley is going to fight the zombie dragon to the death. What should I do? There are no ancient desolate beasts guarding the 8-star hall, and the battlefield killer move isolates the inside and outside. I should go and scout the 8-star hall first? The more Star-Lord Wanxiang thought about it, the more excited he got. After a dozen or so breaths of time he could not hold back anymore. He turned into a meteor and flew into the 8-star hall. Seeing Star Lord Wanxiang's actions, He Lulan and Fang Yuan stopped their plans. The two knew people's hearts well, they were astute people. They immediately guessed that the Star Hall's defenses were weak. Let's take a gamble. Do you dare to take a gamble and charge forward? Fang Yuan and He Lulan transmitted at the same time. They flew up and flew towards the 8-star hall. The two arrived at the 8-star hall and found a messy battlefield. As they expected, the 8-star hall had 3 layers of defenses. The first was Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar, the second was the Walking Meat Tree, and the third was the Zombie Dragon. With the 3 layers of defenses gone, they could enter the deepest part of the Star Hall. The two activated their defensive killer moves at the same time, moving deeper into the Star Hall together. Soon they found the inner hall. The door of the inner hall was open. Star Lord Wanxiang had already entered. Fang Yuan and He Lulan did not dare to waste precious time. They stealthily entered the inner hall. At the next moment they saw Star Lord Wanxiang. Star Lord Wanxiang was in a strange state. His back was facing Fang Yuan and He Lulan. He was standing on the spot. His body was trembling as if he was extremely terrified. Immortal Venerable, spare me. Suddenly he shouted in a fearful tone. He knelt down on the ground. He was begging for mercy. In front of him there was an eerie scene. There were no lamps in the inner hall. There was no light. Fang Yuan and He Lulan could only vaguely see a tall throne. Immortal Venerable? He Lulan and Fang Yuan looked at each other. Deceitful tricks. Immediately Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He took a step forward. He Lulan followed closely behind. At the next moment, their pupils shrunk to pin size, their bodies stiffened like stone. A female figure appeared in front of them. She wore a dark blue robe. Her beautiful hair was like a dazzling galaxy hanging down. Her eyes were wide open. She looked down from above, pointing at Fang Yuan and He Lulan. 2 juniors, you have guts, you dare to offend me, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly kneel down. Rank 9 aura surged. It was the real deal. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House by Qing Blessed Land. Sunlight passed through the window, shining on a beautiful building in the mountain. In the building there was a warm and comfortable bed. There was a woman sitting cross-legged on it. This woman was as beautiful as a flower. Her skin was fair, her nose was straight, and her lips were red. She wore a phoenix coronet on her head. She was noble and glorious, inviolable. It was Feng Kim Hong. Because of Dream Wings Gu, she had fallen into a peculiar state. It had been a long time since she woke up. The Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House were helpless. A little sparrow chirped and suddenly flew from a tree branch outside the building to the window lattice. Seemingly hearing this sound, Feng Kim Huang's eyelashes suddenly moved. Shortly after, she slowly opened her eyes. She was awake. Huang Er, my Huang Er, you are finally awake. Almost at the same time, Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, appeared in the building. Seeing that Feng Kim Hong had woken up, she cried tears of joy. She opened her arms and hugged Feng Kim Hong. Mother, Huang Er was unfilial. I made you worry. Feng Kim Hong also hugged Bai Qing, consoling her sensibly. Huang Er, it's good that you are fine. Are you injured or do you feel anything wrong? Fairy Bai Qing became nervous. She touched Feng Kim Huang's face and squeezed her shoulders, inspecting her. I am fine, mother. This time I found out the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Gu. It can actually bring me into a dream realm. Feng Kim Hong said. Dream realm? Fairy Bai Qing was stunned. At the next moment she reacted. Her pupils dilated as she showed a bewildered expression. She grabbed Feng Kim Huang's shoulders. Daughter, are you sure? Is it really a dream realm? Chapter 730. Yes. Feng Kim Hong nodded with certainty. I used Dream Wings Immortal Gu to travel in the dream realm. I came into contact with many life forms. There were many people, Gu masters and mortals. There were many wild beasts, tigers, wolves, rabbits, field mice. I even met a desolate beast, Iron Crown Eagle. I watched it grow up. Finally, I met an old man. He had a strange temper. He kept muttering to himself. He called himself Kongju. He often killed people and dissected corpses. He was truly terrifying. He even blocked my path. I could only dodge left and right. I escaped for a long time. If not for that, I would have woken up long ago. Feng Kim Hong spoke excitedly at the start, but when she talked about Kongju, her tone turned gloomy as if she had lingering fear. Fairy Bai Qing heard this and looked straight at her daughter. Mother, what's wrong? When Feng Kim Hong asked worriedly, Fairy Bai Qing breathed in deeply, her beautiful eyes shining with joy. Huang Er, your fortuitous encounter is here. It seems you really entered the dream realm. The Kongju you are talking about is likely old immortal Kongju. In history he is one of the three old ones along with old eccentric Tiannan and long-hair ancestor. The so-called three old ones are the only three refinement path great-grandmasters in history. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I heard Kongju's name. Feng Kim Hong came to a realization, but soon her beautiful face showed doubt. But why did I meet old immortal Kongju? And why did he capture me? Why is it that after I woke up, I felt like I had many refinement path methods? I have a deeper understanding of some goo worms. When I see a goo worm, I can immediately think of the goo recipe of that goo worm, the refinement materials, the cost and so on. Fortune. Fairy Bai Qing raised her head and sighed. Tears of joy flowed down her face. Mother, what kind of place is this dream realm? Why is it so mystical? Feng Kim Hong asked. Fairy Bai Qing let out a breath of turbid air. She calmed her emotions and said gently, regarding the dream realm, Mother, I do not know much. However, the earliest records of dream realms are in the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 16. Renzu's third son, Northern Dark Eye Soul, walked into the depths of Black Heaven and obtained fire goo. In Black Heaven he was chased by many living beings. He had no choice but to throw fire goo behind him to defend against the enemies. The fire goo ignited many of the walking meat trees and spread, igniting the bodies of many wild beasts. For a moment, creatures howled miserably and flames soared into the sky. So much food, so much food. The fire goo shouted excitedly. Its voice was no longer as weak as before, it was now majestic and sonorous, even containing a trace of brutality and madness. Dark North Eye Soul was stunned. Fire, oh fire, how did you suddenly become so huge? As I said, I'm not a picky eater. Almost everything is my food. Fire can attract fire, one spark can start a prairie fire. The fire goo proudly said. Suddenly the flames rose like a wall, and fiercely approached the Northern Dark Eye Soul. Dark North Eye Soul quickly took a step back. The fire goo laughed loudly. Oh human, don't be afraid. You saved me, you are my benefactor, you are my friend. They are afraid of me, but they need to rely on me to deal with those dream realms, so they imprisoned me and starved me. Only you can help me, you are my true friend. If you have any difficulties in the future, just leave it to me. Dark North Eye Soul's heart was at ease. He said joyfully, that's great, friend. Friend. The fire goo laughed loudly. It suddenly turned into human form and opened its arms, wanting to give Dark North Eye Soul a hug. Dark North Eye Soul took a huge step back in fright. Oh fire, excessive enthusiasm is the fire of self-destruction. We should maintain our distance. The fire goo stopped helplessly. It circled around Dark North Eye Soul and said, oh human, you are so weak, it's not fun. Dark North Eye Soul was surrounded by flames. He quickly waved his hand. Don't get close, don't get close. It's so hot, it's too hot, quickly make a path for me to leave. The flames had no choice but to make a path. Dark North Eye Soul kept retreating. After running for hundreds of steps, he looked at the surging sea of fire and let out a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a wild beast suddenly emerged from the shadows behind him and swallowed the Northern Dark Eye Soul into its stomach. It's a dream realm. So many dream realms, they are catching up. Many living beings screamed and escaped. Release my friend. The fire goo shouted angrily, pouncing towards the Dream Realm Beast group. The Dream Realm Beast group shrunk under the illumination of the fire. They were like candles that were rapidly burning. They growled and scattered in all directions. The fire goo continued to eat the things along the way, trying to spread towards the dream realm that swallowed Dark North Eye Soul. The dream realm escaped, but the fire goo chased after it relentlessly. The escaping dream realm became larger and stronger. Its speed became faster and faster, gradually pulling apart the distance between it and the fire goo. It turned out that dream realms absorbed the emotions and emotions of their prey to strengthen themselves. Dark North Eye Soul, who was swallowed by the dream realm, had a strong desire to survive. He also wanted to save his father Renzu at all times. At the same time he was filled with anxiety. He was worried that he would not make it in time. He was also filled with guilt and regret because desolate Guyua died because of the meaning he gave to his life. It could be said that Dark North Eye Soul was the dream realm's best prey. The dream realm that swallowed him grew rapidly. The fire goo roared in anger, but it was getting further and further away from the dream realm. Dark North Eye Soul fell deep into the dream realm. He fell into a deep sleep. In his sleep he saw Guyua Desolate In reviving and saying to him with a smile, "Good brother, big sister forgives you. Big sister knows you did not do it on purpose." He saw himself coming to the door of life and death, saving his father Renzu. Renzu praised him, as expected of my good son, if not for you, I would not have survived. Dark North Ice Soul's face showed a blissful smile. Many days passed just like that. The sea of fire burned furiously, it spread to a large area of black heaven, finally blocking the dream realm. Under the burning of the fire, the dream realm melted into nothingness. Dark North Ice Soul fell to the ground, waking up from his dream. He suddenly realized that everything in his dream was fake. There was no happiness. What welcomed him was the burning fire goo. But his face was covered in tears, he felt cold and bone-chilling. He cried loudly, questioning Fire Goo, Why did you wake me up? I still want to dream, I still want to be eaten by the dream realm." Fire Goo reminded helplessly, "Oh human, you need to know that dreams are often the opposite of reality, they are fake." "I don't want to hear it, I don't care." Dark North Ice Soul cried as he covered his ears, shaking his head. Fire Goo said anxiously, "I am your friend, I don't want—" Before it finished speaking, Dark North Ice Soul interrupted it, "Since you are my friend, you should not restrict me or obstruct me." Sigh. Fire Goo heaved a long sigh, it fell into silence and opened up a path for Dark North Ice Soul. Dark North Ice Soul quickly ran out, he wanted to find another dream realm in the darkness and let it eat him again. Central Continent, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Facing the person in front of them, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were tongue-tied, they were stunned on the spot. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was one of the 10 venerables in the history of Gu Masters. Legends about her had been passed down to this day. She was a rare female rank 9 Gu Immortal, she was the founder of Wisdom Path and also created Star Path. She was the second-generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. Even after her death, she schemed against 3 demon venerables to ensure that Celestial Court did not fall. Right now, she was standing in front of Fang Yuan and He Lulan, looking down arrogantly as a grand rank 9 aura assaulted them. What in the world is going on? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? She is still alive. He Lulan gritted her teeth, feeling an unparalleled pressure. Even though she was extremely confident and wanted to kill her father Owl Demon, her body was trembling at this moment, her will and body were facing a huge test. After all, the other party was at the peak of Gu Masters, a rank 9 Gu Immortal. She was the legendary Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who she had heard of since young. He Lulan's legs turned soft, while Star Lord Wanxiang was already kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. The aura of rank 9 was genuine. Fang Yuan, however, gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with a fierce light. This feeling? This feeling. It is actually a corner of the dream realm? He could only scream in his mind, he could not make any sound. He could not move. Under the envelopment of the 9 revolutions aura, he felt like a mosquito sealed in amber. At the moment of life and death, an intense sense of danger filled Fang Yuan's mind. I need to leave the dream realm quickly, otherwise my rebirth plan will come to a halt. My plan for eternal life will stop here. True solid bat wings detonate. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. At the crucial moment, he decisively sacrificed himself to save himself. The bat wings that he had painstakingly formed self-detonated under Fang Yuan's decision. Intense pain assaulted his mind, turning into a formless force that protected Fang Yuan's body. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gasped lightly, looking deeply at Fang Yuan. An immortal zombie, but he is quite interesting. She had just said that when in Fang Yuan's perception, the entire scene changed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was gone, the 8-star hall was also gone. In their place was a patch of clouds. A blue-robed Gu Immortal had his back facing Fang Yuan, looking at the bright moon in the sky. He muttered, "Heaven has taken pity on me, I, 7-star child, have finally merged the 7 substar spaces, forming a unified starry sky grotto heaven. I have crossed another huge obstacle on my cultivation path, I am 1 step closer to rank 9 realm, 1 step closer." Ah. 7-star child did not seem to sense Fang Yuan's existence, his back was facing Fang Yuan the entire time. He did not show any signs of turning around. He continued to laugh, his laughter was filled with joy, even Fang Yuan was affected, he became joyful. Fang Yuan felt a sense of joy in his heart, but his body felt like it was in a world of ice and snow, he felt a chill. Oh no. There is actually a dream within a dream. I just left Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, now I am in 7-star child's dream. Chapter 731. Oh no. A person's dream realm is filled with that person's feelings and emotions. Right now, 7-star child's laughter is making me feel happy. This is a sign that the feelings in the dream are affecting me more and more. Inside Seven-Star Child's dream realm, Fang Yuan felt terrible. He had his previous life's experience, he naturally knew the dangers of dream realms. If he was not careful, a Gu immortal great expert could get lost in a dream realm and die. Right now, Fang Yuan had not fallen too deeply into the dream realm. The best way to leave was to use intense pain to stimulate himself. But he was an immortal zombie, he had no sense of pain. If not for the fact that he retained his sense of pain when transplanting the true solid bat wings, he might have fallen completely into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. The encounter just now was simply thrilling to the extreme. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience. He immediately realized that this was a dream realm and wanted to leave before falling in. Thankfully, he had the true solid bat wings. The intense pain from the self-detonation surpassed the power of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream. Fang Yuan was pushed out of the rank 9 Immortal Venerable dream. But Fang Yuan had just escaped the tiger's den when he fell into the wolf's lair. Seven-Star Child was a rank 8 Gu immortal. He was not famous but had outstanding strength. Be it the previous life's Fang Yuan or the current life's Fang Yuan, he was far superior to them. Fang Yuan no longer had any pain to rely on, and for a moment he felt a sense of helplessness, like he was waiting for death. No, there must be a way, there must be a way. Fang Yuan's mouth was dry, he clenched his fists nervously. Sensing his clenched fists, Fang Yuan's red eyes shined with bright light. He was overjoyed. There is a chance. Even though Seven-Star Child is rank 8, he is still far from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream I cannot move at all. But in Seven-Star Child's dream, I have not completely lost my ability to move. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan raised his arm with difficulty. It was like a mountain was pressing down on his hand. The simple movement of raising his arm became extremely difficult now. Rise for me. Rise for me. Fang Yuan's eyes were about to split open. He stared at the arm and exerted all his strength. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he finally raised his arm to the right angle. Then, with great difficulty, he extended his 5 fingers and gathered a cluster of starlight in the center of his palm. Inside the starlight there were countless tiny ice drills. Crackling sounds could be heard continuously. The azure starlight illuminated the surroundings with a frosty blue. Seeing this ball of starlight, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of happiness and satisfaction. Not good, I've been evoked with the same kind of happiness. The more I'm affected by the dream, the more I'll lose my ability to move. Fang Yuan reacted and quickly suppressed the emotions in his heart. Sure enough, as he had guessed, his mobility had been greatly reduced. Originally he could still raise his arms, but now he could only move his fingers. The cluster of starlight that he had painstakingly condensed in his hand was his last hope. The hidden dreamscape cannot be attacked by ordinary means. But this horn dream realm is different. It has already manifested. While interfering with external objects, it will also be interfered with and destroyed by external objects. Although this horn dream realm contained the dreams of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Seven-Star Child, it was extremely valuable and it would be a pity to destroy it. Fang Yuan would lose his life if he did not do this. He had no choice but to make this choice. Fang Yuan exerted all his strength. His 5 fingers shook as the icy drill stardust in the center of his palm slowly flew out. Carrying Fang Yuan's hope, the icy drill stardust slowly hit Seven-Star Child's back. Haha, I succeeded, I fused the 7 stars into one. Ah, ugh. Seven-Star Child's laughter came to an abrupt end. He turned around abruptly, but his body had already shattered like a mirror. Fang Yuan only saw his handsome side profile, but his entire image completely collapsed. A good chance. Fang Yuan's body suddenly became light. It was as if the invisible mountain pressing down on him had suddenly shifted away. Fang Yuan regained his mobility and immediately retreated. If he did not retreat now, when the dream realm recovered, it would be too late. But Seven-Star Child's dream was much more fragile than what Fang Yuan expected. Not only did Seven-Star Child's figure shatter, even the surrounding clouds and the full moon in the sky quickly disintegrated. In a few blinks of an eye, this Seven-Star Child's dream realm completely vanished. How can this be? My icy drill stardust is not strong, it can only temporarily shatter Seven-Star Child's figure at most. It should recover quickly. Wait, this situation, could it be? Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a possibility. As if responding to his thoughts, a sharp roar suddenly erupted from the 8-star hall. The sound waves created a disturbance. Who is it? Who is disturbing my slumber? In the depths of the gloomy eighth star, on a high throne, two bright blue eyes suddenly shone. Then an immortal zombie with the physique of a normal person suddenly stood up and stepped out, his angry eyes swept around, then stared at Star Lord Wanxiang, He Lulan and Fang Yuan. At that moment, Fang Yuan's heart was greatly alarmed. He mustered all his strength and continuously kicked backwards. He did not even have time to turn around, he directly rushed out of the Star Hall. So Seven-Star Child did not die, but turned into an immortal zombie. No wonder the heavenly spirit did not appear. Hey Lulan, I can only help you this much. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Before leaving, he shot another icy drill stardust towards He Lulan. Reptile, you are courting death. Seven-Star Child immortal zombie first arrived beside Star Lord Wanxiang. He raised his foot and ruthlessly stomped on Star Lord Wanxiang's back. Boom. With a huge sound, a hole was directly kicked out of the 8-star hall. Star Lord Wanxiang's entire chest was almost stomped into nothingness. His battered body was like a shooting star as it was kicked away and smashed into the forest. Seven-Star Child immortal zombie took large strides and walked towards He Lulan. But He Lulan had already been attacked by the icy drill stardust. Under the dual stimulation of intense pain and cold, she narrowly escaped from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Seven-Star Child immortal zombie laughed sinisterly. When he was 50 to 60 steps away from He Lulan, he stretched out his left hand and pushed. He Lulan had not reacted yet. She subconsciously retreated while raising her arms to block. At the next moment, a huge starlight pillar shot out from Seven-Star Child immortal zombie's hand silently. Immortal killer move, Star Billow Pillar. He Lulan's defense was easily destroyed by the starlight pillar in a few blinks of an eye. Fortunately, He Lulan obtained a crucial moment to catch her breath. She quickly changed directions. Star Billow Pillar was a straight-line attack. He Lulan narrowly escaped death. She immediately retreated after escaping from the light pillar. Seven-Star Child immortal zombie hesitated for a moment before twisting his left hand and adjusting the direction of the light pillar. He Lulan dodged left and right, brushing past the Star Billow Pillar several times. Even if she was hit by the light pillar, it would not last more than 3 breaths of time. After dozens of breaths of time, the starlight pillar in Seven-Star Child's hand dissipated. He Lulan successfully escaped from the 8-star hall. She was already rapidly descending towards the forest below. When He Lulan arrived at Fang Yuan's side, she could not believe that she had actually successfully escaped and kept her life. She did not have a strong defensive method. Even with her Strength Path Extreme Immortal Recovery ability, she did not dare to be hit by the light pillar for 4 breaths of time. Her earlier retreat was like dancing on the zither of death. If there was any accident, she would die after 4 breaths of time. Fang Yuan grabbed her arm and pulled her towards the depths of the forest. Let's go. Seven-Star Child immortal zombie has been in the dream realm for too long. He is in an abnormal state. There are few thoughts in his mind. His thinking has become rigid. He no longer has the ability to think normally. He Lulan was dragged by Fang Yuan. Their figures were concealed as they stealthily moved around trees one after another, running madly in the dense forest. She was still confused. She kept asking, "Dream realm? The star constellation Immortal Venerable I saw earlier was also a dream realm? What is a dream realm?" Suddenly, He Lulan's words froze. She saw the traces of icy drill stardust on her body and shouted in anger, "Fang Yuan! You actually attacked me? Shut up. I was saving you without my icy drill stardust. How could you escape from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm? If you did not react in time, you would have already been killed by Seven-Star Child immortal zombie's immortal killer move." Fang Yuan did not even turn his head as he replied in a vicious tone. He Lulan was stunned, but soon accepted Fang Yuan's explanation. Ambitious people were always suspicious. He Lulan did not believe Fang Yuan, but she believed in the Snowy Mountain alliance she established with Fang Yuan. The alliance stipulated that allies were not allowed to harm each other or attack each other. When one side was in danger, the allies had to do their best to save them. If Fang Yuan's icy drill stardust was an attack meant to harm He Lulan, he would have died long ago. Now that she saw him running so fast that her arm was hurting, He Lulan understood and struggled to break free from Fang Yuan's arm. "I can walk by myself." After pausing for a moment, He Lulan followed closely behind Fang Yuan and continued, "I will remember your kindness of saving my life. I will compensate you when we return. You will definitely be satisfied. But what is that dream realm? I am a great Strength Path Extreme Immortal. How could I fall into it without any resistance? Dream realm, is it that dream realm in the Legends of Rinzu? Is it related to Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Also, why are you in such a hurry? We have fixed immortal travel. Shut up. Fang Yuan scolded but continued to move quickly. He had already lost his true solid bat wings, his speed had decreased greatly. Insects that invade my territory, you deserve to die. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie's furious voice resounded from the sky. Fang Yuan and He Lulan raised their heads as they ran, only to see that 7-star child immortal zombie had already flown out of the 8-star hall. His attention was attracted by the rolling rock battlefield in the sky. It could not be helped, the rolling rock battlefield was too huge in the sky, it was like a giant tumor in starry sky grotto heaven, it attracted too much hatred. 7-star child immortal zombie thought for a moment before stretching out his left hand and shooting out a giant star billow pillar. The immortal level star path killer move landed on the rolling rock battlefield. The rolling stone battlefield shook violently a few times, but it was not damaged. Chapter 732. 7-star child immortal zombie was stunned that his attack could not destroy this malignant tumor. He opened his mouth and let out an even more furious roar. He stretched out his right hand and pressed towards the rolling rock battlefield. Along with his movement, a vast and majestic starlight giant hand immediately condensed and slammed into the rolling stone battlefield with great force. It was another immortal killer move. Under the attack of 2 immortal killer moves, the rolling rock battlefield started to crack. From the huge cracks, the scene inside the battlefield could be seen. But it had not collapsed yet. Fang Yuan saw this and quickly retracted his gaze. He continued to run. He Lulan let out a breath of air. She let go of most of her worries. All right, 7-star child immortal zombie is competing with Shirley, this is for the best. Fang Yuan, why are you running? To save someone. Fang Yuan's reply was simple and concise. He Lulan was even more curious. Save who? At this time, Fang Yuan happened to turn around the cliff. He stepped on a cliff and pointed far away. It's him. He Lulan took a look and saw a Gu immortal lying on a pile of broken trees and rocks. It's that star path Gu immortal. The two came to Star Lord Wanxiang's side. The latter's chest had a huge hole. Not only did it go through the front and back, his entire chest was gone, there was only a bit of flesh connecting the two sides. Such a heavy injury made He Lulan take in a deep breath of cold air. This is the power of 7-star child immortal zombie stomp. Fang Yuan squatted down, his 8 arms moved around Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse one after another. After a while, Fang Yuan sighed in disappointment, thinking, even though his injuries are terrifying, as long as he is willing to spend some money, he can recover. But his soul has already been sucked into the dream realm. Unless we break Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, this Gu immortal soul will get lost in the dream realm, or turn into another dream realm. He Lulan was standing at the side, also using investigative Gu to search. She said with lingering fear. He can't be saved, his whole soul is mysteriously missing. Is it because of that dream realm? If I hadn't been saved by you, would I have ended up like him? What a pity. Fang Yuan murmured, his hands not stopping moving. If he's still alive, we can not only get important information from him, but we can also get it from him. Furthermore, we can use your slavery immortal Gu to make him one of us and work for us. He can even plot against Shirley. Who knows, we might be able to kill Shirley without taking any risks. We can get rid of ourselves and obtain the greatest benefits. Hey, are you listening to me or not? He Lulan stomped her feet angrily. If you are so free, why don't you help me seal the immortal aperture in his body? Fang Yuan's words immediately attracted He Lulan's attention. This was a complete rank 6 blessed land. He Lulan quickly bent down and probed with her divine sense. But her divine sense could only move around the immortal aperture's periphery, it could not enter. He died, leaving behind his obsession. Right now the blessed land has a land spirit. Fang Yuan's 8 arms did not stop moving, continuously planting all kinds of Gu worms on Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse. Star Lord Wanxiang's injuries were healing rapidly. What can I do to help? He Lulan was once again shocked by Fang Yuan's endless and dazzling methods. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he concentrated. Sealing the blessed land is very troublesome. Fortunately, the land spirit has just formed. I did not expect to encounter such a situation. I do not have enough Gu worms now. You need to monitor the situation above, and also communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies to buy these Gu worms. Remember, not a single one is missing. Saying so, Fang Yuan transmitted his divine sense. I understand. He Lulan received the detailed list and had a solemn expression. She stood beside Fang Yuan, acting as his guard, while urgently communicating with jewel-yellow skies inside her immortal aperture. Not only this, she also used the moving perspective cup goo that Fang Yuan gave her to ask for help from Fairy Li Shan. Bam bam bam. In the sky, 7-star child immortal zombie was still attacking non-stop. His immortal killer moves were unleashed as if they did not cost anything. The rolling rock battlefield could not bear the burden, it was finally broken through. The battlefield collapsed, the zombie dragon was like a dead snake, it was heavily injured as it fell from the sky weakly. Shirley, who had caused such a result, was not in a good state. He was covered in injuries, especially the one on his chest. It extended from his shoulder blade to his waist. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Shirley breathed roughly, his face was pale. There was still some gray-white corpse fire burning on his body. In order to defeat the zombie dragon, he had paid a huge price and suffered heavy injuries. But the heavier his injuries, the more battle intent he had. Seeing 7-star child immortal zombie who was stronger than the zombie dragon, this goo immortal expert from combat immortal sect laughed loudly. He did not show any fear or panic, instead his battle intent burned even brighter. Intruder die. 7-star child immortal zombie's voice shook the sky. He pointed at Shirley expressionlessly. Immortal killer move, star finger. At the same time Shirley smiled malevolently, his palm slamming down. Immortal killer move, earth-shattering heaven. These two killer moves were both extremely powerful offensive methods that had a short time to prepare. 7-star child immortal zombie's index finger suddenly burst out with starlight. It tore through the sky at lightning speed, piercing Shirley's chest. The huge rock also pressed down on 7-star child immortal zombie's body. With a loud sound, 7-star child immortal zombie was smashed to the ground. He was buried under a small mountain. Blood spurted out of Shirley's chest. His body swayed violently a few times and he almost fell down, but in the end he still floated in the air. Shirley's heart shook. That attack just now was extremely fast. If he had not dodged at the crucial moment, his heart would have exploded. His wound was filled with countless star path Dao marks, and near his heart, blood was spurting out continuously. Ordinary mortal goo were useless, even mortal healing killer moves were useless. But Shirley still had healing immortal goo with him. Under the healing of immortal goo, Shirley's injuries were quickly healed. His blood turned from spurting to flowing slowly. He had just treated his injuries when the rock that was suppressing 7-star child immortal zombie collapsed. A giant starlight hand flew up, crushing the rock and sending the fragments flying. 7-star child immortal zombie roared. His body was covered in a bright starry robe. With a loud sound, he flew away, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. The huge force caused the ground under the immortal zombie's feet to crack, forming a circular crater. Shirley's pupils shrunk. He was shocked by 7-star child's sudden burst of speed. Shirley had just activated his defensive immortal goo, when with a loud sound, 7-star child immortal zombie crashed into him. The immortal goo's defense almost collapsed. Shirley spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision was spinning as he was sent flying. Oh no, this is an immortal movement killer move. Shirley heard the sound of the wind. He opened his eyes with difficulty. Whoosh. Suddenly he heard a sound. Shirley turned around with difficulty. He saw that 7-star child immortal zombie was wearing a starlight robe, piercing through the clouds, appearing beside him again. 7-star child immortal zombie flew up with Shirley. At that instant, the immortal zombie stretched out his left hand and grabbed Shirley's head. Immortal killer move, star billow pillar. Boom. A huge pillar of light pierced through the clouds, directly piercing through a mountain peak, causing a huge area to collapse. Dust was everywhere. A figure fell down from the sky like a broken sack. It was Shirley. He had been hit by the star billow pillar for 15 breaths of time, but did not die. He still had battle strength left. However, his entire head was charred black, and his originally three-dimensional facial features were blurry, like candles that had melted together. Roar. Shirley opened his eyes. His golden pupils shone with an unprecedented ferocious light. He was filled with anger. He finally used his greatest trump card. Earth Path, Transformation Path, Dual Immortal Killer Move, Wang Lei Shan Immortal Monkey Transformation. 7-star child immortal zombie charged forward, but was pushed back by the sudden burst of golden light. After the sky-piercing golden radiance dissipated, a giant ape with a height of 15 feet was revealed. The ape was covered in golden fur, like it was wearing golden armor. The muscles on its body were bulging like rocks. Its huge golden pupils were emotionless, emitting a majestic aura, indifferently reflecting 7-star child immortal zombie's figure. It had a pair of giant hands with red fingernails that were sharp like swords. When extended, they looked like two sinister claws. The corners of its mouth opened, fangs grew in an instant, the sharp fangs were exposed. It was as if a demon god had descended to the mortal world. On one side was the giant immortal monkey king, on the other side was the awakened immortal zombie wearing a star robe. The two confronted each other but did not make a move. Lulan's mind was shaken. She knew that if the two did not make a move, the battle would definitely be earth-shattering. She could not help but urge Fang Yuan, "Quickly, the situation is getting more troublesome." All right. But without immortal goo, I can only last for 7 minutes. Once the time is up, the immortal aperture needs to take root." Fang Yuan was so busy that his head was dizzy, his 8 arms slowly stopped their dazzling movements. He let out a breath of turbid air, looking at the sky. The majestic immortal Monkey King and the starry 7-star child immortal zombie entered his sight. Immortal Monkey King's golden pupils moved, using the corner of his eyes to look at where Fang Yuan and Lulan were. Fang Yuan's disguise method did not deceive Shirley in his current state. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he found out. "Quickly store the corpse." Lulan had a solemn expression. She quickly grabbed one of Star Lord Wanxiang's legs and threw him into her immortal aperture. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie suddenly roared towards the sky. The sound of his flute spread throughout the world, pillars of starlight shot down from the sky. Desolate beasts walked out of the starlight pillars: diamond bear, flying sword rat, star desolate hound, golden pangolin. After 7-star child immortal zombie thought about it, he finally started to display the advantage of the grotto heaven. He moved the desolate beasts from the 7 spaces in, preparing to gang up on them. Seeing this, Fang Yuan activated fixed immortal travel without saying a word. Immortal Monkey King's expression changed. Lulan entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. After a few breaths of time, the two disappeared on the spot. Fixed immortal travel, immortal zombie. Fang Yuan. 3 words appeared in immortal Monkey King's mind. 7-star child immortal zombie charged forward again. No matter how brave Shirley was, he would not be foolish enough to continue fighting. He flew down and ran towards the walking meat tree, stuffing the 2 sections into his immortal aperture. Swoosh! A starlight tore through the sky, piercing through immortal Monkey King's huge body. It was 7-star child's immortal killer move, 1-star finger. Shirley was hit by this move, but his body only shook slightly before he charged towards the flying heavenly boar's corpse again. He already had the intention to retreat. He wanted to make one last profit before leaving. He endured 7-star child immortal zombie's barrage of attacks, running towards the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse and grabbing it, but he grabbed nothing. What? Shirley was shocked, looking at the crushed mortal goo in his hands. He was stunned for a moment before bursting into rage. It was definitely Fang Yuan's doing. Boom. Chapter 733. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was hit by the star billow pillar. With a loud sound, he fell heavily on the ground, falling face first. 23wx he roared angrily, spitting out the mud in his mouth. He quickly got up. Shirley did not care about the 7-star child immortal zombie in the sky. Thinking of the nearest star demon bat corpse, he rushed towards the location in his memory. As he ran, he knocked down trees and flattened them. In the distance he saw the corpse of the star devil bat. It was still there and he couldn't help but rejoice. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just at this time, 3 golden lights flew in the sky. The golden lights were extremely fast and agile. They were 3 flying sword rats. Shirley snorted coldly, not willing to fight. He raised his arms to protect his face. Clang 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 clang. The flying sword rats' fingernails were as long as swords. They clawed fiercely at immortal Monkey King's huge body, but there was no blood. Instead they were blocked by the seemingly soft golden monkey fur. Metal clashing sounds could be heard. Shirley's transformed form had outstanding defense in the first place. The 3 flying sword rats did not let Shirley go. They were small and nimble. They followed closely, clawing and slashing at immortal Monkey King's body. Clumps of monkey fur fell from Shirley's body. Wherever Shirley went, monkey fur would fall. Damn it! Shirley cursed. He moved his monkey tail, creating a golden whip image behind him. The flying sword rats were hit by the monkey tail. After flying out, they would fly back and harass Shirley. Just as they were about to reach the star demon bat corpse, a diamond bear ran over. Get lost. Shirley was furious. He clenched his fists. He swung his arm, his fist sweeping horizontally. The huge brute force actually swept the heavy diamond bear away. The diamond bear flew a short distance in the air. It smashed halfway up the mountain, growling, its body trembling. Even though cracks could be seen on its diamond-like body, it stood up as if nothing had happened. Desolate beasts mostly had strong life force, thick skin and thick flesh. Shirley did not want to waste time with the diamond bear, he only wanted to get his spoils of war back. He endured the harassment of the flying sword rats. Finally he reached the star demon bat corpse, grabbing with his hand. The star demon bat corpse shattered, he grabbed nothing. Shirley quickly reacted. He cursed angrily, "Motherfucker, what kind of trick is this?" The simulation was so realistic. Flying bear, right? There are other flying bears nearby. He was hoping for a fluke. The golden-furred monkey turned around. Continued to charge. Along the way he encountered many desolate beasts that tried to stop him. He used his brute strength to force a path out. During this period, 7-star child immortal zombie in the sky continued to attack, bombarding the golden fur giant monkey. Even with his outstanding defense in the immortal Monkey King form, his flesh was torn apart by the explosions. Shirley finally arrived near the flying bear's corpse. 5 flying bears were circling the flying bear's corpse, some of them wailing. Some licked the blood on the ground. There was also one that used its head to nudge the flying bear's corpse, causing the image to fluctuate. When Shirley saw this, he no longer had the slightest bit of hope. His hope was completely destroyed, and immediately after, his anger soared to the sky. "Looks like these desolate beasts that I killed were all stolen by that cunning and treacherous little thief Fang Yuan. These are my things, my spoils of war. You actually dare to steal my immortal Monkey King's goods? How long has it been since something like this happened?" Shirley's huge body immediately attracted the attention of the flying bears. Roar, roar, roar. The eyes of the 5 flying bears turned red. They pounced at the golden fur giant monkey. Shirley did not have the mood to fight them. At this point he already knew that he could not get any benefits. He immediately wanted to escape. Even though Star Lord Wanxiang was killed, Shirley also lost the method to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. But he knew the location of the Grotto Heaven crack. As long as he found that location and used brute force, he would be able to create an even bigger hole and connect to the outside world of Central Continent. Shirley immediately changed his direction, but saw that 5 flying bears were charging at him from the front, and 3 scarlet flame immortal steeds were approaching from the left. On the right, a huge ghost-faced tortoise floated, and behind it was the 7-star desolate hound. In just a short while he was already surrounded by the desolate beasts. Shirley wanted to charge into the sky, but when he looked up he saw the Iron Crown Eagle, 9 Palace Crane, and Chi Grand Lion, these 3 desolate beasts circling above his head. Other than that, there was also 7-star child immortal zombie waiting to attack. Forget about the 3 desolate beasts, the crucial thing is this immortal zombie. The golden fur giant monkey's huge golden eyes flashed with a hint of wariness. He lowered his head and looked around, deciding to break through to the right. On his right there was a ghost-faced tortoise. It was the size of 3 mountains, floating in the air leisurely. Its body was the largest and also had difficulty turning. If 7-star child immortal zombie continued to bombard him, Shirley could instead use the ghost-faced tortoise's body as a cover. Shirley made up his mind. He immediately strode forward, charging towards the ghost-faced tortoise. The golden fur giant monkey that he had transformed into was 1.5 times the size of Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie. But in front of the ghost-faced tortoise, it was like a marble in front of a wolf. The ghost-faced tortoise whimpered. Countless spirit beasts came out from the holes on the tortoise's back. The dark blue spirit beasts formed an army of spirit beasts, densely packed, filling the sky as they charged towards the golden fur giant monkey like a tidal wave. Shirley charged forward, his fists flying everywhere, sweeping away all the spirit beasts that blocked his way. The golden fur's defense was extremely strong. The spirit beasts looked ferocious, but they were all massacred. Shirley used the spirit beast army to avoid the pursuit of the desolate beasts. Only the 3 flying sword rats kept harassing Shirley, causing countless small wounds. This immortal zombie seems to have a problem with his brain. He clearly has strength, but he is affecting each other, unable to use it. If it was me, I would have attacked long ago. Why would I care about the life and death of the spirit beast? Shirley had rich battle experience. After bypassing the ghost-faced tortoise, he had an idea and purposely slowed down. Under the encirclement of the spirit beast army, he continued to move forward. The other desolate beasts could only watch from afar. Even 7-star child immortal zombie was in a daze, as if he did not want to harm the spirit beast army. Finally Shirley came to the Grotto Heaven's gap. He let out a breath of turbid air. Just as he was about to relax, he suddenly grunted. Blood splattered from his back. These 3 damned rats. Shirley growled in anger. He turned around and raised his fists. He sent the flying sword rats flying one by one. Initially, the flying sword rats could not cause much damage, but as time passed, the small injuries became huge. The wounds on his back were already filled with metal path down marks. The flying sword rats crashed to the ground, but soon flew towards Shirley while chirping. Shirley's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He used an immortal killer move, Mud Worm. The 3 flying sword rats landed on the mud worm. It was like they were stuck in a swamp. They could not free themselves. Shirley used Earth Root again. Countless earth spikes suddenly shot out from the thick mud mound and swarmed out. They stabbed towards the flying sword rats. The flying sword rats lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before their tiny bodies were pierced by 100 earth spikes. They died on the spot. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie finally reacted. The spirit beast army was lured away. The desolate beasts charged forward without fear of death. It's too late, fool. Shirley breathed in deeply. The sticky mud worm on his body moved, quickly leaving his body and covering the grotto heaven's gap. Shirley placed his hands on the mud worm. He mobilized a large amount of immortal essence. He injected it. Immortal killer move, Earth Disintegration. The mud centipede instantly exploded and flowed horizontally. The original crack of the heavenly abode. The grotto heaven's gap was destroyed by this attack. Shirley could see the sky on the other side through the hole. He laughed heartily. He took a large step and forced his way out. Because it was a forceful breakthrough, he did not have Star-Lord Wuxiang's methods. Thus, in the process of passing through, an immense pressure pressed down on Shirley's body from all directions. Fortunately, Shirley had transformed into a golden fur giant monkey. His defense was dozens of times stronger. He resisted the pressure and passed through the hole. His body was covered in blood, especially his back that was injured by the flying sword rats. It was badly mutilated. Large amounts of blood were being squeezed out. Shirley gasped in pain. He screamed in his mind, "Who dares to block my path? I am out. Damned immortal zombie, I will beat you up sooner or later. And Fang Yuan, you thief, stole my prey. A mere rank 6 immortal zombie, you don't know your limits, you dare to offend me. When I return, I will deal with you properly. I will let you know the terrible consequences of offending me." Thoughts flashed in Shirley's mind. At this time, he heard the roars of flying bears. Shirley quickly looked around, only to see 5 flying bears pouncing towards him from 5 different directions. What's going on? He raised his head, only to see that there were still 6 round stars in the sky. Why am I still here? Shirley's shock was no small matter. He was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. 7-star child immortal zombie looked at him and sneered, "Little monkey, do you think my 7-star space is so simple? But I still need to thank you. If you did not wake me up, I would have died in the dream realm. As a token of my gratitude, I will bury your corpse under my most beloved mountain peak." At this time, 7-star child regained his rationality. He could think normally. This is bad. Shirley's heart sank. The 5 flying bears raised their paws, attacking the golden fur giant monkey. Get lost. Shirley was about to explode, but starlight flickered around him. His body sank and his movements became extremely slow. 7-star child immortal zombie had attacked. This was only a mortal killer move, but its effect was extremely good. It was even more effective than the immortal offensive killer move earlier. At once, bear paws flew and attacked from all directions. Shirley blocked left and right. He could not protect himself. When he finally broke free from the restraints and rolled away from the 5 bears, he was already dizzy from the beating. His muscles were swollen and covered in bruises. Although he didn't break any bones, he was in excruciating pain all over his body. 7-star child regained his rationality. The danger level increased by several times. I have no choice. I can only seek help from the sect. To think that I, the Grand Immortal Monkey King, would need to ask for help at this moment. Where would I put my old face? Fang Yuan, this is all your fault. After I am saved, I will teach you a lesson. Shirley screamed in his heart. He was about to vomit blood from anger. Fang Yuan not only stole his battle spoils, causing him to suffer a huge loss, he even kidnapped Star-Lord Wuxiang, causing Shirley to be trapped in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Woof woof woof. 2-star desolate hounds flew over, while the ghost-faced giant tortoise silently floated in front of them. Immortal Monkey King raised his head, shouting at 7-star child immortal zombie, "If you have the guts, let's fight for another 300 rounds. 7-star child immortal zombie smiled proudly. Sure, come up. The golden fur giant monkey roared angrily, bursting out with dazzling golden light, forcing 7-star child immortal zombie to squint his eyes. When the golden light faded, Shirley returned to his human form, charging into the forest and running rapidly. But he escaped. He escaped. Immortal Monkey King Shirley, who was famous for his arrogance and bravery in Central Continent, actually chose to escape. If this scene was shown to the public, it would definitely shock many Central Continent Goo immortals. 7-star child immortal zombie was dazed for a while before reacting, shouting furiously, "You actually dared to trick me? I thought you were an unyielding hero who would fight to the death without retreating. Escape, go ahead and escape, I want to see where you can escape to in my grotto heaven." Chapter 734. This is the place. Fang Yuan looked around, nodding in satisfaction. Where is this? He Lulan came out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. The two used fixed immortal travel to retreat from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and came here. He Lulan looked around, she found that this was an underground cave, or the hollow interior of a mountain. There was little light, it was dark, there were jagged rocks, it was very humid, but the space was quite vast. This is Earth Abyss. Fang Yuan said plainly. Earth Abyss. He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan in surprise. She was not unfamiliar with Central Continent, she knew that this Earth Abyss was located in the extreme west of Central Continent, it was a huge underground world. Earth Abyss was divided into dozens of layers, each layer had an area of hundreds of millions of km2. The space was huge, it was deep underground, there were all sorts of caves and tunnels, some were like mazes, some formed huge underground lakes and some were as empty as plains. In Earth Abyss there were countless life forms, it was full of vitality, its unique ecology was different from the surface. This is a good place indeed, the Earth Chi in Earth Abyss is dense, it will shorten the time needed for the blessed land to be placed. He Lulan nodded, changing the topic. However, above this Earth Abyss is the headquarters of Ancient Soul Sect. Ancient Soul Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects, they are like a giant beast, they have dominated the extreme west for thousands of years. They have occupied Earth Abyss and treated it as a forbidden area. If you want to place a blessed land here, it will be like planting flowers in someone's garden. Are you not afraid of being discovered? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Don't worry, Earth Abyss is extremely deep. Ancient Soul Sect spent thousands of years but only managed to explore the 18th layer, reaching the 27th layer. From the 28th layer to the 36th layer, only Ancient Soul Sect Goo immortals enter occasionally. As long as we plant it below the 40th layer, no matter how big the commotion is, we will not be afraid of being discovered. 40th layer? Why do I remember that Ancient Soul Sect only explored the 36th layer? He Lulan had a surprised expression. Fang Yuan chuckled. That is because they are useless, Earth Abyss is deep and eerie. It was beyond the imagination of the world. More than 36 levels? At this point he couldn't help but think of his previous life. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan was rank 5, he created an endless beast tide from Earth Abyss. Counterattack the ground and bring chaos to Zhongzhou State. The Ancient Soul Sect bore the brunt of the attack and suffered heavy losses. After the beast tide rushed out of the abyss, they kept driving away the beasts on the surface of Zhongzhou State. Gradually, it led to an unprecedented scale of terrifying beast tide that spread throughout the entire Zhongzhou State. In those years, the people of Zhongzhou State were plunged into misery and suffering. Countless small sects were like stones falling into a flood. After a few waves they disappeared. The leaders of the 10 great ancient sects were busy fighting the beast tides everywhere. It took several years. After clearing the beast tide on the surface of Central Continent, they invited Goo masters of both righteous and demonic paths. Together they entered the Earth Abyss. Because of this, Fang Yuan snuck into the Earth Abyss to kill wild beasts and obtain resources for his cultivation. Layer by layer they went deeper and deeper. After reaching the 36th level, the Goo masters found a new tunnel. As they went deeper, it was an even larger underground world. There were countless beast groups, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and all sorts of danger zones. Even after Fang Yuan self-detonated, the exploration of Earth Abyss did not end. Just the 107 levels were discovered. The 36th level that Ancient Soul Sect occupied was only a small portion that was closest to the surface. Fang Yuan naturally would not tell He Lulan about the details, he only said, "Just follow me." He Lulan saw that Fang Yuan was very confident. As if he was confident, she followed him deeper into Earth Abyss. The place they entered was only the 8th floor. Along the way the two saw many Ancient Soul Sect Goo masters. These Gu masters were mostly in groups, some were hunting wild beasts, some were collecting underground moss. The deeper they went, the fewer people there were, but their cultivation level increased correspondingly. From a rank 2 Gu master to a rank 3 and then to a rank 4. How could these mortals have the ability to sense Fang Yuan and He Lulan's traces? Even in the narrow paths, when they passed by some Gu masters, these mortals did not react at all. At the 30th level, there were no more mortal Gu masters. The surroundings were dark, their vision was greatly restricted. But thankfully, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were Gu immortals. They had all sorts of investigative Gu. At the 35th level, a rank 6 Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect was being chased by an ancient desolate beast and 4 other desolate beasts. He was in a sorry state. But this Gu immortal helped Fang Yuan and He Lulan got past the desolate beast camp and arrived at the 36th level. Next, Fang Yuan went to the crucial location according to his previous life's memories. After setting up the 6 Gu formations, Fang Yuan pointed at his feet, saying to He Lulan, "My offense is not strong enough, I need you to activate your immortal Gu and attack this muddy ground." He Lulan obeyed. She barely turned into a strength path phantom giant and punched the muddy ground 3 times. Mud and rocks flew, but they did not reach the periphery of the Gu formation. The sound was like thunder, but outside the Gu formation there was no sound at all, it was quiet and peaceful. The muddy ground was not punched through, there was only a deep pit that was about 70 to 80 feet deep. "Continue quickly," Fang Yuan urged, jumping down first. He Lulan breathed in deeply, jumping down as she punched. Like this, the huge pit became deeper and deeper. After a few thousand feet, a hole was formed. Thus, Fang Yuan and He Lulan entered the 37th level. He Lulan was sweating profusely. She raised her head and looked back, only to see that the hole above her was rapidly recovering with the help of the Gu formation. This is the 36th level, the weakest area. Even so, it is about 3,000 meters thick. Fang Yuan explained in a timely manner. "How did you find this place?" He Lulan was full of doubts. Fang Yuan chuckled. Due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, he could not lie, he could only keep it a secret. He Lulan saw that he did not answer and snorted, but wisely did not continue asking. After entering the 37th level, the path was much more rugged and dangerous. After all, this was the original environment. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were outsiders who had entered for the first time. When the two finally reached the 40th level, the time limit of sealing Star Lord Wanxiang's immortal aperture was also up. Your estimation was quite accurate. He Lulan placed Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse on the ground. She looked at Fang Yuan deeply. Fang Yuan willed, hundreds of mortal Gu flew out of Star Lord Wanxiang's body, like a group of locusts, they flew into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Without the final layer of suppression, Star Lord Wanxiang's body started to shine with starlight. The starlight became brighter and brighter, the ground started to shake. Several breaths of time later, countless amounts of earth chi appeared, it was like a layer of dust had accumulated on the ground. The starlight stabilized, the piercing light was comparable to the sun at noon in summer. A formless suction force burst out. The surrounding earth chi was being absorbed continuously. Fang Yuan and He Lulan had already retreated far away, maintaining a distance from the starlight. What's going on? Earthquake, another earthquake. Leave quickly, the magnitude of this earthquake is very strong. If we don't leave now, we will be buried alive. The Gu masters in Earth Abyss covered their heads and fled. They screamed in fear, trying to escape from Earth Abyss. They were not surprised. Earth Abyss structure was not stable, earthquakes or collapses occurred frequently. Precisely so, even though Ancient Soul Sect controlled this place, they did not spend any effort to explore it. Large numbers of rocks fell from above, the most dangerous ones were those spear-tipped stalactites. As long as one was hit, even rank 3 defensive Gu would not be able to block it. In fact, not only Gu masters, the living beings living in Earth Abyss were also in dire straits, many were crushed to death or buried alive. In order to create the blessed land, Fang Yuan caused the death of at least 100,000 lives. About 15 minutes later, the starlight stopped absorbing earth chi, forming a square door. The door was completely made of starlight, it floated in the air. There was a plaque on the door, on it were the words, "Star Form Blessed Land." He Lulan let out a breath of air. We finally succeeded, it seems our luck is quite good. Even though the commotion was huge, the wild beast here did not attack. Let's go. Fang Yuan took the lead, pushing open the starlight door. He Lulan followed closely behind, the two finally entered Star Form Blessed Land. It seemed to be late at night, the sky was dark and filled with countless stars. Starlight shone brightly, shining on the blessed land's surface. It was not dark and gloomy. The entire star-formed blessed land was a huge basin. In the middle, there was an indented slope, and at the periphery of the blessed land, there was a continuous mountain range forming a circle like a wall. So many star fragment grass. Fang Yuan looked at the ground. There were actually star fragment grass growing everywhere. Star fragment grass was supposed to be planted in cloud soil, but the star fragment grass in front of him was planted on black soil. They were growing even better than Fang Yuan's patch in Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan praised, "This is the benefit of star-formed blessed land. Planting related plants is not only easier, it also guarantees a high harvest." Heilolan's gaze was attracted by the spine-finned star dragonfish that were flying leisurely in the night sky. From what she could see, there were 3 spine-finned star dragonfish. These huge dragonfish were the size of normal whales, but they looked like carps. On their backs, there were bony spikes growing out of their bodies, extending towards the outside. Its scales were blue in color, its dead fish eyes were as large as carriages, shining with starlight. But under the sharp observation of Fang Yuan and He Lulan, they soon discovered some clear traces of battle. Not far away, a large patch of grassland was still burning, black smoke was rising. The 3 spine-finned star dragonfish had injuries on their bodies. At the end of their vision, those connected mountain ranges also had unnatural gaps, like cheese that was eaten by rats. It seems that this Gu immortal had an intense battle. Fang Yuan said. "That's right, if not for my main body being heavily injured by Song Zixing, both my body and soul would have suffered hidden injuries. How could my main body, the Grand Star Lord Wanxiang, die so easily in the 8-star hall?" A boy suddenly appeared in front of Fang Yuan and He Lulan. Chapter 735. Star Lord Wanxiang? Tim. Hearing the land spirit introduce himself, Fang Yuan's face flashed with realization. "Land spirit, do you still remember me?" Shortly after, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "I am the one who bought star fragment grass and the killer move spring star rain from your main body." Star-formed child's gaze flashed. He sized up Fang Yuan again, his expression softening. "So it is you, I have some impression of you. Land spirit, you alone cannot take care of the blessed land. Do you want to join one of us?" Fang Yuan asked directly. He Lulan stood at the side, showing some nervousness as she stared at the floating star-formed child. Star-formed child nodded his head, showing a sorrowful expression as he said, "I want to protect this foundation. I need to remember the help of others. But I have my conditions." Although star-formed child originated from Star Lord Wanxiang's obsession, he had already assimilated with this blessed land. He was the representative of the blessed land's will. Without the help of other Gu immortals, the blessed land would experience calamities and earthly tribulations, eventually perishing. All living beings had the instinct to survive, even the land spirit was no exception. "Please speak," Fang Yuan quickly said. Star-formed child frowned. He pouted and said angrily, "The reason my main body died in the 8-star hall was because of Song Zixing. He injured my main body, forcing me to expose my secret and cooperate with immortal Monkey King Shirley to explore the grotto heaven. If you want to become the owner of this blessed land, bring me Song Zixing's head." Song Zixing's head? He Lulan heard this condition. She smiled bitterly. Even though she was not a Central Continent person, she had heard of Song Zixing's name long ago. Song Zixing was a disciple of Myriad Dragon Doc. He obtained the Blood Sea True Inheritance. He did not want to hand it over and chose to defect. To exterminate him, Myriad Dragon Doc sent 8 Gu immortals one after another. 5 rank 6s and 3 rank 7s, but Song Zixing killed 4, crippled 3 and forced 1 to retreat. The Myriad Dragon Doc suffered a great loss. From then on, he no longer dared to casually attack Song Zixing. Song Zixing was currently at large and was a top expert of the Middle Continent's fiendish Dao. He had rank 7 cultivation level and blood path. He was extremely proficient in fighting. Everyone in Zhongzhou State acknowledged that Song Zixing's combat ability was similar to Shirley's and slightly weaker than Feng Jioge's. It was all because many years ago, Song Zixing met Feng Jioge on the road. Feng Jioge made 3 moves, and Song Zixing was no match for him, fleeing in defeat. "Alright, I'll try my best." Fang Yuan's expression didn't change as he agreed. "You guys have to hurry up and do your best. Star-formed blessed land's earthly calamity is about to arrive. If I can't hold on, the blessed land will be destroyed. Even if you meet the requirements, it's useless," Astrology Boy warned. Fang Yuan's gaze shone. If that's the case, I can help you resist the earthly calamity first. Astrology Boy immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. I will not let external goo immortals stay in star-form blessed land for more than 7 minutes. The human heart is unfathomable, only my master can help me pass the tribulation. Not long later, I will use jewel yellow skies to spread this news and let more people deal with that damn Song Zi Xing. Hei Lulan's heart sank, but she was shrewd and maintained a calm expression. She deliberated over her words before saying, Land Spirit, you have to be careful. The human heart is unfathomable, greedy wolves might attack your blessed land. Astrology Boy smiled, Don't worry, I am not an idiot, I won't tell them the location of this place. You can only enter star-form blessed land if you fulfill my conditions. You guys can leave, remember not to tell anyone else about the blessed land's location. The land spirit chased them away. Fang Yuan did not force them to stay. He took his leave and returned to Earth Abyss with Hei Lulan through the blessed land's entrance. They had just stepped out of Earth Abyss when the entrance behind them vanished completely. The blessed land was a small world, even though it was underground and absorbed Earth Chi. As long as the entrance was not opened, it was extremely well hidden. Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan were silent. After clearing all traces of their surroundings, they used fixed immortal travel to return to Hu immortal blessed land. The surroundings were safe. The first thing the two had to do was to split the loot. This time, I entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven without any mishaps. My gains are huge. I am regretting it now. If I knew this, I would not have agreed to a 40-60 split. Hei Lulan sighed as she took out the loot from her immortal aperture. Why are there so many desolate beast corpses? This pig seems to be an ancient desolate beast. And there is still a lion desolate beast that is not dead. At once, little Hu immortal's attention was attracted. She looked at the desolate beasts on the ground in shock. Scarlet divine stallion, flying bear, star demon bat, chestnut yak. A total of 7 desolate beast corpses. There was also a yellow jade lion that was on the verge of death, hanging on to its last breath. Other than that, there was also the astral wind flying heavenly boar, this ancient desolate beast corpse. There were also hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil dug out from the diamond bear's cave. And finally there were close to 10 mysterious trees. These trees formed a forest. When they first entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they had once trapped Fang Yuan and Hei Lulan. The two could not tell the origin of these trees, so they collected some into their immortal apertures. Later, a star desolate hound attacked and disrupted the two's collection. A desolate beast corpse could be sold for about 40 immortal Yuan stones. And ancient desolate beasts were sold for even more, 10 times the price of desolate beasts, that was 400 immortal Yuan stones. Hearing this, the price of ancient desolate beasts seemed to be unreasonably high. But the truth was, ancient desolate beasts were hard to kill. Not only did they have battle strength comparable to rank 7 Gu immortals, their bodies were covered in Dao marks. Ordinary mortal killer moves were useless against them. Even immortal killer moves would be difficult to deal with. Ordinary immortal killer moves used rank 6 immortal Gu as the core. Against ancient desolate beasts, it was like using a small dagger to stab an elephant. Although it was effective, it needed to accumulate injuries. Only immortal killer moves that were formed using rank 7 immortal Gu could be effective against ancient desolate beasts. This way, immortal killer moves that involved immortal killer moves would expend immortal essence. The cost of killing ancient desolate beasts would be high. They would often need to expend hundreds of green grape immortal essence beads, or dozens of red date immortal essence beads. As a result, the true net profit was often only about 100 immortal Yuan stones. Although it was much higher than killing desolate beasts, there were still 2 factors to consider. First, the huge risk of fighting with ancient desolate beasts. Second, not every Gu immortal could deal with ancient desolate beasts. Ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals would often choose to retreat when facing ancient desolate beasts. Only a rank 7 Gu immortal like Shirley, and an expert among rank 7 Gu immortals, had the confidence to kill ancient desolate beasts. 7 desolate beast corpses. A total of 280 immortal Yuan stones. The dying yellow jade lion was worth 80 immortal essence stones for the time being. Astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse, 400 immortal Yuan stones. Hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil. About 30 immortal Yuan stones. I don't know the origin of these mysterious trees, I won't count them for now. This way, I have a total of 790 immortal Yuan stones. Hei Lulan calculated. The result she obtained. Even she was somewhat tongue-tied. Close to 800 immortal Yuan stones. Undeniably, this was a huge windfall. Hei Lulan's breathing became rapid. Ever since she ascended to Gu Immortal, she had been calculating her expenses one by one immortal Yuan stone. But now she suddenly had close to 800 immortal Yuan stones in her hands. Fang Yuan's situation was better than He Lulan. Using Wisdom Gu's unlimited brilliance, he transacted with Land Spirit of Lengia. He had more than 10 immortal Yuan stones. Dozens of immortal Yuan stones. But even so, facing the wealth of 800 immortal Yuan stones, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Even in his previous life he did not have such an experience. In the 500 years of his previous life, the most immortal essence stones he had on hand was no more than 60 pieces. According to the 40 to 60 split, Fang Yuan could obtain 474 immortal Yuan stones. This is a huge harvest, mainly because we did not expend any immortal essence because of the battle. Fang Yuan calmed the waves in his heart and said, "Hee, that arrogant monkey is probably going to explode from anger. Will he attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land?" He Lulan asked worriedly. After all, this involved such a huge profit. "He won't." Fang Yuan shook his head. "To us this is a huge profit. But to a rank 7 Gu Immortal like Shirley, he would have thousands of immortal Yuan stones. Normally speaking, rank 6 Gu Immortals would have hundreds of immortal Yuan stones. Ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals would have thousands of them. Strength and wealth were directly proportional. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were new Gu Immortals. They had just stepped into the world of Gu Immortals and were working hard with new identities. They had started from scratch and were poor. As for Fang Yuan's previous life, he was short of money. One reason was because Bloodpath was not good at managing and was good at fighting. The other was because of the 5 regions' chaotic war. The battles were frequent and the expenditure was huge. Fang Yuan continued to analyze. Moreover, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent are famous righteous sects. They have a longer history than almost every superforce in the other 4 regions. These great sects need order and stability. They need face and reputation. Shirley will definitely take revenge on us, but he will not do it forcefully. He will use righteous path methods to suppress us. After all, we have the reputation of Crane Gate. He Lulan nodded, agreeing with Fang Yuan's point. She showed a look of pity on her face. "It is a pity that we did not get that walking meat tree. It is an ancient desolate plant and a legendary item. Its price is even higher than the astral wind flying heavenly boar." Fang Yuan said, "I don't think so. At that time, compared to the walking meat tree, Star Form Blessed Land was much more important." "Then how are we going to split Star Form Blessed Land?" He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan, her expression turning solemn. This involved huge benefits. She would not be so kind as to give it away. These desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses were easy to split because they could be valued. Star Form Blessed Land was not easy to value, because immortal Yuan stones could not express the true value of a blessed land. A blessed land was a treasure trove. Not only could it produce resources endlessly, after annexing it, the Gu Immortals' cultivation level would be greatly boosted. It could be said that a blessed land or grotto heaven was the greatest achievement of a Gu Immortal's lifetime of cultivation. Fang Yuan frowned and thought for a while before saying, "Star Form Blessed Land is not easy to split. How about this? We will compete fairly. Whoever meets the land spirit's conditions will obtain Star Form Blessed Land. The other side will have to accept the result without any compensation. Star Form Blessed Land was obtained by the 2 of us. Only the 2 of us can participate in this competition. We cannot interfere with each other. Other than us, even if Fairy Li Shan and Tai Bai Yunxing want to snatch Star Form Blessed Land, we will work together to stop them. What do you think?" Chapter 736. Central Continent by Qing Blessed Land. Bright sunlight shone on this small world. Mountain streams flowed, ancient trees reached the sky, and lush greenery formed a shade. As the wind blew, the sunlight shone through the gaps of the leaves, causing it to sway beautifully. Feng Jin Huang lay down on the green grass with her back against a big tree. She took a deep breath as the breeze blew past her. The fresh air was mixed with a hint of the pleasant smell of grass. The Legends of Renzu was beautifully framed, quietly lying in Feng Kim Huang's hands. It was already at the last few pages. Feng Kim Huang's bright eyes were like water, staring at the pages without blinking. Although she had heard of Renzu's story since young, because of the wondrous experience in the dream realm, and after reading The Legends of Renzu, with an inquisitive mind, Feng Kim Hong had many new and different feelings. The Legends of Renzu, as final words were, Renzu's 10 sons died one after another. Even Renzu himself was about to die of old age, about to reach the end of his life. Before his death, Renzu took the corpses of his 10 sons and sacrificed himself, throwing them into Derivation Gu's stomach and being eaten. A large number of dream realms followed the smell of the food and entered Derivation Gu's mouth. Derivation Gu's stomach burst and exploded, countless rays of life fell on the ground, forming the first batch of mortals. Because of the dream realm's derivation, the newly born mortals will have dreams during their sleep at night. People are often immersed in their dreams like northern dark ice soul, unable to extricate themselves. As Feng Jin Huang pondered, she stretched out her slender hand and closed the Legends of Renzun. Then she stood up. "Mother, send me back to the house, I am a little tired," she called out softly. "All right." At the next moment, Feng Kim Hong heard Fairy Bai Qing's gentle reply. Feng Kim Hong suddenly vanished on the spot. When she reappeared, she was already in her own room in splendid building. In her room, Fairy Bai Qing was already waiting. Feng Kim Huang's eyes lit up, happily saying, "Oh mother, why are you free today? Why didn't you go and harmonize the earth qi?" When a Gu master reaches rank 6 and becomes a Gu immortal, their aperture can absorb heaven, earth and human qi. When it became an immortal aperture, it would be a small world. Gu immortals manage their immortal aperture and raise their cultivation level. But as the immortal aperture world carried more things gradually, there was not enough heaven and earth qi in the immortal aperture. Just like that. As the tree in the pot grew taller and taller, the original pot became smaller and the soil became barren. At this time the Gu immortal would place the blessed land on the ground and absorb earth qi, or place the grotto heavens in the sky and absorb heaven qi. The qi of heaven and earth was absorbed. It would stabilize the blessed land and grotto heaven, and increase the foundation of the immortal aperture. His cultivation stabilized. Only then would he be able to continue cultivating faster and more steadily. Fairy Bai Qing's current situation was that she had managed the blessed land for a period of time, it was no longer stable. She planted the blessed land on the ground and lived in it, absorbing and harmonizing the earth qi of Central Continent's large region every day. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her adorable daughter with a loving gaze, praising, "Huang Er, it seems that your dream realm experience this time has greatly strengthened your mental state. If it were in the past, you would have made a fuss and asked me to accompany you. But this time I harmonized the earth qi for 3 days and 3 nights without accompanying you, you quietly read books and refine Gu, your mental state is much more mature than before, I am very pleased." Of course. Feng Kim Hong smiled brightly, revealing her pearly white teeth. She raised her head slightly, the phoenix coronet on her head jingled as she said proudly, "Who am I? I am father and mother's flesh and blood, how can I embarrass you too?" Her smile infected Fairy Bai Qing, the latter also laughed. Ever since the first batch of mortals were born they could dream. Almost everyone has dreams over the years, countless geniuses, even immortal venerables and demon venerables have their own dream realms. These dream realms condensed into one, forming an unprecedentedly huge secluded realm. Huang Er, your dream wings immortal Gu allows you to freely enter dream realms. It is a movement immortal Gu that allows you to enter dream realms freely without being affected by them. This is a huge fortuitous encounter for you, you need to grasp it well. I understand, mother. These last days I have been trying to refine Gu. I found that my refinement path attainment level has already reached quasi-master. The benefits of dream realms are too great, I have always lacked interest in refinement path, I have never practiced it before. But after traveling through the dream realm, my attainment level has increased by leaps and bounds, I have left many people in the sect far behind. Feng Kim Hong sighed. When you traveled through old immortal Kongju's dream, you unintentionally obtained some of his refinement path true meaning. But this is also because old immortal Kongju was a refinement path great grandmaster to begin with, you benefited from it. There are too many dream realms, you might not be so lucky next time and encounter the dream realm of someone like old immortal Kongju. Fairy Bai Qing analyzed. Feng Kim Hong did not mind, he laughed, if I can't encounter it, so be it. I have no interest in refinement path to begin with, if I encounter the dream realm of an immortal venerable or a demon venerable next time, that will be fine. Sigh, but it is a pity that I walk metal path, none of the 10 venerables in history have cultivated this path. Fairy Bai Qing's heart jumped, she said solemnly, Huang Er, don't let your guard down. You escaped unscathed this time because you were lucky, the dream realm you encountered was not dangerous. If you really encounter a venerable's dream, you need to leave immediately. The strength of a venerable is not something you can imagine. Feng Kim Hong stuck out his tongue, he quickly said obediently, yes mother, I understand. Fairy Bai Qing's expression softened. She took out a letter. Gu. This is a letter from your father. He has already successfully broken through the regional wall. After entering Northern Plains, he found a place to rest. He does not know that you have awakened yet. But since he has already sent a letter, we will use this letter Gu to reply. You can also say a few words that will put your father's mind at ease. He can focus on this mission to enter Northern Plains. Father's letter? Feng Kim Huang's eyes brightened. He jumped over and snatched the letter Gu from Fairy Bai Qing's hands. He inspected it with his mind. But he could not read it. Feng Kim Huang pouted. So it is father's information path. Immortal Gu, messenger green bird. I am still immortal. I cannot read it. Fairy Bai Qing smiled as she rubbed her head. Your father is currently in Northern Plains. Without using an information path. Immortal Gu, how can he pass through the regional wall? Why are you so anxious? I just praised you for being more mature. Saying so, Fairy Bai Qing injected a will into Feng Kim Huang's mind. Feng Kim Huang was familiar with this. Thoughts appeared in his mind and converged with his will. He instantly saw the contents of Feng Jioge's letter. Father? Feng Kim Huang saw Feng Jioge's letter. He was very concerned about him. His eyes turned red. I really want to see father immediately. I want him to see my current refinement path cultivation. He has always been brooding over my refinement path attainment level. Feng Kim Huang muttered. Don't worry, mother will tell your father in the letter. Don't say it, don't say it. I want to give father a surprise. All right. Fairy Bai Qing took out another letter Gu. It was still messenger green bird Gu. But it was a rank 5 mortal Gu. This is also a letter for you. It is from Fang Yuan. It was sent over earlier. Take a look. Fairy Bai Qing said. Fang Yuan. Feng Kim Huang heard this name. She immediately gritted her teeth in anger. Her brows furrowed and her beautiful face flushed with anger. She grabbed the letter, snatched Gu and inspected it. Fang Yuan wrote a lot of content in the letter. He first praised Spirit Affinity House. His words hinted that he was going to join them. Then he agreed to Feng Kim Huang's challenge and apologized for replying so late. At the end of the letter, it was this sentence. I have appeared in Hu immortal blessed land. The door is open. I respectfully welcome Fairy Feng Kim Huang's arrival. I have long heard of Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea. If I can enjoy tea after exchanging pointers, I will naturally be very happy. He is very leisurely and elegant. He still wants to drink Qingpu tea? He still wants to enjoy tea? Evil thief. Perverted thief. I wish I could cut you into 8 pieces and feed your bones to the dogs. Feng Kim Huang's eyes seemed to be spewing fire. She exerted strength in her hand and squeezed the letter, sending green bird Gu until creaking sounds could be heard. Fairy Bai Qing quickly saved this letter Gu. Huang Er, this is what mother is going to tell you in detail. I have to say, Fang Yuan has surpassed our expectations once again. He is no longer the same as before. If you want to spar with him, you will only lose. There is no chance of winning. What? Feng Kim Huang stared with wide eyes, looking at Fairy Bai Qing in astonishment. Fairy Bai Qing told her that Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie, and that the force behind him was mysterious and strong, even repelling Crane Gate's attack to reclaim Hu immortal blessed land. Immortal zombie? He actually became an immortal zombie? Feng Jin Huang muttered to herself. If it wasn't for the fact that it was her own mother who said this, she wouldn't have believed it. How long has it been? He has already advanced to an immortal. He is about the same age as me. How can he have such a deep foundation to charge to Gu immortal realm? Feng Kim Huang was extremely puzzled. Fairy Bai Qing answered, our 10 great ancient sects also have many speculations about him suddenly becoming an immortal zombie. Raising one's foundation, although difficult, is not impossible. There is one example in front of us, that is the dream realm. Other than this, we are guessing that the force behind him has a special immortal ascension method that can raise a Gu master to an immortal zombie. But after becoming an immortal zombie, one's cultivation will stagnate and cannot continue to advance. Feng Kim Huang frowned. That is indeed the case. But think about it, a rank 5 mortal Gu master compared to a rank 6 immortal zombie, the latter is naturally much stronger. Fairy Bai Qing said. Feng Kim Huang showed a disdainful expression. Regardless of whether he is eager for success or was forced to do so, he will not be my match in the future. He is in a hurry to challenge me now. It is likely that he wants to use this limited time to bully me, and in the future, it will be my turn to bully him. This cowardly mouse, a shameless and despicable guy. Huang Er, don't be blinded by the hatred in your heart. Fairy Bai Qing's expression became solemn. Fang Yuan is not simple. This challenge letter was written before the attack on Crane Gate. His true intention is to establish a relationship with our spirit affinity house. It is a ploy to drive the tiger away. He is now sitting on Danghun Mountain and wants to do business with our 10 great ancient sections. His name has spread throughout Central Continent. Almost every Gu immortal knows of his existence. Mother, I was wrong, I was a little agitated. Feng Kim Hong gritted his teeth, trying to remain calm. How are you going to respond to this letter? Whether you ignore it or reply, it is up to you. Fairy Bai Qing purposely tested him. Feng Kim Hong said without hesitation, of course I have to reply. Since this challenge letter was written by me, he has already responded. If I avoid the battle because of his immortal zombie status, it would make me look weak. But, she rolled her eyes, the enemy is strong while I am weak, only a fool would fight him head-on. Coincidentally, our Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention is about to begin. I will use Refinement Path to defeat him in front of everyone's eyes. Let me vent my anger first, then we'll talk. Mother, do you think this is okay? Fairy Bai Qing nodded in satisfaction. This is a good move. Feng Kim Hong gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with bright light. In the following days I will use Dream Wings Immortal Gu to find Refinement Path Gu Master's dreams and rapidly accumulate my Refinement Path Foundation. I can use him as an opponent to temper myself and raise my cultivation level. Fairy Bai Qing smiled, patting Feng Kim Hong's head. That is my good daughter. Chapter 737. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit, I have brought you a living desolate beast, take a look at it first. Fang Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture and activated more than 10 Gu worms, taking out a lion and placing it on the ground. This lion was as large as a giant elephant. Its body was brownish-yellow in color, its thick mane covered almost half of its body. It was sleeping and snoring. It was a yellow jade lion. Its injuries were severe and it was on the verge of death. But as long as it was alive, with Fang Yuan's current abilities and resources, it would not be a problem to heal it. Land Spirit of Langya stroked his beard as he walked around the yellow jade lion. He could move freely now, the chi path seals on his body were completely undone. Good lion, even when sleeping it still has a fierce expression. Not bad. Saying so, Land Spirit of Langya stretched out his hand and pried open the yellow jade lion's mouth, revealing its closed teeth. Good teeth. Land Spirit of Langya praised. His hand moved down to the middle of the lion's hind legs. Throughout the process, Land Spirit of Langya had been activating Gu worms. After inspecting it, he said in satisfaction, not bad, it is full of energy and can breed. But unfortunately, my blessed land is a refinement path blessed land, it is not proficient in raising these fierce beasts. Land Spirit of Langya had raised 12 desolate beasts, he had already gained some experience in raising them. Looking at his experienced appearance, he was not a novice. But Langya Blessed Land was a refinement path blessed land, there was a higher chance of success when refining Gu worms here. But it had no supplementary ability in raising beasts. And Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an enslavement path blessed land, it was proficient in raising foxes. The fox groups in Hu Immortal Blessed Land had a higher chance of raising desolate beast foxes. Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens were all different, they had their own specialties. This was because Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens were Gu Immortals' immortal apertures. When Gu Masters undergo immortal ascension, they absorb heaven and earth chi, and according to their own understanding of heaven and earth, they use Gu worms of all sorts of paths to create an immortal aperture world. Langya Land Spirit was very satisfied with this yellow jade lion. He straightforwardly handed 88 immortal essence stones to Fang Yuan. At the same time, he also gave the details of unfamiliar face. In front of the Land Spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan immediately browsed through it. This killer move had an extraordinary origin, it came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. As expected of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, this is truly an ingenious idea. Fang Yuan sighed in admiration. There are only over 300 Gu worms here, but they are related to Transformation Path, Strength Path, Wisdom Path and so on. Some Gu worms were rather rare. It seemed that to recreate this killer move, he would have to wait for a period of time and gather all the Gu worms. Langya, do you have these related Gu? Land Spirit of Langya shook his head and chuckled. Why would I keep these Gu in my hands? I can't use this killer move. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, these 3 killer moves are from the same series. What you obtained is a mortal killer move that can transform into someone that others do not recognize. If you recognize them, you will be exposed. As for the other two, they are immortal killer moves, you can disguise as someone you know without being exposed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable seem to have also left behind this inheritance. If you have the opportunity, you might be able to obtain the other two killer moves in your lifetime, who knows? Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. How can I be so lucky to obtain the other two immortal killer moves? This inheritance might have been obtained by someone else long ago. Although he said that, he couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. He thought of the inheritance regarding Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Luopa Valley that he obtained in Northern Plains. He had already refined the keys to enter the inheritance, open door Gu and closed door Gu. But he did not move. Gu Master inheritances were not so easy to obtain. Especially demonic path inheritances, they were often much more difficult and dangerous than righteous path inheritances. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance was simply a tiger's den. The situation was unclear and myriad self-killer move could not be used. Fang Yuan would rather wait for a while and not take the risk. Fang Yuan did not have high expectations for this, because he had already guessed it. The inheritance clue that I obtained is not the only one. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was not willing to bury the inheritance, thus he gathered a large number of people to catch the fish. This inheritance has been in the past for so long, someone might have already visited it. Not to mention others, especially Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He seems to have used Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate Soul Path. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance is related to Luopa Valley. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable might have already entered it. He might have already taken Luopa Valley. After collecting his thoughts, Fang Yuan took out 3 complete Immortal Gu recipes and handed them to Land Spirit of Langya. This is the transaction. Land Spirit of Langya received the Immortal Gu recipes and inspected them. After confirming there were no mistakes, he could not help but praise Fang Yuan's talent. Rascal, I rarely admire others, but your talent in deducing Immortal Gu recipes has truly made me look at you in a different light. Land Spirit, I was about to talk to you about this. Fang Yuan said, regarding the transaction of Immortal Gu recipes, I want to change the details of the transaction. I have already deduced the Immortal Gu recipes with high completion degrees. Now, only those with low completion degrees are left, 60, 70, and even below 50%. I want to deduce these Immortal Gu recipes. Although I can complete them, it would take too long. It would take me a month or two. I would not have time to do anything else. I suggest that we change the details of this transaction. Before Fang Yuan finished speaking, Land Spirit of Langya shook his head. No change, no change, why should I change it? I spent so many Immortal Yuan stones, didn't I want you to deduce Immortal Gu recipes? You are a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal and so skilled in deducing Immortal Gu recipes, why don't you continue? At most I will raise the price and pay you more. Land Spirit of Langya, don't be in a hurry to reject me, listen to me first, you will definitely be interested. Fang Yuan smiled confidently. My suggestion is this, in the future you will be in charge of deducing Immortal Gu recipes. Every time you encounter a problem that you cannot proceed with, I will help you deduce a step and overcome this difficulty. I will only charge you 2 Immortal Yuan stones each time. What? This transaction? Land Spirit of Langya fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan's suggestion had indeed moved him. After all, he was Long-Hair Ancestor's Land Spirit, his refinement path attainment was at quasi-great Grandmaster level, he was also very skilled in deducing Immortal Gu recipes. The reason why these Immortal Gu remnant recipes could not be deduced successfully was because they encountered obstacles. If they could not figure it out, they would not be able to walk out. If they could pass this obstacle, many Immortal Gu recipes might be completed smoothly. This way, Land Spirit of Langya only needed to pay Fang Yuan 2 Immortal Yuan stones. It was much cheaper than before. Of course, if the Immortal Gu remnant recipes had more difficulties, Fang Yuan might be able to earn more Immortal Yuan stones. But Land Spirit of Langya was confident that with his refinement path attainment, he would definitely be able to solve more problems than before. This way, Fang Yuan lad, your income is going to be low. I almost forgot, you are selling Guts Gu now, your business is booming, are you not interested in this little bit of money? Land Spirit of Langya suddenly realized. Fang Yuan smiled. Land Spirit, this transaction is also beneficial to you. You obtained so many Immortal Gu recipes and regained your freedom, you can refine Immortal Gu. But refining Immortal Gu has a high chance of failure, the success rate is too low, the resources consumed are endless. I am helping you save on Immortal Yuan stones, aren't you going to thank me? I knew you would say that. Land Spirit of Langya rolled his eyes, nodding, I can agree to this, but I have a condition. What condition? This is a long story. Do you know about that auction that Qin Bai Sheng organized? Although Land Spirit of Langya could not leave the blessed land, he was very clear about the situation in northern plains. Of course I know about it. Fang Yuan nodded. Land Spirit of Langya continued, you know that some time ago, a mysterious force attacked my Langya blessed land. They all failed, and I also captured many Gu immortals during this process. I plan to sell them all, or more accurately, sell their blessed lands. Sell blessed lands? Fang Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langya in astonishment. He did not expect him to be so generous. Is this business good? Fang Yuan said with a solemn expression. It is thousands of times more popular than my Get's Gu business. Gu immortals buy these blessed lands and annex them. Not only would their cultivation level rise, they would also be able to avoid many heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. But why don't you keep them for yourself? Land Spirit of Langya shook his head. To completely annex a rank 6 blessed land, one needs at least master attainment level of the corresponding path. To completely annex a rank 7 blessed land, one needs grandmaster attainment level. And to annex a rank 8 grotto heaven, one needs great grandmaster attainment level. Even though my refinement path attainment level is high, I do not know much about other aspects. Of course, the main reason is that I do not want to annex. My Langya blessed land has already reached the peak of a blessed land. If it advances another step, it will become a grotto heaven. A grotto heaven's calamities and tribulations are much greater than a blessed land's. Back then, Langya grotto heaven was meticulously reduced by me and turned into a blessed land. How can I raise it again? Fang Yuan realized, that's true. Wait, don't tell me your condition is for me to represent you and sell these blessed lands in the auction? Land Spirit of Langya gave a thumbs up and said with a flattering tone, you are so smart. Fang Yuan stared with wide-opened eyes. Are you trying to kill me? No way, I definitely won't do it. Once I sell these blessed lands, I will immediately become everyone's target. It is too eye-catching. Who has the ability to capture these Gu immortals alive? Moreover, if that mysterious force finds out that I am in cahoots with Langya blessed land, they will definitely think that I am in cahoots with Langya blessed land. In the future, when they attack your land, they might even attack my land. Northern Plains Inkman City Lord Mo Tan sang, isn't he your good friend? Just let him go. Sai, he is an Inkman immortal, his background is not good, he has always been ostracized by humans. Moreover, he has a family in Inkman City to take care of. He is even more unsuitable. Land Spirit of Langya shook his head. You don't want him to die, you want me to die. Don't make it sound so bad. Don't you have the killer move Unfamiliar Face? As long as you have this killer move, other Gu immortals will not be able to recognize your true appearance. Land Spirit of Langya said in a submissive tone. Fang Yuan sized up the Land Spirit. I was wondering why you were so generous to give me this precious killer move. It turns out you had planned it long ago. Land Spirit of Langya could not endure it anymore. He stared with wide eyes and raised his voice. Rascal, do you think I don't know you? You are extremely daring. When have you ever been afraid? Even Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by you. Even 88-point Jinyang Tower was toppled. As long as there are enough benefits, you will be a fugitive. Are you afraid of such a small matter? Tell me, how much do you want? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. We will split the gains from selling the blessed land. No matter what, it should be at least 40 to 60%. 40 to 60? You are too greedy. You actually want 40% right off the bat. Land Spirit of Langya shouted. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a dark light. His expression was grim. You misunderstood, Land Spirit. What I meant was 60% for me and 40% for you. Land Spirit of Langya was stunned. Even though he had lived for a long time, he was shocked by Fang Yuan's shamelessness and greed. He breathed in deeply and stared at Fang Yuan's face. You have the cheek to say such words? Why would I? Fang Yuan's face was as thick as a city wall. I am risking my life here. I will not do it if there are no benefits that move me. This price is already the lowest I can offer, and it's a friendly price since we're old acquaintances. Friendship price? I think you are trying to scam an old acquaintance? That means there is no room for discussion? Think about it again. This is my price. There is still some time before the auction. I will be leaving first. Fang Yuan opened a stargate. Chapter 738. Who Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, concentrating on the pair of bat wings in front of him. In front of him, a pair of large bat wings floated in the air. The bat wings were covered with tiny scales. These dark blue scales were only the size of a pinky finger, and they constantly refracted light with the light, looking like specks of starlight. After Fang Yuan returned from Langya Blessed Land, he started to deal with the star demon bat's bat wings. After 9 days and 9 nights, it was the crucial moment now. Whether I can repair this pair of bat wings completely depends on this. Fang Yuan willed, taking out a mortal goo from his immortal aperture. He flicked his finger, throwing the crucial mortal goo out. The mortal goo turned into a drop of jade green liquid. After hitting the bat wings, a layer of green light appeared. The light flowed like water, the green light spread and soon covered the entire bat wings. After a while, the green light faded, the entire star demon bat wings were covered in a layer of fine green fur. Fang Yuan observed carefully, his 10 fingers moved in turns. Following his movements, the green-haired bat wings rotated in the air, displaying from all angles for Fang Yuan to observe. Fang Yuan opened his fingers, the 2 contracted star demon bat wings also unfolded. Fang Yuan saw that the inside of the bat wings was also covered in fur. He nodded in satisfaction. When Shirley killed this star demon bat, he did not hold back. The bat wings that I obtained were greatly damaged. Now that I have spent so much effort to repair them, I do not have much confidence in whether I can repair them. Fang Yuan sighed, standing up. He waved his hand, hundreds of goo worms flew out, circling around the green-haired bat wings and protecting them. Next, Fang Yuan walked around the bat wings, walking out of this secret room. He closed the secret room's door, the green-haired bat wings were shrouded in the darkness of the secret room. Fang Yuan stood outside the door, lightly stomping his feet, calling, "Where is the land spirit? Master, master, you called for me?" Little Hu Immortal immediately appeared beside Fang Yuan. Her large eyes were shining, she had an expression of seeing master again on her face. "I asked you to pay attention to the Jewel Yellow Sky's business, how is it going?" Fang Yuan asked as he walked. Little Hu Immortal followed behind, answering, "Master sold all the desolate beast corpses in Jewel Yellow Skies. These last days, only 1 desolate beast corpse was sold." Since Immortal Monkey King Shirley had already discovered Fang Yuan directly sold these desolate beast corpses in Jewel Yellow Skies. He had discussed with He Lulan, they would each take what they needed. Fang Yuan took the yellow jade lion and the star demon bat wings, while He Lulan took the flying bear corpses. And Fang Yuan was in charge of selling these beast corpses. No matter what the result was, he would give 40% of the profits to He Lulan. He Lulan was not afraid of him going back on his words. After all, the Snowy Mountain Alliance was there. Under normal circumstances, these desolate beast corpses were highly sought after. They were rare and sold in Jewel Yellow Skies within 4 to 6 hours. It was very easy to earn Immortal Yuan Stone. But Fang Yuan did not want Immortal Yuan Stone this time. He arranged a will to announce to the other Gu Immortals, "If you want to buy these beast corpses, you have to exchange for them with specific items." First was the method to turn immortal zombies into humans, or information or clues. Second was the goo recipe of white lotus giant silkworm goo or goo worms, or related information or clues. Third was the wings of the desolate beast bat. Fourth was the top-tier mortal killer move, the more outstanding the better. Fifth was battle bone will goo, a bone path goo worm that could be used to form the killer move white bone chariot. Last were wisdom path inheritances or information or clues. Of these 6, the higher the ranking, the cheaper it would be to buy the beast corpses. Fang Yuan's Gets Goo business was extremely prosperous now. He did not lack Immortal Yuan Stone for the time being, thus he wanted to barter. Precisely because of this, the desolate beast corpses that were in high demand and easy to sell in the past were now so hard to sell. More than 10 days had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but only 1 desolate beast corpse was sold. "Oh? You sold that beast corpse, what did you get for it?" Fang Yuan asked with interest. "I sold an entire chestnut yak for a pair of desolate beast bat wings, as well as an investigative killer move called 100 Li Eye." Little Hu Immortal answered. The price of mortal killer moves in Jewel Yellow Skies normally did not exceed 6 Immortal Yuan Stone. There were detailed differences. Mortal killer moves that sold half an Immortal Yuan Stone were all at the bottom, but it was better than nothing. Mortal killer moves that sold 1 to 2 Immortal Yuan Stones were ordinary, but if used properly they could be of some help to the Gu Immortal. For example, the Spiral Star Drill Spear that Fang Yuan had seen before but did not buy was worth 1 Immortal Yuan Stone. There was also Spring Star Rain. Star Lord Wanxiang sold it for 1/2 Immortal Yuan Stone. And the Poison Breath technique that Fairy Li Shan gave to Fang Yuan could be sold for 2 Immortal Yuan Stone. Fang Yuan's previous defensive killer move Hair Armor was worth 2 Immortal Yuan Stone, It was at the peak of ordinary killer moves. There was also Tai by Yunqing's defensive killer move 9 Cloud Ring. It could absorb a certain amount of the opponent's attack and counterattack. It was worth 2 half-immortal Yuan stone. Mortal killer moves that sold 3 immortal Yuan stone belonged to middle tier. It was a trustworthy method. For example, Western Desert Mo Clan's Gu Immortal Plump Lady's killer move Hidden Dragon Sand Coffin was worth 3 immortal Yuan stone. Mortal killer moves that sold 4 to 5 immortal Yuan stone had outstanding power and could not be underestimated. They were powerful methods that could change the situation to a certain extent. Fang Yuan's Icy Drill Stardust, because it was mixed with Do Min Jun's Inheritance, its price was raised to 4 immortal Yuan stone. Fang Yuan's modified lion fur armor based on hair armor was worth 4.5 immortal Yuan stone. And mortal killer moves that could be sold for 6 immortal Yuan stone belonged to the peak of ordinary killer moves. They were rarely available in the market. Fang Yuan's newly created movement killer move, True Solid Bat Wings, if he had 3 pairs of bat wings, its effect would be at this level. Killer moves were one of the 4 main factors that influenced a Gu Immortal's battle strength. When Fang Yuan had Icy Drill Stardust, Hair Armor and Light Illusion Bat Wings, his battle strength had already reached upper tier rank 6. In his previous life, before Fang Yuan self-detonated, he had more than 10 mortal killer moves. Most of them were at the peak of 6 immortal Yuan stone. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 6. But with rank 7 cultivation it was different. Immortal killer moves that consumed green grape immortal essence became common methods. As for those immortal killer moves that consumed red date immortal essence, they were not used often, they were used as trump cards. Most Gu Immortals did not have immortal Gu, they were rank 6 Gu Immortals. But there were even fewer Gu Immortals that could cultivate to rank 7, they had gone through countless calamities and tribulations, their aptitude, temperament and foundation were the cream of the crop among those rank 6 Gu Immortals. If they did not have immortal Gu, it would be unjustifiable. With immortal Gu there were immortal killer moves. Immortal killer moves were also modified from the foundation of mortal killer moves. Like He Lulan, she was trying to modify her strength path killer move into an immortal killer move. Often, an immortal Gu could form different immortal killer moves depending on the other mortal Gu. Thus, many Gu Immortals had offensive killer moves even if they did not have offensive immortal Gu. For example, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self was an offensive killer move, but its core was Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was only a supplementary immortal Gu that helped Gu Immortals cultivate Soul Path. 100 Li I. Hearing little Hu Immortals reply, Fang Yuan nodded, evaluating. This mortal killer move is worth 6 immortal Yuan stone. It can allow Gu Immortals to observe the surroundings within 100 Li like looking at the lines on their palm. Not bad, I lack such an investigative killer move. Of course, I am even more satisfied with the pair of Desolate Beast Bat Wings. Saying so, he asked, did anything happen in the Blessed Land these last few days? Little Hu Immortal shook her head, reporting to Fang Yuan that everything was normal. Such peaceful days were too rare for Fang Yuan, especially after his rebirth. But Fang Yuan did not dare to slack off. Ever since his trip to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, when he saw the manifestation of the Dream Realm, he felt a sense of urgency. He could vaguely sense the change of the era. In the next few days, Fang Yuan started to deal with the newly obtained bat wings. At the same time, he arranged for the old hairy men in the Blessed Land to refine Gu. Air sac Gu that could store Guts Gu was naturally the main refinement project for the hairy men. Other than this, Fang Yuan also split up the refinement steps of group strength Gu and small family Qi Gu, teaching them to the hairy men and letting them practice it first. These 2 Gu recipes were not like others, they were ancient Gu recipes, the materials were scarce and hard to find in the current era. Thus, Fang Yuan first used other similar materials and Gu worms to raise the hairy men's proficiency. Only when Fang Yuan was satisfied with their proficiency would he start refining these 2 Gu. Fang Yuan's aim was not to raise idlers. Since the hairy men had already been purchased, he would squeeze out every bit of value from them. 3 days later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there was still no movement in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan had only processed less than half of the newly purchased bat wings. But the Star Demon bat wings were ready to be refined. Fang Yuan opened the secret room's door and entered again, standing in front of the green-haired bat wings. At this time, the green hair on the bat wings was already very dense and lush. Success or failure will be revealed now. Fang Yuan used a mortal Gu, snapping his fingers as sparks flew out. The sparks landed on the green-haired bat wings and with a soft sound, the sparks ignited the green hair, forming a green flame. The flame appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, the green hair on the bat wings that were floating in the air had already been burned, revealing a pair of black bat wings. The tiny blue scales on the bat wings were completely gone, replaced by a thick layer of ash. Fang Yuan saw this and his eyes flashed with disappointment. I failed. He let out a breath of turbid air. The weak air flow landed on the bat wings, causing them to shatter on the ground like charcoal. The earlier bat wings were too heavily injured. In order to kill the star demon bat, Shirley first destroyed the star demon bat's wings. Because of the severe damage to the wings, the star demon bat could no longer display its flying advantage, and was eventually killed by Shirley. Chapter 739. Because of his previous refinement experience, Fang Yuan was very familiar with refining the desolate beast bat wings this time. After half a month in Hu immortal blessed land, he transplanted this pair of desolate beast bat wings to his back. According to his excellent tradition, Fang Yuan still preserved the pain sensation of his bat wings. On this day Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain, testing his killer move. 100 Li Ai. With a single thought, his crimson eyes suddenly shone brightly. Looking around, all the grass and rocks within 100 li could be seen clearly, as if they were placed in front of him. Beyond 100 li, his vision became blurry, but it was still much clearer than before. When he reached 400 li, his vision reached its limit, he could only see some colors and shadows. 100 li Ai is the foundation of 1000 li Ai. The latter is an immortal killer move, but it needs the relevant immortal goo to be used. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This killer move was worth 6 immortal Yuan stones. It was very effective. But his vision could not see through concealment. Once his vision was blocked by an obstacle, he would not be able to see what was behind him. This was the weakness of 100 li Ai. Fang Yuan memorized the pros and cons. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky. He continued to activate 100 li Ai while flying around, observing the sky and the ground, experiencing a clear vision. Lion fur armor. He willed as he activated a defensive killer move. Soon his body was covered in a layer of bronze armor, a lion's head helmet. Even the wings on his back were covered in a thick layer of armor. His defense increased greatly. But following that his speed became slower. Lion fur armor and true solid bat wings are not a perfect match. Once I activate the lion fur armor, the speed of true solid bat wings will fall. If I do not use it, even though the speed is fast, I will not be able to balance my defense. Fang Yuan frowned. This problem was beyond his abilities. Being able to modify a movement killer move like lion fur armor and balancing the Dao marks of 3 paths was already the limit of transformation path master attainment level. But he still had to balance the lion fur armor. This was too difficult for Fang Yuan. If he was a transformation path grandmaster, it was still possible. However, in order to reach the level of a grandmaster, it usually required a lot of time and accumulation. This was not a few decades but 100 years. Several hundred years. Currently, Fang Yuan's highest attainment was Blood Path and Strength Path. The Blood Path Grandmaster realm was the accumulation of 200 to 300 years of Fang Yuan's 500 years of experience. It could be seen from this point. It was difficult to raise one's realm. It was difficult to accumulate. His Strength Path was also at the Grandmaster realm. Other than a small part of it being accumulated in his previous life, the majority of it was due to the reckless savage demon Venerable's infusion of true meaning from Fang Yuan. Otherwise, it would take 200 to 300 years to reach the Grandmaster realm. At Gu Immortal level, they had the strength to search for and control lifespan Gu, or other methods to extend their lifespan. Ordinary mortals had a lifespan of 100 years. But as long as Gu Immortals worked hard, they could live for hundreds of years. Even thousands of years old. The long lifespan and time made the word, accumulation, even more significant. Why couldn't Fang Yuan and He Lulan defeat immortal Monkey King Shirley? Because after Shirley became an immortal, with Combat Immortal sect behind him, he accumulated for close to 300 years. Fang Yuan and He Lulan had just ascended. How could they compare to his 300 years of accumulation? It was normal to lose. Then why did Fang Yuan and He Lulan have above-average battle strength among rank 6 Gu Immortals even though they had just become Gu Immortals? Fang Yuan relied on the support of the predecessors of 88-point Jinyang Tower, while He Lulan relied on her mother's inheritance, as well as the help of her aunt, Fairy Li Shan. In other words, they were relying on the support and accumulation of their predecessors. If I want to increase my strength rapidly, it will take a long time and the efficiency will be very low. In my previous life, I walked the blood path and spent over 200 years to comprehend more than 10 mortal killer moves and create hundreds of new blood path goo. I have to learn from this lesson. In this world, there are many capable people, geniuses and heroes are everywhere. In the long river of history, there are dazzling stars and pinnacles everywhere. If I want to stand out and advance bravely, I can only use the legacy and accumulation of predecessors to absorb their essence into my own body. As the saying goes, the sea can contain all rivers. It is great to be tolerant. By gathering the strengths of all paths, I can lead the masses and even surpass all living beings, achieving supreme achievements. Fang Yuan flew in the air, his gaze flickered as he sighed internally. When people are young, they often think of themselves as extraordinary, they feel like they are the main character of the stage. But after experiencing some things, they will understand and accept that many people are not inferior to them in terms of talent. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you in the world. A person's lifespan is limited after all, like a lone boat. And this profound principle of heaven and earth is like a vast and boundless ocean. Since ancient times, there were only 10 people who could reach the peak of heaven and earth in a certain principle. But even for them, they couldn't do everything at the peak of the sect. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had to ask Long-Hair Ancestor for help in Gu refinement. In The Legends of Renzu, it was recorded, Renzu stepped on the path of his life, his surroundings were dark and his feet were covered in dirty mud. Renzu asked Self-Gu, "Where is this?" Self-Gu replied, "This is the lowest level of ordinary abyss, the ordinary quagmire." Renzu knew about ordinary abyss, his eldest son Verdant Great Son, had once been trapped in the abyss. Renzu said excitedly, "Since this is the bottom of ordinary abyss, doesn't that mean I have already left the door of life and death? I have returned to the world? Doesn't that mean I have been reborn?" "You can say that," Self-Gu said. "But how is that possible? I have not passed Luopa Valley or Reverse Flow River." Renzu said in disbelief. Self-Gu, "Oh human, you need to know you are talking about the path that fake Gu walked on. And you have already walked on a new path. This is a completely new path that was created by you. Wherever this path leads to, it is all according to your will. I have said it before. The path is under your feet as long as you want to walk on it." Renzu realized at once, so that's it. But he was puzzled, then how did I get here? Self-Gu said, "Humans are born ordinary. Even though you are the spirit of all living beings. You do not have the claws of a tiger. Unlike grass that can absorb nutrients from the earth, there are no changes. What is so strange about you coming to the ordinary quagmire? You're not the only one. If you look carefully at the mud under your feet, you'll find many footprints." Renzu lowered his head, getting close to the ground. Only then did he see clearly, like Self-Gu had said, the ordinary quagmire was filled with all sorts of marks. There were the claws of wild beasts. There were also traces of plants taking root, traces of water flowing, and traces of stones rolling over. "Why are there so many marks?" Renzu asked curiously. Self-Gu answered, "This is ordinary abyss. All living beings will enter here for all sorts of reasons. All living beings will enter here. All living beings are ordinary. But most living beings, their entire lives are trapped in ordinary abyss. Only a small portion of living beings, through their own hard work and trekking, walk out of ordinary abyss. I do not want to be trapped here my entire life. There is nothing here, the stench is overwhelming, I want to leave too." Renzu frowned. Self-Gu laughed loudly, "If you think ordinary is an abyss, then it is an abyss. But if you think ordinary is heaven, then it is heaven. Since you do not want to stay here, then leave. Use your own 2 feet to walk out of the ordinary quagmire, and become extraordinary." Renzu took a step forward. Suddenly his body tilted. His front foot had sunk deep into the quagmire. It was not easy to walk in a quagmire, one step deeper than the other. The surface of the road looked the same, but some were more solid while others were softer. Renzu walked a few steps before his eyes brightened. He thought of a trick. He walked towards the places with the claw marks. Since there were traces left behind in these places, it meant that the soil was more solid. Thus, Renzu's walk became smoother compared to before. He was walking like he was flying. He said emotionally, "So in the ordinary quagmire, walking in the footsteps of the former is much faster than exploring alone." After testing true solid bat wings and lion fur armor, Fang Yuan descended from the sky, casually landing on a grassland slope. Unfamiliar face. Fang Yuan activated this newly obtained mortal killer move. The goo worms used to form this killer move were all purchased by Hu, Immortal Land Spirit from Jewel Yellow Skies. A small portion were refined by his own hairy men. Under the effect of the killer move, Fang Yuan retracted his bat wings, and only a pair of his 8 thick arms were left. The fangs in his mouth became much smaller, his red eyes also turned slightly red. Eventually, Fang Yuan's 6-meter-tall body also shrunk to a normal person's size. His appearance had changed greatly. But his immortal zombie body was still an immortal zombie body, it was not concealed. Even so, Fang Yuan could not help but praise, "Amazing! This is only a mortal killer move, but it caused such a huge transformation to my immortal body. As expected of thieving heaven demon venerable." Fang Yuan could imagine that if he was still immortal, he could transform into any appearance, even from male to female. It would be extremely realistic. But he had an immortal body now, his body was filled with strength path Dao marks. As a mortal killer move, it was not easy for it to transform so much. Most importantly, this transformation was not an illusion, it was a real transformation, it even involved a slight change in his aura. All in all, even if Fang Yuan stood in front of Tai Bai Yunxing right now, he would not be able to recognize this immortal zombie as his junior brother within a short period of time. "Master, you've become prettier. Oh, this letter just arrived." Right at this time, Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit appeared with a flash, holding a letter Gu and handing it to Fang Yuan. "Oh, letter sending Green Bird Gu. Spirit Affinity House finally has a reply?" Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, he took the letter Gu and entered his mind. After a while he came back to his senses, a pondering expression flashed across his face. "Feng Kim Hong actually wants me to participate in the Refinement Path convention and compete in Refinement Path? I remember that in her early years she had no interest in Refinement Path, her foundation in this aspect was like a blank piece of paper. Why is she so confident that she wants to compete in Gu Refinement with me? Could it be that she has already discovered the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Gu?" Fang Yuan's heart sank. Dream Wings Dream Path. Fang Yuan's gaze was like smoke, he thought of his previous life. Chapter 740. To think that 400 years ago today, dream realms have already appeared. Fang Yuan held the messenger Green Bird Gu in his hand, sighing internally. At once, he had no interest in experimenting with killer moves. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent was the first to start a huge war, suppressing the other 4 regions with just one continent, expanding at lightning speed. Next, the 4 regions joined forces and resisted Central Continent's attack with difficulty. The entire battle fell into a deadlock. Just as the 4 regions joined forces and attempted to counterattack Central Continent, dream realms started appearing in all 5 regions. In this world, ever since Renzu created the first batch of humans started dreaming. Every time they dreamed, they would add more territory and strength to the dream realm. After a long period of time with countless changes, countless heroes and geniuses appeared in the human race, continuously expanding the dream realm. The dream realm became larger and larger, finally reaching a qualitative change and manifesting itself. People soon discovered that even though the dream realm environment was extremely complex and dangerous, it contained huge benefits. From the dream realm, the later generations could obtain the foundation of their predecessors, allowing their cultivation attainment levels to rise rapidly. The increase in attainment level could easily take decades, centuries or even centuries. Because of the dream realm, Gu Masters' attainment levels rose rapidly, causing their strength to rise sharply. Countless experts emerged like a geyser. Before this, resources were mostly controlled by clans and sects, and it was hard to raise their attainment levels. Unless they were extremely talented, ordinary Gu Masters could not make a name for themselves. After the dream realm appeared, their attainment levels rose sharply. Standing on the shoulders of their predecessors, Gu Masters could easily recreate countless Gu worms and killer moves. On this basis, they could create new Gu worms, new Gu recipes, and new killer moves that were suitable for themselves. It was a great era of great changes. Many small forces that were disliked rose up one after another. Countless lone rogue cultivators appeared one after another. The appearance of dream realms. They attacked the established system and structure. Order was lost and the huge benefits made people go crazy. The original plan of the 4 regions joining forces to resist Central Continent was completely shelved before it could even proceed. All the forces, countless Gu Masters and Gu Immortals. They all set their sights on the dream realms. In order to fight for the dream realms that manifested in different areas, the 5 regions attacked each other, falling into complete chaos. And in order to better explore the dream realms, Countless knowledgeable people or geniuses started to research related goo worms. Soon the brand new path of Dream Path. It was quickly established and developed rapidly. The legendary rank 8 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. Immortal Yan's prophecy of 3 venerables was brought up again. He predicted that countless years later, after 3 great eras, there would be 3 venerables, 2 men and 1 woman. The first was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the second was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, the third was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As for the problem of space escape goo, it would be solved by Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had already appeared. Everyone was even more convinced that the 3 venerables' words were credible. Link the two together. Soon, a general consensus was formed. The Dream Realm was the opportunity to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable, who could occupy the entire Dream Realm. Who would be able to use the accumulations of the predecessors to become the Great Dream Immortal Venerable who surpassed all the sages in history, the King of Immortal Kings, the Venerable above Venerables. In my previous life, I was able to rise up and become a hegemon not only because of my fortuitous encounter in the Blood Path, but also because of the 5 regions' chaotic war. The various superpowers' control over the situation was greatly reduced, and they were all focused on exploring the Dreamlands. They didn't have the time to care about the general situation in the real world, which gave me the space and time to develop freely. Unfortunately, by the time I gained a foothold in the real world, the Dreamlands, this brand new territory, had already been occupied by the various forces. Although I can use Dream Path Mortal Goo to explore the Dreamlands, but I am still at the initial stage. I am far behind others. Unless I obtain a Dream Path Immortal Goo, I can only catch up later. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan worked with Song Zhong and the other Demonic Path Goo Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land and kill Feng Kim Hong. But unfortunately he did not obtain her Dream Wings Immortal Goo. Without an Immortal Goo and only some Dream Path Mortal Goo, when Fang Yuan explored the Dreamlands he was constantly suppressed by the various forces, he was unable to obtain any huge gains. Fang Yuan inherited a Blood Path inheritance in his previous life. He was constantly being hunted down and hunted down. Later, after he established Blood Wing Demon Sect, he had to spend a lot of time and energy on the sect. Because of this, he missed the golden time to explore the Dreamlands. After rebirth, he reflected on himself. This mistake in decision-making was mostly due to external forces, while a small portion was due to his decision-making error. Thus, in this life he remembered this lesson. Even though he had a foundation in Blood Path, he did not rashly cultivate Blood Path before obtaining that crucial Blood Path inheritance. Blood Path Goo Masters were hunted by everyone. Not only were they wanted by the Righteous Path, even the Demonic Path were wary of them. Only during the 5 regions' chaotic war, when order was broken, could Blood Path show itself. Others had no time to care about it and it could prosper. So the Dreamlands had already manifested over 400 years ago. All the super forces had already made contact. Thus after 300 years, when the Dreamlands manifested everywhere, these forces immediately entered the Dreamlands and occupied them. They were prepared. It was not an injustice that I lost to them in my previous life. During this period in his previous life, Fang Yuan was still a mortal, struggling at the bottom of the Goo Master hierarchy. He was bound by his memories and experiences from Earth. Only after a long time did he break the shackles of his thoughts. Sometimes, the advantage of a transmigrator was also a disadvantage. This also caused the information in his memory to deviate from what really happened. For example, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was like this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was 7-star Child Immortal Zombie. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this star constellation Immortal Zombie was the one who obtained the most benefits from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment worlds, but he was actually the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The reason why he called himself Star Constellation Immortal Zombie was likely because one of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realms manifested in his blessed land. This allowed 7-star Child to obtain some of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's accumulations. 7-star Child's matter was the truth. But if Feng Kim Hong truly comprehended the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Goo, he would have done it much earlier than in my previous life. Is this the effect of me seizing Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Fang Yuan pondered. Feng Kim Hong comprehended the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Goo. This will definitely alarm Spirit Affinity House, and Spirit Affinity House's actions will affect the other 9 great ancient sections. From the 9 great ancient sects, it will spread to the whole of Central Continent. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. This way, The progress of people's exploration of dream realms might have been greatly accelerated because of me. As Fang Yuan thought of this, he felt a sense of urgency. Dream realms were a completely new map, they were dangerous and complex, there was only one type of resource, but it was incomparably abundant. Fang Yuan would not make the same mistake in his previous life. But in this situation, dream realms have not manifested on a large scale. Manifested dream realms can be explored using Dream Path Mortal Goo. Dream realms without manifested dream realms can only be explored using Immortal Level Dream Path Immortal Goo. Regarding Immortal Level Dream Path Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan was very familiar with them. But currently, Feng Jioga and Fairy Bai Qing were still alive. While Dream Wings Immortal Goo was in the hands of a mortal like Feng Kim Hong, no one dared to target it. Dream Travel was in the hands of Northern Plains Goo Immortal Femme Fatale. She slept in Zidu Blessed Land and was the first Goo Immortal to use Dream Travel to explore dream realms. Later on, as a lone immortal, she became the third overlord of dream realms. Femme Fatale was a rank 7 Goo Immortal. Her battle strength was even greater than Hei Cheng's. The Blessed Land's defenses were impregnable. She could not target it at all. As for the other Dream Path Immortal Goo, they had not been created yet, they had yet to appear, there were no traces of them. Fang Yuan thought about it, he mobilized his primeval essence and erased the contents of the message-sending green bird Goo, filling it in again with his thoughts. He agreed to Feng Kim Huang's challenge, they would fight at the Refinement Path Convention. Feng Kim Hong has Dream Wings Immortal Goo, he is confident. My Refinement Path attainment level has also risen from Master level to Quasi-Grandmaster level. Why would I be afraid of this late-stage Goo Immortal? Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his mind. Deducing the Immortal Goo recipe for Land Spirit of Langya was an opportunity for him to make a breakthrough in his Refinement Path attainment level. The Refinement Path Convention concerns Infallible's inheritance, such a grand event. Even if Feng Kim Hong did not challenge me, I would still go and get a share of the loot. But I need to prepare my own Goo refinement materials for the Refinement Path Convention. If I want to gain something, I need to gather the materials now. Fang Yuan had the experience of participating in the Refinement Path Convention in his previous life. To get a good ranking, he needed to prepare a lot of good materials. They needed to be worth at least 500 Immortal Yuan stone. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. No matter how outstanding the Goo recipe was, it would be hard to continue without materials. Other than this, I will also participate in the auction organized by Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan. According to the latest news, this auction would include the exchange of Immortal Goo. Immortal Goo could not be bought, normally speaking they could only be exchanged. When a Goo Immortal obtained an Immortal Goo, it might not be suitable for their path. At this time they would often exchange with other Goo Immortals, exchanging for an Immortal Goo that was suitable for their path, to display outstanding results. Like how Fang Yuan had Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, this was a Water Path Immortal Goo. When used by Fang Yuan, it was much weaker than when used by Water Path Goo Immortals. This was because Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo was a Water Path Immortal Goo, while Fang Yuan was a Strength Path Goo Immortal. He had Strength Path Dao marks on him. Strength Path and Water Path interfered with each other, reducing the power of the Immortal Goo. In Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, because of the high frequency of battles, there were a lot of Goo exchanges. But it was still a long time before the 5 regions chaotic war. This Grand Northern Plains auction might be the only opportunity to exchange Immortal Goo on a large scale in the last 200 years. Fang Yuan naturally had to make use of this opportunity. Other than this, he was also very interested in the Luck Path inheritance. Chapter 741. Even though he had the Guts Goo business, it had only been a short time. Fang Yuan did not have a lot of Immortal Yuan stone. Furthermore, during this period of time, refining Goo, condensing bat wings and so on, his progress was very slow. The auction and the Refinement Path Convention, these 2 grand events were coming soon. Especially the former, it was right in front of him. Where could he get Immortal Yuan stone at this time? It could only be the Goo Immortal Blessed Lands in the hands of Land Spirit of Langya. It is a pity that my Immortal Aperture is dead. I cannot annex other blessed lands. Otherwise, the first person to buy a blessed land would be me. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Immortal apertures were small worlds, they could meet and devour each other, but there were rules. Firstly, dead apertures could not be annexed, they could only break apart and dissipate into nothingness. Secondly, immortal apertures could not be annexed by small apertures. Finally, to annex a rank 6 blessed land, one needed master attainment level, only then could they combine the two worlds into one. To annex a rank 7 blessed land, one needed grandmaster attainment level. To annex a rank 8 blessed land, one needed great grandmaster attainment level. That was to say, if Fang Yuan wanted to annex other immortal apertures, he would first need to reincarnate and turn the immortal aperture into a living land. Secondly, he could only annex the blessed lands of Blood Path, Strength Path, Refinement Path, Enslavement Path and Transformation Path Gu Immortals. Blood Path and Strength Path might be great grandmaster attainment level, but with Fang Yuan's rank 6 cultivation level, he could only annex a rank 6 blessed land. Even with such restrictions, Gu Immortals would not be lenient if they could annex them. Because the immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu Immortal's cultivation, annexing a blessed land was the best shortcut to snatch someone else's foundation and raise one's own cultivation level. As long as one was a Gu Immortal, they would know the value of a blessed land. Regarding the auction of the blessed land, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the auction. In the following days, Fang Yuan refined group strength Gu and small family Qi Gu, while using the light of wisdom Gu. He tried to modify the transformation path killer move Unfamiliar Face. At the same time, the desolate beast corpses in jewel yellow skies were still being sold. Half a month passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's only rank 7 corpse, Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar, was successfully sold. Fang Yuan obtained a wisdom path inheritance that he had been yearning for since a long time ago. Malicious Thought Gu. A few days later, Fang Yuan held a rank 5 mortal Gu in his hand. His expression was complicated. This malice Gu was personally refined by him according to the Gu recipe in the wisdom path inheritance. It was quite large. It was about the size of a wash basin and shaped like a spider, but its 8 legs were like iron needles, and the tips of its legs were extremely sharp. On the spider, covered with hard barbed hair. If not for Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, just touching this Gu with an ordinary person's flesh and blood would bleed. Fang Yuan infused his quintessence into it, and immediately evil thoughts appeared in his mind. These evil thoughts were like bubbles, but there were barbs on the surface. Fang Yuan tried to use these evil thoughts to think. Suddenly the evil thoughts collided with each other. They collided. It was also very strange. The barbs on the surface of the bubbles connected with each other. Afterwards they were either destroyed or fused into larger thoughts. Soon these evil thoughts were used up. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, showing slight joy in his gaze. It turns out that even wisdom path Gu Immortals use thoughts as their main method of deduction. As long as they use evil thoughts to think of schemes and schemes against others, their efficiency will increase by many times. An ordinary evil thought can be equivalent to several or even more than 10 happy thoughts, star thoughts and space thoughts. Fang Yuan had used delight in mountain and water immortal Gu to produce a vast amount of happy thoughts to aid in his thinking. But he had made a mistake. Although wills were formed from thoughts, their true use was not to think, but to act independently after separating from the main body. Gu Immortals created wills and entered jewel yellow skies to help sell the goods. Giant Sun Immortal left behind Giant Sun's will to guard 88-point Jinyang Tower. This was the correct use of wills. For example, thoughts were like a kitchen knife, wills were like a long blade. Thinking about problems was like cutting vegetables. A kitchen knife was the best for cutting vegetables, which chef would use a long blade to cut vegetables. Different professions were worlds apart. Wisdom path was the most mysterious path. Fang Yuan did not know this earlier. Using happy thoughts to think seemed to be effective, but there was a lot of expenditure. It was better to use happy thoughts instead. I now have the Gu recipes of malicious thought Gu and malice Gu. I can refine these 2 mortal Gu in large quantities. I have already become an immortal. I have unlimited primeval essence. I can produce a large number of evil thoughts. It is cheap but good. Using green grape immortal essence to activate delight in mountain and water immortal Gu is too expensive. In the past, Fang Yuan only had a small number of wisdom path mortal Gu. They were all bought from jewel yellow skies. Using these mortal Gu to produce thoughts, there were too few thoughts of different types. They could not support the intense expenditure of deducing immortal Gu recipes. Thus he used delight in mountain and water immortal Gu. Now that Fang Yuan had the Gu recipes of wisdom path mortal Gu, his first choice was to produce these mortal Gu in large quantities. The thoughts produced by immortal Gu were few, but when the number of mortal Gu increased, the scale of the thoughts would become very impressive. Using delight in mountain and water immortal Gu was not only expensive, it was also a waste of resources. It is a pity that this wisdom path inheritance appeared a little late. My transaction with Land Spirit of Langya's immortal goo recipe has already entered a new stage. If it appeared earlier, I would definitely be able to save a lot of green grape immortal essence. With the green grape immortal essence saved, the cost would fall sharply, and the profits would increase greatly. It would no longer be around 26 immortal essence. Fang Yuan felt a little regret as he thought of this. But there was no helping it, life was like this. It was impossible for everything to appear at the perfect time, to satisfy one's desires. But Mo Tansang had the business of Inkman City. He was also a variant human. He had many considerations. How could he be in the limelight and sell these goo immortal blessed lands? The status of variant humans was lower than orthodox humans. Variant human goo immortals were the same. If they saw variant human goo immortals capturing human goo immortals and selling them, the human goo immortals would definitely have a common enemy. That is to say, other than looking for Fang Yuan, Land Spirit of Langya had no other way. This could not be blamed on him. After all, he was a land spirit and could not leave the blessed land. Moreover, Langya blessed land was a true treasure land. Wealth could move people's hearts. The blessed land could also be annexed and reduced contact with goo immortals. This was the self-preservation move of Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya was secretly anxious, but Fang Yuan was even less anxious. In the next 2 months, Fang Yuan built another Fang Yuan stone nest in Hu immortal blessed land. He filled all the rooms in the stone nest with hairy men. These hairy men were skilled in goo refinement. They were high-quality goods in the Jewel Yellow Skies market. High-grade hairy man slaves. Although Fang Yuan could afford them, the quantity was much lower. When Fang Yuan bought these hairy men, he not only had to pay attention to the quality, he also had to consider the quantity. With the second stone nest, the production of air sac goo would rise sharply. It would also increase the production of guts goo. Fang Yuan would be able to obtain more immortal Yuan stone in each transaction. But Fang Yuan did not order all the hairy men to refine air sac goo for the time being. The second stone nest was specially used by Fang Yuan to refine malicious thought goo. Floating astronomy. But unfortunately, once this one and only immortal goo was gone, its power fell sharply. No matter how many mortal goo worms were used, it could not reach its original power. Throughout the history of goo masters, there was only one mortal killer move that could match an immortal goo in attack power. That was White Bone Chariot. This killer move was created by Proud Bone Demon Lord Shinjiao. It was a peerless genius that looked down on both past and present. Thus, when Fang Yuan sold the desolate beast corpses in Jewel Yellow Skies, one of the transactions was to exchange the desolate beast corpses for a rank 5 mortal goo like Battle Bone Wheel Goo. Battle Bone Wheel Goo was one of the mortal goo worms that formed the killer move White Bone Chariot. Fang Yuan only had one. It was obtained from Wolf King Chang Shanyin's hiding place in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan's talent could not compare to Shinjiao. Without Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, the killer move Myriad Self's power was simply not enough. For the next half a month, Fang Yuan worked hard to modify Malicious Thought Goo's recipe. Besides this, he did not give up on modifying the immortal killer move Myriad Self. During this period, he sold 2 desolate beast corpses in Jewel Yellow Skies. They were exchanged for a second pair of Bat Desolate Beast wings, as well as dozens of immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan did not want to use desolate beast corpses to exchange for immortal Yuan stones. But he only had 50 immortal Yuan stones left. Most of the money was used to purchase hairy men. Now that he was refining rank 5 Malicious Thought Goo on a large scale, he needed a huge amount of resources. Thus, he had to exchange for immortal Yuan stones to barely cover his expenses. This way, Fang Yuan only had 3 desolate beast corpses left in Jewel Yellow Skies. He also only had over 20 immortal Yuan stones left. His green grape immortal essence, because of his constant deductions, had fallen to 36 beads. But fortunately, Fang Yuan's plan to modify Malicious Thought Goo's recipe had already shown results. The brand new Malicious Thought Goo's recipe, although it did not reach his expectations, had already reduced many steps. The previous rank 5 Malicious Thought Goo needed to be refined from rank 1. Now, the current rank 5 Malicious Thought Goo only needed 2 steps. The first step was to refine it into a semi-finished product. The second step was to refine it into a finished product. Although the success rate did not increase, the steps were reduced, the consumables were reduced by a lot, and the time was also saved. According to this speed, the original 16 months will be cut by half. As long as I refine it for 8 months, I will have 2000 rank 5 Malicious Thought Goo. However, the immortal origin stones I have on hand are already very tight. At this rate, even if I have the guts goo business to support me, I will not be able to make ends meet. Chapter 744. Rather than calling Kumu Mountain a mountain, it would be more accurate to call it a gigantic tree that towered into the clouds. 23WX would name Old Earth. Old Earth would had an extremely long lifespan. This old Earth would already had over 1,000,000 years of history. From reckless savage demon venerable's era to red dust demon venerable, to Genesis Lotus immortal venerable, thieving heaven demon venerable, giant sun immortal, to spectral soul demon venerable and paradise earth immortal venerable. Even after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's death, it was still alive. When it was flourishing, the dense green leaves covered the sky and earth, and produced countless fresh fruits. On its thick branches, unique tree fields could be created. During its glorious years, it was usually occupied by the strongest goo immortals of northern plains, or by the strongest forces. But as the river of time continued to wash away the greenery, the thick tree walls started to turn mottled. The glory dissipated and the wind became silent. The old earthwood that had once caused countless great experts to fight for it, causing them to bleed and even die, finally ushered in its lonely old age. The withered and smooth tree trunks seemed to only be able to reflect the past prosperity from the shadows of the trees that shrouded an area. Right now the old earthwood's trunk had already withered to death. Only a small portion of the branches still had traces of life. From a rare treasure that everyone fought for, it had become an ancient monument that everyone admired. It was like a hunched giant, sitting on the ground obediently, waiting for the end of its lifespan. Fang Yuan came here naturally not to admire the old earthwood, but for the immortal zombie that lived on it. This immortal zombie was a woodpath goo immortal. His name was Gu Yi. If Fang Yuan wanted to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, he first needed an immortal zombie's introduction. Fang Yuan had already inquired about Northern Plains Zombie Alliance from Fairy Li Shan. The reason why he chose Gu Yi. It was not because he was special, it was purely because he was the closest to this place. As he got closer to the old earthwood, Fang Yuan purposely slowed down, but Gu Yi did not appear. He could not help but frown. This Gu Yi's vigilance was too low. Finally, when he arrived at the old earthwood, Fang Yuan shouted, "Is Old Earth City Lord here? I am Xiao Huang." His voice reverberated throughout the old earth tree, causing the withered leaves to fall one after another. From the depths of the old earth wood, a figure shot out. "Why is there someone else? Do you really think that I, Gu Yi, am a pushover?" His voice was filled with resentment and helplessness. Gu Yi appeared in front of Fang Yuan. His whole body was withered and yellow, tall and thin like an old log. The exposed skin had wood patterns. It was the body of a rotten wood immortal zombie. Gu Yi was stunned when he saw Fang Yuan, and the anger on his face dissipated. His tone was hesitant as he said, "You are?" "I am Xiao Huang." Recently he had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. "I want to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. I wonder if Old D City Lord can recommend me?" Fang Yuan bowed and went straight to the point, stating his purpose. "Ah, so you are a newbie that wants to join Zombie Alliance. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." Gu Yi's expression changed as he hurriedly returned the greeting with a smile. "I thought, forget it. Let's not talk anymore. Since we are all in the same boat, please come in. Please come in." Fang Yuan slowly flew up. Under Gu Yi's lead, they passed through countless thick branches and rotten leaves, arriving at the depths of the old earthwood's branches. There was a city here. It was a wooden city carved from the branches of the old earthwood. It had a unique style. Countless wooden houses were stacked on top of each other, tall and short. Not only were there plazas, there were also watchtowers, city walls, and all sorts of streets of various sizes. They were like meridians that extended along the branches. There were also all sorts of rattan ladders that were vertical or slanted, extending from one branch to another. Unfortunately, this wooden city was already half destroyed. Many of the houses had collapsed. The yellowish-brown rattan ladders were no longer verdant. They could not bear the weight. When the cold wind blew, some of the rattan ladders would break and fall. landing on the tree trunks and producing muffled sounds. This is Old D City. Even so, it still has its own charm. Back then, this place was a magnificent place. Many talented people gathered here. It was even the center of northern plains. Fang Yuan's gaze roamed around as he sighed. The city is already dead, there is no meaning to it. Brother Sha calls me Old D City Lord, the name is no longer true. Gu Yi smiled bitterly beside him. Honestly speaking, if not for this place producing a kind of wood path resource called withered essence, who would pay attention to this place? Fang Yuan nodded, casually agreeing, that's true. Gu Yi sighed deeply. Sigh, if I knew this place would be so dull, I would not have taken this defense mission from Zombie Alliance. But thankfully, the time limit for this mission is almost up. I can finally escape from this abyss of suffering. Brother, look at my pitiful appearance, you must learn your lesson. In the future, when you enter Zombie Alliance, don't choose to defend the old Earthwood mission. Fang Yuan had already noticed that Gu Yi was injured. Hearing him say this, his gaze landed on Gu Ye's face. One side of Gu Ye's face was swollen, it was like a pink peach was growing on his cheek, while the other side was sunken in, filled with cracks that resembled a net. Thus, his entire face looked strange, like a crooked melon. Not just that, there was a long wound on his chest. Even though the wound was shallow, it was wide and emitted purple-black poisonous gas. I would have asked even if Brother Gu did not mention it. Brother Gu, where did your injuries come from? Fang Yuan asked. Sigh, brother. You have just become an immortal zombie, you do not know the suffering of an immortal zombie. Gu Yi sighed. Just as he was about to pour out his grievances, there was a sudden rumble of thunder. The entire old Earthwood shook violently, withered leaves flew everywhere, even the rotten branches fell down like a collapsing pillar. Gu Ye's expression changed. Immediately, Fang Yuan heard someone shouting from outside, Surnamed Gu, come out, this divine lord is here to make a deal with you. Gu Ye's expression became even uglier, his eyes spewed fire as he gritted his teeth. Divine Lord Tiandu again. Boom. Another rumble of thunder. The old Earthwood shook violently again, its branches and leaves fell like a storm. In the end, one immortal Yuan stone was used to buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence. Haha, let's have a pleasant transaction. Gu Yi, next time you ask for a helper you should at least ask a living person. The two laughed loudly and left. Chapter 745. Fang Yuan looked at Divine Lord Tiandu and Shiho's disappearing figures. He retracted his gaze and looked at immortal zombie Gu Yi who was beside him with flickering eyes. His tone was hesitant as he said, Brother Gu, I wonder, how many times has this happened? Gu Ye's sorrowful expression faded slightly, he patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and consoled him, not too many times. It is just that Qin Baisheng's auction is about to be held. Some shameless people are trying to gain the qualifications to participate in this grand event. Fang Yuan did not stand up for him, but Gu Yi did not blame him. He did not have much hope in the first place. The sorrow and disappointment in his heart had nothing to do with Fang Yuan. This way, even though they had not interacted for a long time, Gu Yi was even more certain. Fang Yuan's situation was similar to his, or even worse, he was a fallen Gu immortal who had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. But this is too unsightly. Fang Yuan pretended to be indignant. This expression in Gu Ye's eyes was the reflection of his true emotions. At least there is a fig leaf. Gu Yi did not suspect him. He looked at the immortal Yuan stone in his hand with a mocking gaze. This immortal Yuan stone was the price that Shiho and Divine Lord Tiandu had to pay for the 150 kilograms of wilted essence. He waved the immortal Yuan stone in his hand. Look, even though Divine Lord Tiandu and Shiho are strong, they are wary of the Zombie Alliance behind us, they still have to give us some face. Don't tell me Zombie Alliance's face is only worth one immortal Yuan stone? Fang Yuan's tone was very pale. His tone was weak and probing. Gu Yi smiled. His smile was very bitter, it was mixed with a lot of helplessness, bitterness and sorrow. He looked at Fang Yuan, it was like he was looking at himself when he had just joined Zombie Alliance. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Brother Sha, you have also reached this step now, you also know the disadvantages of being an immortal zombie. Our immortal zombie-blessed lands are dead, we cannot manage them, we cannot produce immortal essence. To put it bluntly, he was half dead, struggling at death's door. Thus, compared to those living Gu immortals, they are more reliant on external resources. You may have heard of it long ago. Yes, there are many immortal zombies like us in Zombie Alliance. But if you want to rely on these people to back you up and protect your reputation, you have to do it. You have to pay a price too. Gu Ye's words were meaningful. But Fang Yuan pretended to be confused. Of course. To invite a rank 6 immortal zombie, he needed 2 immortal Yuan stones. This was just the starting price. The exact amount would depend on the intensity of the battle. He needed a rank 7 immortal zombie to help. It required 20 pieces of immortal Yuan stone. Similarly, this price was also the starting price. If you have enough immortal Yuan stone, you can ask the entire Zombie Alliance to support you. But if you don't have the money or don't want to pay the price, then that's all you have. As Gu Yi spoke, he raised the immortal Yuan stone in his hand slightly and deliberately shook it. Immortal zombie blessed lands were already dead. It was hard to manage and generate income. They had to rely on external resources even more. In such a situation, immortal zombies had to deliberately scheme against each other. Often they had to endure more and fight less. Only by doing so could they barely maintain their livelihood. Like Fang Yuan before, he could not produce his own green grape immortal essence. He could only use immortal Yuan stone as a substitute. The pressure was too great. When he fought with He Qing, his finances almost collapsed and he fell into a predicament again. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land. His immortal aperture's dead land was no longer so important. Zombie Alliance was not an organization with only immortal level members. It included mortal Gu Masters. It was just that these Gu Masters mostly walked the dark path, nurturing corpses, controlling corpses, and even transforming into zombies. The two walked for a while but did not see anyone. They arrived at the door of a large hall. On both sides of the hall, there were 2 tall stone statues. They were even taller and stronger than Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan looked carefully, squinting his eyes as he found that these 2 stone statues were not simple. You also found it strange? This is Yin Lu Gong's immortal killer move rock skin coffin. Inside it are not ordinary zombies, they are immortal zombies. Gu Yi said this, his tone turning gloomy. Yin Lu Gong is one of the experts of our Zombie Alliance. When the leader left Northern Plains, he appointed 3 vice city lords. He is one of them. He can control immortal zombies to fight for him. Yin Lu Gong. Fang Yuan silently engraved this name in his mind. He did not have this name in his previous life's memories. But just based on Yin Lu Gong's ability to control immortal zombies to fight, it was worth paying attention to. In my previous life when I rose up, it was already 300 to 400 years later. During this time there were many heroes, but because of various reasons, they were washed away by the river of time. Fang Yuan was vigilant, he was not careless at all. You push the door. Gu Yi suddenly moved to the side. As long as you can push this door open, you will have the qualifications to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan silently stretched out his arms and placed them on the door. With a light push, he pushed the door open a crack. Immediately, over 20 sharp, gloomy or lifeless gazes shot towards Fang Yuan through the crack. Fang Yuan purposely had a slight change in expression. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open completely. Thus, heavenly tribulations were often used to measure a Gu immortal's cultivation level. Fang Yuan was a second heavenly tribulation expert in his previous life. After a rank 6 Gu immortal passes 3 heavenly tribulations, their blessed land would expand to another level, becoming a rank 7 Gu immortal. Rank 7 Gu immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 50 years. A grand tribulation every 100 years. Qian Zhu Xian and Valley Lord Ming He were first Grand Tribulation experts. Divine Mother Ju Kong was 1 level higher than them. She had second Grand Tribulation cultivation level. As for rank 8 Gu immortals, there were no earthly calamities. But a heavenly tribulation every 10 years, a Grand Tribulation every 50 years, and a myriad tribulation every 100 years. Myriad tribulations were many times more terrifying than heavenly tribulations. Gu immortals were known as beyond redemption. The difficulty of passing tribulations was extremely high. Thus, the 9 heavens fragment became even more precious. Because the immemorial 9 heavens were a part of the Gu Master Great World. Calamities and tribulations would only descend on immortal aperture worlds like blessed lands and grotto heavens. They had never appeared in the 5 regions or the 9 heavens. After a grotto heaven devours a 9 heavens fragment, from a certain perspective, it would become a part of the Gu Master Great World. Thus, the scale and power of calamities and tribulations would be greatly reduced. The Gu Immortal would die but the Grotto Heaven would not. For example, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-star child had already become an immortal zombie, but the Grotto Heaven was still intact. If the 9 heavens fragment that was devoured was too big, the calamities and tribulations would disappear. For example, Jewel Yellow Skies was like this. There had never been any calamities or tribulations. It had become the largest trading market in the Gu Immortal world. Devouring a 9 heavens fragment has many benefits indeed. But don't forget there is a flaw in this. Even if you only devour a bit of a 9 heavens fragment, it will be tainted by the aura of the great world. Once the Grotto Heaven is devoured, it cannot be taken back into the body. Divine Mother Ju Kong reminded. Qian Zhu Xian nodded, agreeing. In short, devouring a 9 heavens fragment means the Gu Immortal will lose their freedom. They can only stay in their immortal aperture world for the rest of their lives, unable to move about outside. Such a loss can be said to be disastrous. But if there is a 9 heavens fragment in front of me, I would rather choose this fragment. That's right. Valley Lord Ming he agreed. Calamities and tribulations are too hard to pass. Sometimes I even want to become an immortal zombie. At least, there would be no calamities or tribulations in their land of death. Alright, let's get down to business. We have purposely dawdled these days. That Monkey King should have learned his lesson by now. Divine Mother Ju Kong slowly closed her eyes again. Valley Lord Ming he fell into silence. Qian Zhu Xian laughed lightly. After we save Shirley, I want to see if he can still be so arrogant? Divine Mother Ju Kong could no longer maintain her composure. Her golden robe fluttered without any wind, immortal Gu aura surged out. Open. Suddenly she opened her eyes, her gaze was extremely sharp, directly creating a hole in the void in front of her. The hole was the size of a normal person. Through this hole, the 3 Gu immortals could see the scene inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The 3 immortals did not speak. Qian Zhu Xian went in first. Next was Valley Lord Ming He and finally Divine Mother Ju Kong. But at the next moment, the 3 Gu immortals appeared in the sky again. What is going on? Qian Zhu Xian and Valley Lord Ming He showed astonished expressions. Divine Mother Ju Kong's expression turned solemn, her relaxed expression was swept away as she muttered, entering but not entering, exiting but not exiting, space rotates and replaces each other. This is the mystical ability of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven after absorbing the blue sky fragment? Yes. Shirley also mentioned this in his request for reinforcements. Valley Lord Ming he recalled. But it is not strange, how can something that can trap this monkey be simple? Qian Zhu Xian said. Divine Mother Ju Kong snorted coldly, at most it will be a little troublesome. At the same time, Northern Plains, the headquarters of Zombie Alliance's branch, Dark Flow Giant City. This place was filled with dense darkness, even if it was a clear sky, it could not shine any light in here. Fang Yuan pushed open the door and was scrutinized by over 20 gazes. He purposely showed a cowardly expression on his face before he walked into the discussion hall with a solemn expression. He bowed and said loudly, I am Sha Huang, greetings to my comrades. Comrades, this is a good word. Us Zombie Alliance members are in the same situation, we need to be in the same boat. At the center of the discussion hall, there was an immortal zombie sitting on the main seat. He smiled and said. He was a fatty, 6 meters tall, the same height as Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie, but he was 3 times fatter than Fang Yuan. His skin was bronze, his stomach was like a wine jar, large and round. Not just his stomach, his face, arms, fingers, and even his entire body had a sense of roundness. When Fang Yuan saw him, information flashed in his mind. Flesh bronze zombie body in Lu Gong. When Fang Yuan came to Zombie Alliance, he naturally inquired about some information from Fairy Li Shan. The immortal zombie Gu Yi beside him thought that Fang Yuan was a newcomer. He bowed and greeted. Gu Yi greets Lords Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang. Fang Yuan also quickly said, Greetings to Lords Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang. Saying so, he looked at Gu Yi with a gaze filled with gratitude. Gu Yi smiled at him. Yin Lu Gong sat on the main seat, on his left was Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He sat upright, he had an ugly expression, his fangs were pale and sinister. On his right was Huang Quan Wang, he was old and had a hunched back. Even though he was filled with death energy, his rank 7 aura could not be concealed. These 3 immortal zombies had genuine rank 7 cultivation level. They were stationed in Dark Flow Giant City all year round. Sha Huang, is that your real name? Dragon Commander Yi Cha spoke, his voice was like metal striking metal. Once he spoke, there was a strong killing intent that made people feel like they were in the middle of a battlefield. This was related to his experiences in the past. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was a lone cultivator. He had participated in the Imperial Court contest many times. He relied on some fortuitous encounters in Imperial Court-blessed land to accumulate and become a Gu immortal. In other words, he had rich battle experience. Nobody dared to look down on him. The moment he spoke, his words showed his strong personality. It made people feel like he was being overbearing. Of course not. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Sha Huang is the name I gave myself on the second day after I became an immortal zombie. It signifies a new beginning, but it also means that I have to forget my past glory. I had once sworn to heaven only after I regain my body and get rid of my immortal zombie status will I use my previous name. Once he said this, the immortals in the discussion hall showed complex expressions. Some were disdainful, some were sneering, some were speechless, some were lamenting, but most of them were understanding. Fang Yuan's current performance, his current state of mind, was something they had experienced before. But so many years had passed, the lofty aspirations they had back then were long gone, their hopes were almost all gone. They were still immortal zombies, there was no change to their dreams. Above the volcano, thick smoke was rumbling, almost forming a dark cloud that covered the sky. The flame cauldron has erupted. I'm sure everyone here knows about this. This is a troublesome matter. We have to deal with it and suppress it as soon as possible. The later we deal with it, the harder it will be to deal with. We have decided that if anyone can suppress the flame cauldron, they will obtain 1,000 Zombie Alliance contribution points. In Lu Gong said. The immortal zombies started to whisper to each other. Gu Yi took the initiative to introduce to Fang Yuan. The flame cauldron is an excellent place for Gu refinement. It is especially good at refining fire path Gu worms. In the history of our zombie alliance, there was once a refinement path immortal zombie who refined an immortal Gu in the flame cauldron. But in the last few hundred years, our zombie alliance has not produced another refinement path grandmaster. The flame cauldron has been left unused. It has only been used by the leader a few times. It has been in disrepair for a long time and is erupting more and more frequently. Fang Yuan nodded. Gu Yi continued, the flame cauldron is extremely hot, especially at the center. It is simply a sea of fire. In the past, when this problem arose, the fire path immortal zombie would be the one to deal with it. But this fire path immortal zombie also needs a refinement path foundation. They need to preserve or even repair the Gu formation inside the flame cauldron. Otherwise, if they forcefully suppress it and destroy the arrangement, it would be better not to suppress it. If the mission fails, not only will they not get any contribution points, they will also have to pay for it. Fang Yuan understood. They needed fire path cultivation level and refinement path attainment. In this case, there were few suitable candidates. No wonder everyone stopped talking after discussing for a while. Their gazes turned to a certain will in the hall. Yin Lu Gong broke the silence. He looked at this will and said, in the past, the leader had to suppress it personally, but he has gone to Eastern Sea these years. In our zombie alliance, there is no more suitable candidate than you, a fire virtue craftsman. Fire virtue, what do you think? This red will pondered for a while before saying, my cultivation level is still low, I can barely suppress the flame cauldron. But since everyone has this thought, I will not reject it. It is just that 1,000 contribution points is too little. Yin Lu Gong nodded. 1,000 contribution points is just the initial amount. In that case, let's raise it to 1,200 points. Are you willing to accept it? I am willing. Fire Virtue replied. Alright, let's move on to the second task. Yin Lu Gong did not waste time. He changed the topic. A Yiksha octopus has appeared in Earth Trench. It is causing trouble and is interfering with our black oil collection. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance leader wanted an immortal Gu house. He wanted to raise Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to the level of a super force. There is a problem now. Yin Lu Gong said in a low voice. That Gu immortal who sold the divine boat recipe broke the agreement. He does not want to transact with us anymore. He wants to sell the entire recipe of Red Fiend divine boat, as well as the core immortal Gu recipes, at the auction to sell for a good price. How should our zombie alliance deal with this? The immortal zombies started to whisper to each other again. Another auction. These last days I have been extorted repeatedly because of this auction. An immortal zombie was full of resentment. but it was not Gu Yi. This Gu Immortal is quite daring. He is just a lone cultivator, but he actually broke the agreement of our zombie alliance. Kill him, we must kill him, otherwise if news of this spreads, our zombie alliance will lose all face. Even though zombie alliance is weaker than a super force, we are not someone a lone cultivator can bully. The immortal zombies shouted. Most of them wanted to fight. Chapter 748. The lone cultivator who sold the complete set of Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was only rank 6 and had no background. Eventually, Zombie Alliance decided to send a rank 7 immortal zombie and 2 rank 6 immortal zombies to find and kill this person, to restore Zombie Alliance's reputation. Of course, the most important thing was to get the complete set of Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. In fact, Zombie Alliance had already obtained most of it, only a few core immortal goo recipes were left, as well as the secret to how to use goo worms together. Flame Cauldron, Earth Trench, Red Fiend Divine Boat, these 3 important matters were settled. The discussion hall's atmosphere relaxed. Yin Lu Gong pointed at the table. Next, we will discuss the other missions. His finger tapped on the table, emitting a loud sound. The image of the empty space in front of the immortal zombies changed again, turning into 4 square pillars. On each side of the thick square pillar, there were densely packed characters swimming about. Everyone, do you have any missions that you have not handed in? Yin Lu Gong asked. Everyone looked at each other, but no one stood up. Missions could be handed in at any time, they did not have to wait until the public discussion. Although Gu Yi did not want to do the mission of guarding the old earth wood, the time limit was not up yet. Handing in the mission in advance would deduct a lot of contribution points. Very well, then report the missions. Yin Lu Gong said. Once he said that, the entire discussion hall became lively. The voices became noisy. Goo recipes related to goo refinement, collecting certain materials, appraising certain goo worms, finding certain information. There were many types of them. Fang Yuan also spoke, requesting to purchase the method to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive. This action caused many people to laugh at him. Brother Sha, you have not sworn an oath, you do not have a zombie alliance token or contribution points, how can you issue a mission? Gu Yi reminded him. Is that so? Fang Yuan frowned. Don't be anxious. After the discussion ends, I will bring you to get your token. This token can also be used to record your contributions to Zombie Alliance. Also, your request is the wish of all of us immortal zombies. There is no need to specially request for it. Look at the few missions at the top. Gu Yi pointed at the constantly changing images. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze and saw a few missions at the top of the mission board. One of them had a larger font than the others. Selling the history of Zombie Alliance. Research on how to get rid of an immortal zombie and obtain a new life. Fang Yuan read it word by word. There's a price tag there. However, even the smallest achievement requires 20 contribution points to exchange for it. Gu Yi was very familiar with this information. In fact, every immortal zombie was extremely familiar with the contents of this mission. Why did so many immortal zombies join Zombie Alliance? Wasn't it to find a way to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive? Zombie Alliance's original intention seemed to be to research how to revive immortal zombies. Brother Gu, are there any immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance that revive because of these fruits? Fang Yuan asked again. According to rumors. I think so. Gu Ye's tone was also uncertain. I think so? Fang Yuan frowned. You should know that many of the research results here are worth at least 1,000 contribution points each. Only then can you exchange for them. And after you officially join the Alliance, you have to sign a contract that you cannot casually sell these research results. Gu Yi laughed bitterly and said. He saw Fang Yuan's frown deepen and said, You don't have to worry about anything, at least I can guarantee it. None of the research results here were fake or fake. I exchanged for one before, it was indeed very useful. If you can obtain these results, you will be standing on the foundation of our predecessors. You will be able to save a lot of hard work. Fang Yuan nodded. Zombie Alliance. They understood the psychology of their members very well. They used the research results as a lure to entice their members. Almost all immortal zombies would fall for it. Even if immortal zombies exchanged for many research results, as long as they were not revived, they would have to continue working for Zombie Alliance. What was even more amazing was that Zombie Alliance left a trace of hope for immortal zombies. Even if this research result is not good, maybe the next research result can help me get out of this predicament. Fang Yuan did not need to think to know that the price was set very high. requiring a large number of contribution points to exchange for most of the research results. But thankfully the inheritance in the Earth Trench was left behind by an immortal zombie great expert. Among them was a research result regarding the rebirth of immortal zombies. In my previous life, Northern Plains immortal zombies benefited from this and their battle strength rose rapidly. There was even a period of time when Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was sealed off. It was even stronger than Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan's main goal in entering Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was that inheritance. As for working hard step by step and using contribution points to exchange for the research results of Zombie Alliance's missions, Fang Yuan was not interested. After all, it took too much time and effort. After a long while, the discussion hall gradually calmed down. All the immortal zombies reported their missions and gave out their contribution points and rewards. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the image on the empty ground. Some were looking around, some were thinking with their eyes closed. Yin Lu Gong continued to host. Next, we will issue the missions. One by one, don't be noisy. First is to feed the ancient desolate beast Half Moon Qilin in Zombie Alliance. I will do it. I will accept this mission. I also want to compete for it this time. Yin Lu Gong had just finished speaking when several immortal zombies immediately spoke up, competing for this mission. Gu Yi explained to Fang Yuan in a soft voice. The Half Moon Qilin is an ancient desolate beast. It is not easy to feed. But now its pregnancy is about to end and it is about to give birth to a crescent moon Qilin. This small Qilin is a desolate beast the moment it is born. After it grows up, it will become an ancient desolate beast Half Moon Qilin. Many of our Zombie Alliance members have been targeting this advantage for a long time. They all want to get close to the crescent moon Qilin and establish a close relationship with it. Then they will pay contribution points. So that's it. Fang Yuan finally understood the reason. No wonder everyone was fighting for it. The Half Moon Qilin only needed to be raised carefully. After it matures, it would become an ancient desolate beast with battle strength on par with rank 7 Gu immortals. Even Fang Yuan's heart palpitated at this moment. But he was only moved. He had just arrived and had a secret goal. Blind competition. Attracting unnecessary hostility and attention wouldn't do him any good. Regarding the feeding of the Half Moon Qilin, everyone fought over it. Eventually, Yin Lu Gong lowered the contribution points for this mission to 300, causing others to sigh and give up. The only victor stood out. Feeding the Half Moon Qilin. This was not an easy task. Sometimes, when the Qilin threw a tantrum, ordinary rank 6 immortal zombies could not handle it, some even got injured. Most importantly, the Qilin was in extreme pain when giving birth. It would wreak havoc in the surroundings to distract them. This process was even more dangerous. Just 300 contribution points made most immortal zombies want to retreat. And even if the crescent moon Qilin was born, the immortal zombie that fed it would only establish a connection first. At most, they would be taking advantage of it. The true competition would depend on the bidding of both sides. After the feeding of the Half Moon Qilin, it was time to collect the Rui fungi. The Rui fungi are collected between Zombie Alliance and Lu tribe. Every year, when the Rui fungi mature, it is time to collect them. They are split between the two forces. But Lu tribe is powerful, they will bully us more or less. This is the difficulty of this mission. We need a strong immortal zombie to hold the fort. But we cannot be too domineering. Gu Yi explained. With Gu Yi by his side, Fang Yuan gained a lot of convenience. This mission was quite popular. It ended up in Granny Yuan's hands. This old immortal zombie not only had rank 7 cultivation, she also had a close relationship with Lu tribe. With her around, Lu tribe could not be too domineering. Next is the request from the Super Force Yao tribe. They want our Zombie Alliance to send out another immortal zombie for Yao Huang to research. To modify his healing immortal Gu. The reward for this mission is quite considerable, Yin Lu Gong said. Yin Lu Gong said. The immortal zombies all had an indescribable strange expression on their faces. Being studied by others was more or less a little damaging to one's self-esteem and a little embarrassing. But firstly, the researcher was Yao Huang, one of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains. Secondly, the reward for this mission was very generous. Everyone looked at each other, not speaking. Yin Lu Gong had expected this situation. He smiled as he looked at Fang Yuan. I wonder if you, Sha Huang, are interested in this mission? Fang Yuan shook his head, forcing a smile. Not interested. He had too many secrets, just his 2 apertures alone could not be exposed easily. Yin Lu Gong nodded, he did not try to persuade him. But his motive, other than probing Fang Yuan's character and foundation, was to instigate others. As expected, Several immortal zombies quickly said that they wanted to accept this mission. These people continued to compete, but they did not speak loudly, they were all low and expressionless. After all, it was a loss of face to be used as research material by others. Guyi came to Fang Yuan's side and whispered. Fang Yuan knew about these immortal zombies, they were all low-level immortal zombies, they did not have a good life. Thus, between dignity and benefits they chose the latter. The following missions were of all kinds, there were many of them. There was a mission to return an immortal Gu to the Super Force Yuan clan. Back then, Zombie Alliance's leader had lent an immortal Gu to Yuan clan. Before the leader went to Eastern Sea, he had instructed Zombie Alliance to return the immortal Gu. But Yuan clan had passed the deadline, they did not return the immortal Gu. Every year, Zombie Alliance would send members to ask for the immortal Gu, but they failed every time. Not only did Yuan clan find excuses to evade, they were even beaten up and chased away. Initially, no immortal zombies accepted this mission. Yin Lu Gong could only raise the contribution points before he gave it out. There were also missions to purchase glass soil, drill soil, capture beast groups and collect souls. The final mission was related to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Fairy Li Shan had gone around to purchase souls to produce Guts Gu. She had also found Zombie Alliance. The most popular mission was to go deep into earth trenches and collect black oil. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. By sprinkling black oil on the dead aperture blessed land, it could slow down the destruction of the blessed land. In the outside world, to other Gu immortals, it was an extremely useful Gu refinement material, it had a huge market. Earth Trenches black oil was Zombie Alliance's main business. This status was similar to the Guts Gu business to Fang Yuan. But the scale of the black oil trade was much larger than the Guts Gu trade. Every time immortal zombies went deep into Earth Trenches to purchase black oil, they would keep a portion for themselves other than the portion they had to hand over. This mission's rewards were publicly recognized as the best among immortal zombies. Thus almost everyone fought for it. Fang Yuan also wanted to fight for it. If he could use this to enter Earth Trenches and secretly obtain that inheritance, it would be great. But it was a pity that he had just arrived, he did not have a Zombie Alliance token, it was not wise or realistic to fight for it blindly. Moreover, this mission had a time limit. Right now, Fang Yuan was busy with the auction and the Refinement Path Convention, he did not have time to deal with this mission. Eventually, this mission was taken by 3 immortal zombies. In order to get the only 3 spots for this mission, these 3 victors not only did not get any contribution points, they even had to hand over hundreds of contribution points to Zombie Alliance. Guyi wanted to say goodbye and suggested that Fang Yuan take a stroll around Dark Flow Giant City. Now that he had the token, he could walk around Dark Flow Giant City freely. However, Fang Yuan did not want to let him go. He dragged him around and chatted with him, trying to get some information from him. Fang Yuan asked about the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She was a female immortal zombie. Known as Blazing Heaven Demoness, she had rank 8 cultivation level. His actions were rude and unreasonable and he was arrogant. Her battle strength was especially outstanding. Fang Yuan asked how outstanding it was. Guyi only said one sentence, but Fang Yuan understood. Her lifespan has not reached its end, she turned into an immortal zombie on purpose to break through. Most immortal zombies were Gu immortals who had reached the end of their lifespan and were forced to prolong their lifespan. Of course, there was one point to note, Gu immortals could not only prolong their lifespan by turning into an immortal zombie, there were many other methods. For example, Wood Path Gu immortals could turn into Tree Man. But these methods usually had limitations. For example, Strength Path Gu immortals and Fire Path Gu immortals could not turn into Tree Man. Turning into an immortal zombie was the most common method. Gu immortals of all paths could use it. This Blazing Heaven Demoness was not forced to turn into an immortal zombie, she did it on purpose. It was to break through and increase her battle strength. Think about it. To what extent did her battle strength have to rise? To what extent did she have to break through for Blazing Heaven Demoness to make such a choice, turning into an immortal zombie? Clearly, this breakthrough would be extremely high and move people. There are rumors in Zombie Alliance that the leader already has a revival method. During the conversation, Guyi lowered his voice and carefully told Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. This rumor was not groundless, since she turned into an immortal zombie she might really have a way to revive. Fang Yuan dug out a lot of good information from Guyi's mouth. Combined with what Fairy Li Shan had given him and what he had seen, Fang Yuan quickly drew the outline of Zombie Alliance in his mind. Gu Yi still had the mission to protect the old Earth Wood, so he bid farewell to Fang Yuan in Dark Flow Giant City. Fang Yuan also left. Before leaving, he looked into the distance, looking at the huge ravine guarding Dark Flow Giant City. The ravine was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast, silently opening in the darkness. This was the entrance to the Earth Trench. It was strictly guarded by Zombie Alliance. Yin Lu Gong Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Huang Quan Weng, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, took turns guarding it. Fang Yuan activated 100 Li Eye at this moment and could see clearly. Chapter 750. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Fairy Li Shan smiled as she received the immortal goo. After inspecting it, she placed the immortal goo in her immortal aperture. This matter is done, let's split up and meet again in half a month. Half a month later, it was the agreed date for the auction. The location was Qin Baisheng's Baisheng Blessed Land. It was still situated in the Crimson Reed Marsh. The 2 immortals separated on the spot, each choosing a direction and flying away. Not to mention Fairy Li Shan's free time, she used moving perspective cups goo to contact Fang Yuan. After Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baisheng left, in Feng Xian Grotto Heaven, another person appeared in the guest hall. This person was wearing a red and white robe. He stood tall like a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long, his eyes were shining with divine light. Under his gentle appearance was extraordinary confidence, like a fierce dragon crossing the river. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked casual and elegant, but he didn't lose his domineering spirit. He had his hands behind his back, facing the rank 8 prince's impatience. There was no pressure on his face or in his heart, it was as if they were equals. But from his unconcealed aura, he was only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Even Qin Baisheng had to bow and scrape to Prince's impatience. Prince's impatience looked at this person, his tone and attitude changed. He was no longer arrogant like when facing Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baisheng, he was actually calm and equal. This rank 8 Gu immortal spoke. Feng Jioga, have you really decided to represent me in this auction? The red and white robed rank 7 Gu immortal smiled. That is correct. Prince's impatience frowned. You became an immortal in Central Continent. The heaven and earth chi in your immortal aperture world comes from Central Continent. It is slightly different from Northern Plains. The auction will be a grand event. Northern Plains Gu immortal experts will gather. There will even be rank 8 Gu immortals present. If you are discovered by them, you will be in trouble. You know, Northern Plains Gu immortals are holding back their anger. They want to find the culprit behind Imperial Court Blessed Land. Especially when Dongfang Naganori deduced before his death that the culprit behind the Imperial Court Blessed Land case was not from Northern Plains. Instead, it came from the outside. If your identity as a Central Continent Gu immortal is exposed at this crucial moment, the consequences would be disastrous. When Prince's impatience said this, he did not avoid the 2 Gu immortal attendants in the hall. The 2 female Gu immortals, including Swordmaster Yuan, heard this but their expressions did not change. Feng Jioga laughed. Don't worry, Crown Prince. Please watch my methods. As he spoke, a light flashed on his body, and his appearance changed drastically. Prince's impatience gasped in surprise. Swordmaster Yuan, who had been cold and aloof, opened her eyes wide. The other female Gu immortal was Lu Yao. She opened her small mouth and looked at the female companion beside her. Then she looked at Feng Jioga, who was not far away. It turned out that Feng Jioga's transformation was exactly the same as Swordmaster Yuan's. It was so lifelike that it was as if they were carved from the same mold. What kind of trick is this? Prince's impatience smiled and exclaimed, not only does it look flawless on the surface, but it also has many tricks. The Dao marks are also disguised. It looks like they are sword path Dao marks. The aura is also exactly the same as Northern Plains Gu immortals. This is vaguely familiar face. Feng Jioga answered. So it is, no wonder, no wonder. Prince's impatience came to a realization. Shortly after, he sighed, only thieving heaven demon venerable's method can be so profound and amazing. Feng Jioga nodded, unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, familiar face. But Spirit Affinity House was in charge of the destruction of 88 Point Jinyang Tower, and in order to complete this plan, they did not hesitate to arrange for Prince's Impatience to be sent to northern plains. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Prince's Impatience might have secretly contributed a lot to the destruction of 88-point Xinyang Tower for Central Continent's Gu immortals. They provided a lot of help and contributions. But in Fang Yuan's current life, Prince's Impatience had yet to show its usefulness, and the original plan was already ruined. As the main culprit of this case, immortal zombie Fang Yuan had already arrived at Langya Blessed Land. He borrowed Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Of course he did not borrow Immortal Gu for free. Fang Yuan paid Fairy Li Shan 3 Immortal Yuan stones for this. 3 was already an extremely favorable friendship price. If it were someone else, even if it were 10 Immortal Yuan stones, Fairy Li Shan would not casually borrow it. Borrowing Immortal Gu was also risky. There was an example right now. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demonis, had lent Yuan tribe an Immortal Gu. When Blazing Heaven Demonis left Eastern Sea, Yuan tribe had been keeping this Immortal Gu. Zombie Alliance would ask for it once a year, but they could not return it. After using Mountain Pledge Gu to form an agreement with the Land Spirit of Langya, the Land Spirit of Langya roared as more than 10 coffins emerged from the cloud soil. These coffins were filled with immortal chi, they were pure white like clouds, the surface of the coffins was filled with life and death, they were condensed from some immortal killer move. When the coffins were opened, the sleeping Gu immortals were revealed. In every coffin there was a Gu immortal captive. There were a total of 13 coffins, 13 Gu immortals. Even though Fang Yuan was mentally prepared, he was shocked at this number. There are actually so many captives? Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open. His expression was a little exaggerated. The Land Spirit of Langya laughed smugly. He liked to see Fang Yuan's shocked expression the most. He shook his head. Who do you think I am? Don't even think about it. These Gu immortals are truly suicidal. They actually dared to invade my blessed land. Selling them off is what they deserve. Fang Yuan took a deep look at the Land Spirit of Langya. In Langya Blessed Land there seemed to be 12 desolate beasts at most. Resisting the attacks of 3 mysterious forces, the desolate beasts formation was rather thin. But Langya Blessed Land's true method was likely the Land Spirit's treasured Immortal Gu. I have a premonition that the number of Immortal Gu in this Langya Blessed Land is definitely more than what I have now. Moreover, it seems that one of the Immortal Gu or one of the Land Spirit's immortal killer moves has the miraculous effect of capturing Gu immortals alive. Fang Yuan thought. Such a number of captives was clearly not normal. Most of the invading Gu immortals had already been captured, only a small portion had died in battle. Fang Yuan opened the coffins one by one to inspect them. He saw some familiar faces like Hua Hai's 3 immortals, Loner Hongyu and Gue Wang. As for the other unfamiliar faces, he learned from the Land Spirit of Langya that there were Metal Path Gu Immortal Tai Jiazi, Enslavement Path Gu Immortal Shui Xiong, Wood Path Gu Immortal Mu Diansong, the famous carefree 4 sages of Northern Plains lone cultivators, and a rank 7 Gu Immortal Wu Hao known as Rushing Thunder Hand. His battle strength was at rank 7 middle tier. Fang Yuan's horizons were broadened, be it his previous life or this life. This was the first time he had seen so many captives, such a heavyweight lineup. It was like Gu immortals had become worthless cabbages, placed on a street stall. The joy in Fang Yuan's heart gradually faded, worry and graveness appeared on his face. To be able to gather such a lineup and attack Langya Blessed Land again and again, this mysterious force hiding behind the scenes made Fang Yuan's heart shudder. If I sell this, I'm afraid I will immediately become a thorn in that mysterious force's side, a thorn in their flesh. Fang Yuan touched the coffins, sighing deeply. But with such great benefits in front of him, no matter how strong the mysterious force was, Fang Yuan decided to do this. He had never been a person who was afraid of trouble and did not dare to take risks. He was a demonic path person. He had an adventurous nature. If he did not choose to take the risk, that meant the benefits of taking the risk were not enough to move him. Fang Yuan asked the Land Spirit of Langya. You interrogated them and used many methods, did you not gain anything? The Land Spirit of Langya shrugged. Nothing. These Gu immortals were gathered here because of various reasons. There were indeed 3 crucial people in charge of connecting them, organizing the attack and providing information about Langya Blessed Land. But these 3 Gu immortals have already died in battle. Even if I purposely held back, I could not stop their deaths. After they died, the situation was somewhat strange. Their souls were completely destroyed. I could not even find a fragment of their soul. At the end, the Land Spirit of Langya gradually frowned. This was no doubt good news to Fang Yuan. He could participate in the auction without worrying too much about Central Continent. Fang Yuan paid more attention to Combat Immortal Sect. From some insignificant news from Combat Immortal Sect, Fang Yuan sensed something unusual. These news could deceive the other 9 great ancient sects for some time, but to Fang Yuan, who was familiar with the inside information, he could see it clearly. It seems that Combat Immortal Sect has indeed secretly mobilized Gu Immortals to attack Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan thought. He still did not know that ever since he left, Immortal Monkey King Shirley had been trapped in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Combat Immortal Sect sent 3 Gu Immortals as reinforcements, but when they entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they met with a slight obstruction. This way the Dream Realm in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is exposed to Combat Immortal Sect. This concerns Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm, and also Great Dream Immortal Venerable's Prophecy. Combat Immortal Sect will definitely secretly attack this Grotto Heaven. I need to hurry, the advantage of my rebirth is shrinking bit by bit. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Ever since he became familiar with all the forces in Central Continent because of the Guts Gu transaction, it was much easier to gather information. But this information was only general, it could not be considered important secrets. It could not compare to the Northern Plains information obtained from Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan did not pay much attention to this. Many Gu Immortals placed great importance on the collection of information. They invested large amounts of funds every year to obtain crucial information and maintain the channels to obtain information. But Fang Yuan did not need this. He saved a lot of expenses because of this. Because he had the advantage of rebirth, the information in his previous life's memories was countless times more important and detailed than the information these Gu Immortals obtained after paying a huge price. After confirming the situation of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's surroundings, Fang Yuan relaxed. He looked at Tai Bai Yunxing's letter, and then paid attention to He Lolan's situation. Tai Bai Yunxing was currently exploring Yulu Blessed Land with Shark Demon and the rest. Landscape as before Immortal Gu had completely repaired Yulu Blessed Land's entrance. Tai Bai Yunxing gained a lot of goodwill and successfully joined the exploration team. As for He Lulan, she was undergoing tribulation recently. Gu Immortals would face calamities and tribulations every set period of time. Rank 6 Gu Immortals would face an earthly calamity every 10 years. 10 years was not the time of the 5 regions, but the specific time of each Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. Because every immortal aperture had a different tributary of the river of time, the time flow rate was also different compared to the outside world. He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique's immortal ascension and became a super-grade blessed land. Her time flow rate was extremely high, even higher than the time path Gu Immortal Tai by Yunxing. It was 1:38. That was to say, 1 year in the 5 regions' time was 38 years in He Lulan's blessed land. She had to go through 3 earthly calamities, and there were only 2 years left until the 4th. More than half a year had passed since Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed in the 5 regions' time. He Lulan's blessed land had already gone through 2 earthly calamities, and was going through the 3rd one now. Each tribulation was a difficult one. But He Lulan had Fairy Li Shan's help, and also had several immortal Gu. If she encountered any problems she would ask Fang Yuan for help. There was no news from her side now, that meant she was fine. After confirming the situation of the people around him, Fang Yuan no longer had any worries. He went back to his plan. He calculated there was less than half a month left until the auction. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, because the time flow was 5 times faster, it was slightly less than 2.5 months. The Guts Gu business still had to continue. At the same time, Fang Yuan planned to use the light of wisdom to test the inspiration that he had earlier. Time passed quickly. 2 months passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time. Fang Yuan came out of the underground cave with a satisfied expression. He had made great gains in this deduction using the light of wisdom. He successfully fused poison breath and the contents of concealing evil heart, forming a brand new incomplete immortal move. Fang Yuan named it poison breath. With the immortal Gu woman's heart as the core, it was naturally named Immortal Path. But the killer move was not complete. Every time it was activated, a large amount of poison gas would remain in the body, causing the aftereffects of the poison. Thus, it could only be considered an incomplete move. With my immortal zombie body I can use poison breath 3 times in a row. After 3 times the poison gas in my body will poison my soul to death. These 2 killer moves are the manifestation of wisdom path and poison path attainment. They are a firm foundation. and the formless inspiration brought by the light of wisdom allows me to make full use of this foundation, to blossom. Fang Yuan had already used the light of wisdom many times. Chapter 752. A few days later, Tai by Yunxing returned to Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan met him and saw the joy in his eyes. He said, "Old Bai, it seems that your trip to Eastern Sea this time was a joyous one." Tai by Yunxing laughed heartily. "Junior brother's eyes are sharp, that is indeed the case. Why don't you guess what I gained this time?" Fang Yuan was curious. Fairy Yulu is a servant girl of paradise earth immortal venerable. She cultivates earth path and water path. She is proficient in defense and healing. I know about the lineup you used to attack the blessed land. You actually succeeded in one attempt and directly took down Yulu blessed land? The truth was, Fang Yuan did not think much of Tai by Yunxing's trip. Tai by Yunxing's expression froze. He sighed. "So junior brother did not think much of me. You were right after all. This time, we attacked the blessed land for 7 days and 7 nights, but we were defeated by the land spirit and suffered huge losses. A Gu immortal almost died but was saved by my man as before immortal Gu." Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew the value of man as before immortal Gu. Once Tai by Yunxing exposed this Gu, his value would definitely soar in the eyes of others. As expected, Tai by Yunxing continued, "After my man as before immortal Gu was known, I received many compliments. Next, I received Shark Demon's warm invitation. He invited me to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance as a guest. How could I dare to go to someone else's headquarters alone? I rejected him politely. In the end, Shark Demon and the other 2 immortal zombies hosted me in Haishur Blessed Land, and during the banquet I learned of an important piece of news." Saying so, Tai by Yunxing paused for a moment. He looked at Fang Yuan with a bright gaze. Fang Yuan laughed internally. He followed along and asked, What important news is it? Is it worth it for you to keep me in suspense?" Tai by Yunxing's expression turned solemn. He said excitedly, "It's a method that can allow junior brother to be reborn and leave your immortal zombie body." Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and had not made any progress. Who would have thought that Tai by Yunxing would gain something before Fang Yuan did? "What is it?" Fang Yuan asked. Tai by Yunxing said, "Shark Demon has a dual cultivation companion. His name was Su Baiman, also an immortal zombie. In his early years, Su Baiman had a fortuitous encounter and defeated a strong enemy, obtaining a time path immortal Gu called Time Anchor. This Gu could move in the river of time. Make a mark. It is useless on its own, but if used with other time path immortal Gu, it will have an extremely good effect." When Fang Yuan heard this, he immediately understood what Tai by Yunxing meant. His eyes lit up, but he immediately calmed down. "Old Bai, I'm not sure." "Old Bai, I understand what you mean. I have long heard of Time Anchor Immortal Gu. If used with your landscape as before, it can allow mountains and rivers to return to a certain time in the past. If used with your man as before, in theory, it can also restore the target to a certain state in the past. But the prerequisite for all this is that Time Anchor Immortal Gu has to leave a mark." "That's right. My man as before Immortal Gu can only restore the time to an instant ago. But if used with Time Anchor Immortal Gu, it can break through the time limit. Junior brother, you might be able to use this method to get rid of your immortal zombie body," Tai by Yunxing said excitedly. Tai by Yunxing's words were not false. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. They had a single function. Each was different. Immortal Gu were unique. Although they were powerful, they had their own limitations. Man was the spirit of all living beings. They were most skilled in wisdom and creation. Legend has it that it can go against the river of time and return to the past. Unfortunately, it has never been proven. Tai by Yunxing had no suspicions. Spring-autumn cicada is not reliable. I mention spring-autumn cicada only as an example. Shark Demon wanted to say that although they missed the opportunity to use Time Anchor Immortal Gu, if they had an immortal Gu like spring-autumn cicada, they could bring the Gu immortal to the river of time. At that time they could use Time Anchor Immortal Gu to set down the coordinates upstream, and then use man as before Immortal Gu to return. I think this method has a chance of success." Fang Yuan closed his eyes, falling into deep thought, and did not speak. Tai by Yunxing did not know that this Fang Yuan in front of him was the current owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Be it Shark Demon or Tai by Yunxing, they did not know much about Spring-Autumn Cicada. it was only rumors. Fang Yuan thought, if I could use Spring-Autumn Cicada directly, I would have done so long ago. Why would I need to use Time Anchor Immortal Goo at that time? But this method in theory is indeed feasible. Fang Yuan had reached an agreement with Wisdom Goo. To a certain extent he had grasped Wisdom Goo. He was able to quickly rise up from the immortal zombie quagmire, advancing valiantly in half a year, and changing his situation. Most of the credit was due to Wisdom Goo. If Fang Yuan wanted to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie problem, he would have used it long ago. Not to mention the failure rate of using Spring-Autumn Cicada. In his trip to Northern Plains, Fang Yuan's strength was too weak. Even if he revived, there would be too many variables. Fang Yuan did not even have half a chance of obtaining greater benefits. Reaching an agreement with Wisdom Goo was a perfect time, place and people. The circumstances at that time were too special. The rank 9 Wisdom Goo was Fang Yuan's greatest gain from this trip. Without Wisdom Goo there would be no greater benefits. However, other than Spring-Autumn Cicada, there are other Time Path Immortal Goo. For example, viewing past Immortal Goo and Visual Memory Immortal Goo can allow the Goo Immortal to observe the past from the present. But there is a difference between the two. Using Viewing Past, one can see the flourishing scenes of the past from the old earth wood. Using Visual Memory Immortal Goo, one can observe one's past experiences. The fusion of these two Immortal Goo can form the rank 8 Immortal Goo Extreme Forward, which can extract the Goo Immortal's will and observe the river of time, observing everything that happened in the past. Fang Yuan deduced in his mind, if I have the Time Path Investigative Immortal Goo Extreme Forward, I can use it with Time Anchor Immortal Goo to form a Time Path Immortal Killer move that can observe the past from the present. After that, I can use Man as Before Immortal Goo to restore my body and revive without losing Wisdom Goo. Of course, Extreme Forward Immortal Goo is only an example. Maybe there are other Time Path Immortal Goo that are more suitable to be used with Time Anchor. Fang Yuan thought for a long time before opening his eyes. "Oh, bye, thank you." He thanked sincerely. Although this method has great prospects, it will expend a lot of energy, resources and time. It is a project that will last for 100 years. But it is still a hope. "We are one family, there is no need to thank me." "What's there to thank?" Tai Bai Yun Xing immediately said. However, towards Fang Yuan's words, old Tai Bai had some understanding. He sighed and continued, "That is right, at least there is hope. Although it will take a long time, during this period, Junior Brother can use Zombie Alliance's black oil to delay the Blessed Land's collapse. Although it is hard to get the black oil with my cooperation with Shark Demon, it is very convenient." Fang Yuan smiled. "While you were away, I had already used the identity of Xiao Huang to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. So Junior Brother had a plan." Fang Yuan continued, "I am going to participate in Northern Plains auction, come along. This is the Mortal Killer move Unfamiliar Face, created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. There are also a few Cloud Path killer moves for you to take a look. Don't you cultivate Cloud Path as well?" Tai Bai Yun Sheng received these killer moves. He could not help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. While I was thinking about Junior Brother was also thinking about me. Fang Yuan showed him the Goo Immortal captives and told him about the transaction with Land Spirit of Langya. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was incredibly shocked. Then he said with mixed joy and worry, "Looks like the auction this time will be a good show. I will go with you. It is best if He Lulan and Fairy Lishan come as well." "They will definitely go. Although we exposed our alliance relationship to He Qing, it is not good to travel with them now," Fang Yuan said. Chapter 753. The green peak pierced through the clouds. At the peak, there was a lake that was quiet like a mirror, reflecting the white clouds in the sky. This was true martial blessed land, the foundation of Northern Plains Yuan clan. The surname Yuan was not rare, it was very common. It existed in southern border, eastern sea, western desert, and other regions. But in Northern Plains, the surname Yuan was even more important. It represented a super force, it was supreme authority. In the sky above the lake, a white-robed old man waved his spear. His aura was grand and majestic. He created waves of clouds and wind. The old man had white hair, he was hale and hearty, his movements were as fast as lightning at times, and as still as a rock at other times. The spear in his hand stretched out like a swimming dragon, it was full of spirituality. But no matter how much commotion he caused, the lake at the peak of the green peak did not have any ripples, it was as calm as a mirror. The lake was full of life, the water plants swayed without any ripples. A large group of carps stared at the white-robed old man's spear through the water. They opened and closed their mouths, they started to speak. "Old Yuan, your dance is quite good, it is quite nice. This spear move is quite good, it has the shadow of spear Taoist from back then. This spear move is too much, it is a bit biased." Hearing the carps say this, the white-robed old man stopped his movements, he landed beside the lake. The spear in his hand shined with white light, turning into a goo that entered his sleeves. Next, he bowed towards the carps in the lake, asking humbly, "May I ask why the sweep earlier was biased? You used too much strength. Too forceful, it lost its charm. The old man is too old. His internal heat is too strong, he should eat some water plants to cool it down." The carps started to talk, commenting freely. These carps were extraordinary. Their skin was white as snow, their scales were black as ink. Black and white were distinct, there were no other colors. People called them true martial carps, they were spiritual creatures of heaven and earth. Each was a mutated beast king. The white-robed old man thought about it, he raised his finger. Using his arm as a spear, he tested it. "Can this work?" "No. Wrong. Old man. You are so stupid." The carps started to criticize the old man. At this time Yuan clan Gu immortal Yuan Chi rushed over, hearing the true martial carp's criticism. However, he was already used to it. He bowed to the white-robed old man. He said respectfully, "Greetings, First Supreme Elder." The white-robed old man was Yuan clan's first Supreme Elder. He had rank 7 cultivation level and peak battle strength. When he saw who it was, he frowned in displeasure. "Junior Yuan Chi, why are you here? Didn't this old man tell you not to disturb me when I'm practicing martial arts in peace? Milord, you took care of me earlier. Let me remind you not to miss the auction." Yuan Chi's greeting was even more respectful. "There was such a thing. I almost forgot. Does this mean that the auction is approaching?" The Yuan family's grand elder slapped his forehead. Yuan Chi smiled bitterly. "Sir, today is the day of the auction." "Ah? Time passed so quickly. Brat, you reminded me well. When I return I will give you a reward. Let's go this way." Saying so, Yuan clan's first elder waved his sleeves as an immortal goo flew out of the mirror lake. This goo was called human language, it could turn the words of wild beasts into human language. Once human language immortal goo left, the discussions of the true martial carp group stopped. Only the sound of their mouths opening and closing could be heard. Yuan clan's first elder stored human language immortal goo and flew into the sky, turning into light. The carp group coiled around each other. After some discussion they got bored and swam away. Chapter 755. Brother Qin, you go do what you need to do. We can choose our own rooms. The free scholar waved at Qin Baisheng. His words and tone showed that he had a good relationship with Qin Baisheng. Then, the free scholar walked leisurely and entered a single room with Fairy Hong Xiu. After him, more Gu immortals entered. Some chose single rooms while most chose the main hall. As for those who chose a secret room, there was another secret passage that led directly to their respective secret rooms. But it could not be seen in the hall. Although Qin Baisheng is a rogue cultivator, he is strong and humble. He travels a lot and is friends with many strong cultivators. Tai Bai Yunxing sent a secret message from the 11th chamber. This was his first time meeting Qin Baisheng and he had a very high opinion of him. Fang Yuan analyzed as he looked at the scene in the hall. It's not just Qin Baisheng's work. Earlier, when 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, Northern Plains Gu immortals had obtained many immortal Gu. They needed to exchange for them and satisfy their own requirements. It was also because of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Adding on the destruction of Imperial Court blessed land, the situation in Northern Plains had changed drastically, all the forces needed to set new rules. It was precisely because of the right timing, location, and people that this auction was so grand. Qin Baisheng and Fairy Lishan were able to invite a rank 8 Gu immortal not just because of them. As time passed, more and more Gu immortals entered. In the hall, the Gu immortals were conversing intensely, creating a huge commotion. Although Gu immortals were strong and had unlimited primeval essence, suppressing mortals, they were busy managing their immortal apertures and had to make preparations to deal with calamities and tribulations. They had limited time. Furthermore, the world was vast and Gu immortals were rare. It was a rare opportunity for them to communicate with each other. Especially an opportunity like this where so many Gu immortals could gather, it was extremely rare. Gu immortals needed to socialize. They placed great importance on their network. Immortal Gu were unique. Many times, Gu immortals needed to borrow other people's immortal Gu to solve their own problems. Also, this world's commerce wasn't very developed. Rare and precious resources were difficult to purchase with immortal Yuan stone. Most of the time, rare resources could only be exchanged. This auction gathered almost all the Gu immortals in northern plains. Such an opportunity to communicate was extremely rare. Thus, in the hall, the Gu immortals were talking non-stop. They exchanged information. There were even 2 or 3 pairs of enemies that had been mediated and temporarily resolved. Gu immortals were few in number. The circle was only so big. They were either acquaintances or enemies. Even if they were strangers, they would often be brought out from the complicated network of relationships with each other. Not long after the free scholar, an old man holding a walking stick slowly entered the auction house. Seeing this, Qin Baisheng's expression shook, and he hurriedly took a few steps forward. Stepping forward, Qin Baisheng greeted. Qin Baisheng greets Lord Medicine Sovereign. Yao Huang, one of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals of northern plains. The hall went silent. Many Gu immortals could not sit still anymore. They stood up. Greetings rang out incessantly. Lord Medicine Sovereign, you are my benefactor. Please accept my bow. If it wasn't for Lord Medicine Sovereign, I would still be injured. Lord Medicine Sovereign, do you still remember me? I'm Little Four, the one who helped you find the bean sprout worm. Even the Gu immortals who went into the single rooms earlier came out. He bowed to the Medicine Sovereign. Hello, everyone is well. Everything is fine. While he was thinking, another 2 Gu immortals took out Transformation Path Immortal Gu and competed. Among them was Gu immortal Xiong Yuan, who had shouted in the auction hall earlier and wanted to tear He Lang Zi to pieces. A total of 5 Gu immortals were competing for 1 immortal Gu. Both sides continued to compete. They added immortal Yuan stones or rare resources, or added lost Gu recipes or gave large beast groups. Eventually, He Lang Zi chose the first secret room's bid. He obtained glorious smoke turtle armor, immortal Gu, information about ascending heaven plane, and a large group of water wolves. Both sides made the transaction. Because the Gu immortal in the first secret room could not show himself, Qin Baisheng passed the information to him. After He Lang Zi obtained information about ascending heaven plane, he checked it on the spot, but his eyes widened as he growled in anger. The list only asked for 8,000 hornless stardust, but Swordmaster Yuan directly bid 10,000. This is clearly a counterattack to the opponent. Too rich, too rich. Is this the accumulation of a rank 8? Compared to these people, I am just like a pauper. This is not a good feeling. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal heard Feng Jioge's bid and his breathing froze. To speak the truth, he had not expected that he would provoke an even more intense and powerful counterattack. Even though there are many star pupils. But I need to remind the seller. After all, star pupils also depend on the quality. A broken star pupil and a whole star pupil have different values. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal said. Fang Yuan thought about it. The voice in the first secret room was right, it was indeed so. But the list of immortal materials that Land Spirit of Langya gave him did not mention this. The reason was that Land Spirit of Langya did not think of this. This situation would occur. In his opinion, being able to obtain star pupils was already very rare. It was good enough that he had it. Whether it was in good condition or not was secondary. You have said so much. Make a bid. You don't, I still have more. Feng Jioge smiled coldly. He continued to attack, listing 7 immortal materials, including realm sand, sun salt, plain fire and star Han wind. Even though the quantity was not as high as the list. But the variety was shocking. A Gu immortal sighed. Fairy Yuan is cold and arrogant, she is going all out. The opponent did not make a bid, but she actually raised the price again. A Gu immortal beside him analyzed in a soft voice. This is only an auction strategy. In my opinion, the mysterious Gu immortal in the first secret room has a huge background, he will not give up so easily. Feng Jioge's bid alerted the Eastern Sea Gu immortal in the first secret room. That's right, the other party can take out such a list, he probably cultivates refinement path. Gu refinement requires many materials. No matter how many of a material there is, it is useless. The other party made such a bid. It will no doubt attract more buyers, I need to change my strategy. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal thought about it before speaking again. He and Feng Jioge continued to bid, listing a large number of immortal materials. The Gu immortals in the hall were dumbfounded, they felt like they were in a dream. After several rounds, be it Feng Jioge or the Eastern Sea Gu immortal, their breathing became rough. In the secret room, Gu immortal Murong Jin Xiao, who was standing at the side, was speechless. These two lunatics. In a single room, rank 8 Gu immortal 5 elements grandmaster shook his head, sighing helplessly. He cultivated metal, wood, water, fire and earth path, he needed all 5 path Gu worms. He had wanted to bid for water path immortal Gu worldly wave trace, but looking at the situation now, he wisely gave up on competing. Fang Yuan was also surprised. If the immortal materials listed by Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea Gu immortal were added together, he would have gathered almost half of the materials on the list. Of course, Fang Yuan could only choose one of them. There would not be 2 winners in this auction. Fang Yuan was not overjoyed, his gaze flickered with uncertainty. The other party was not a fool, they were pursuing worldly wave trace immortal Gu so intensely, it meant that this immortal Gu could bring them greater benefits. I bid 5 kilograms of drunken immortal Qi. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal called out again. The auction hall buzzed, it was like a small explosion had occurred. What is drunken immortal Qi? This is also an immortal material, but it is rather rare. Even Gu immortals can get drunk from it, it can only be produced in special environments. This drunken immortal Qi is usually sold in strands. Even in jewel yellow skies, the concentrated drunken immortal Qi is sold in 2 grams. Feng Jioge was trading 2 for 1, he was bold enough and had a higher chance of winning. But if the Eastern Sea Gu immortals dealt with it well, they had a chance of winning. The auction gradually quieted down, everyone was waiting for Fang Yuan to make his decision. How did this unexpected auction end, and who did immortal Gu worldly wave trace end up in? Everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. Fang Yuan thought about it and made his decision, secretly informing Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng nodded and announced, the seller has decided to sell worldly wave trace immortal Gu to Fairy Yuan. Once he said this, everyone let out a sigh of relief and started discussing. It is reasonable that Fairy Yuan can win. It is 2 for 1 after all. If I had to choose, I would choose the ancient desolate beast. After all, 2 immortal Gu require a lot of immortal essence. This worldly wave trace immortal Gu, which lucky fellow did it belong to? It was actually sold at such a high price, exchanging 1 immortal Gu for 2 immortal Gu. That's right, if I did not see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Fairy Yuan, or rather, the prince's impatience behind her, they definitely have other motives. They are not fools. Since they can pay such a high price, they will definitely get more benefits. As long as there is demand, there will be a market. There will be profits. The greater the demand, the greater the profit. Not just them, Fang Yuan was also trying to guess the intentions of this sword master Yuan, in buying worldly wave trace immortal goo at such a high price. Prince's impatience. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal muttered this name, his expression turning slightly grim. The auction continued. Next was an Earth Path Immortal Goo. But the atmosphere had fallen drastically. Most of the Goo Immortals were still thinking about what happened earlier. Many of them were still discussing softly. Everyone finally saw what it meant to be rich and imposing. It was an eye-opener. Even though many people were suspicious, Prince's impatience was a transformation path Goo cultivator. Why would he suddenly be interested in a water path immortal Goo? But the thoughts of a rank 8 great expert were unfathomable. It was not something that outsiders could make wild guesses about. An immortal Goo of a mainstream path was quickly sold after several rounds of bidding. It gave people a feeling of dejection. Qin Baisheng was helpless about this. He could only smile bitterly to himself. After that, it was a downer. After all, Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals bidding had a domineering aura. Everyone's morale was greatly weakened. Fang Yuan sat in a secret room, playing with 2 strength path immortal Goo as he patiently watched the auction continue. The auction of immortal Goo was carried out on the spot. Those immortal materials. Fang Yuan checked them. The quantity and quality were all correct. Prince's impatience suddenly joined Spirit Affinity House, catching everyone off guard. They almost killed Ma Hongyun, who was already rank 7, causing the situation in Northern Plains to worsen. A large number of Northern Plains Goo Immortals were sacrificed, countless territories were lost. Spirit Affinity House became the #1 sect among the 10 great ancient sections. To think that Prince's impatience was a pawn of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Jioge had vaguely familiar face disguise. Fang Yuan could not find out the truth. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent Feng Jioge and the other Goo Immortals to infiltrate Northern Plains. It was an important secret mission. Several Wisdom Path Goo Immortals had worked together to conceal all traces. With Fang Yuan's intelligence-gathering ability, he naturally could not find out anything. The two leaders of Zombie Alliance were extremely furious, but they had no choice but to compete. At once, the relaxed atmosphere of the free transaction became tense again, as if they had returned to the auction stage. The huge attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was evident. I am willing to pay a Woodpath Immortal Goo in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. Soon, the representative of the Superforce Meng tribe shouted a high price. My Yuan tribe also has a Woodpath Immortal Goo. We will throw in 300 true martial carps. Yuan Rangzun also shouted. The temptation of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was too great. He was even willing to give up his beloved true martial carps as a bargaining chip. If my Zombie Alliance buys this, I In Lu Gong swear on my reputation that I will sell it again. In Lu Gong said coldly. I Yao Huang can bear witness. Next, Yao Huang's words became heavier. Humph, I have a Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. I can deduce all inheritance clues. I also have 3 large wine jars of Zoysia Spirit Liquid. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu immediately refuted. At once, shouts could be heard endlessly. The scene was chaotic. Fang Yuan's heart also moved, his eyes shined with bright light. He did not hear wrongly, it should be Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo? Floating Astronomy. Thus, she kept it to herself. Even though she created many Dream Path Mortal Goo, she did not circulate them, she treated them as her greatest secret. Those who could become Goo Immortals were all dragons and phoenixes among men, they had deep foresight and were astute. Thus, even in such an auction, there were no Dream Path-related treasures being sold. Fang Yuan naturally knew many Dream Path Mortal Goo recipes. But Mortal Goo were not very useful in exploring dream realms. Otherwise, the super forces would have already started infiltrating dream realms on a large scale. The truly useful ones were the Dream Path Immortal Goo. The amazing thing was, be it the two now or the Dream Path Immortal Goo that appeared later in Fang Yuan's memories, they were all in the hands of women. Or maybe it was the 3 venerables, 2 male and 1 female immortal venerable. From this, it could be deduced that Great Dream Immortal Venerable was a female immortal venerable. In the short term, Fang Yuan would not be able to obtain Dream Path Immortal Goo. But if he had a Dream Path Immortal Killer move, he could use it in place of Dream Path Immortal Goo. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, man was the spirit of all living beings. Simply put, the use of Goo depended on the user. There was no strongest Goo worm, only the strongest Goo master. Genius Goo masters were often able to combine different Goo worms together, and thus display even more power. For example, Fang Yuan did not have a Strength Path Immortal Goo, he only used Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo of Soul Path as the core, along with other Mortal Goo, to form the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self and create the fusion of Enslavement and Strength Path. This Dream Path Killer move was the same, the core Immortal Goo was Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery, but when used it was a Dream Path Killer move. If I can obtain this Goo, I can gather Dream Path Goo materials and refine Mortal Goo one by one. Even though it will take time and effort, if I succeed in combining the killer move, the benefits will be thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater. It will make up for the regrets of my previous life. I will be the pioneer in exploring dream realms, I will be ahead of all the forces in the world, big or small, and most of the giants. Fang Yuan's mouth was dry as he thought about it. He evaluated the value of this Dream Path Killer move, it was not inferior to Wisdom Goo. It was only inferior to Spring Autumn Cicada and Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was higher than All-Out Effort Goo. Looking at the fortuitous encounters in Fang Yuan's previous life, Spring Autumn Cicada was firmly at the top. Even though it was rank 6 and could not compare to Wisdom Goo's rank 9, it allowed Fang Yuan to be reborn again. Even though there was a chance of failure, it succeeded every time, didn't it? As long as it failed once, it would be the worst fortuitous encounter. But if it succeeded, it would be the undisputed number 1. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was second. Yao Huang's expression did not change, his smile became even brighter. Since Heavenly Lord has the intention, who in the world can stop you? Look, it is hard for us old fellows to gather together, there is no time like the present, why don't we have a good chat today, how about it? Aha, that is exactly what I wanted to say. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed loudly. Immediately, Yao Huang took out the Immortal Gu House medicine hut and invited all the Gu immortals present to participate. Eventually, most of the super forces joined in, including 5 Elements Grandmaster, who represented the interests of lone cultivators. But when they invited Old Ancestor Shuehu, he rejected. In this auction, Old Ancestor Shuehu made a huge investment, buying Ma Hong Yun and the precious contents of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. What he wanted to do now was to use Ma Hong Yun as the main material to recreate fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu and use it on himself. As the representative of the Prince's Impatience's will, Feng Jioge, who was disguised as Swordmaster Yuan, also rejected this meeting and left alone. In a hidden reed bush, he quietly met up with the Central Continent Gu immortals. Feng Jioge smiled as he looked around at the crowd. I've already sent word to let you know about what happened at the auction. Lord Jioge has great methods and guts, I am in awe. With Zhao Lianyun we can soul search her and find many precious clues. We can find the culprit. I still have to thank Lord for helping me exchange for the suitable immortal Gu. What should we do now? The Central Continent Gu immortals spoke one after another. They were clearly following Feng Jioge's lead. Feng Jioge laughed heartily. Along the way he had used his strength to suppress everyone, and now he took the risk and entered the tiger's den to exchange for immortal Gu for everyone. Using Feng Jioge's methods and charm, with the iron rod in one hand and the benefits in the other, he finally became the leader of the group. Of course, Feng Jioge also knew that even though the atmosphere was harmonious, everyone still had their own thoughts. But everyone was smart. They were in Northern Plains now and had a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. Even if they had any thoughts, they would suppress them in their hearts and choose to cooperate sincerely. To Feng Jioge this was enough. Everyone, even though we have Zhao Lianyun to find the culprit, we do not have enough clues. If we had enough, Northern Plains Gu immortal world would have already found out the truth, and the culprit would have nowhere to hide. I already have a suspect. Feng Jioge said. Everyone heard this and felt their spirits rise. Feng Jioge continued, but this person has concealed himself deeply. I do not know his true identity. To find him, we need to start with the host of this auction. Lord is talking about Qin Baisheng? He is a famous expert in Northern Plains, a rank 7 Metal Path Gu immortal. I know this person. He is a lone cultivator. His achievements today are all due to his own strength. It is very rare. Qin Baisheng not only has outstanding battle strength, he is also good at socializing and has many connections. Furthermore, if something happens to Xiaolan, the two of you will also be implicated. We are bound together for good or ill. Helping us is also beneficial to the two of you. Fang Yuan smiled, nodding in agreement. Fairy's words are very reasonable. I am full of admiration for you. Let's forget about the previous condition. I will go back and prepare. I promise that in 3 to 5 years, we will definitely save He Lulan. I will take my leave now. Saying so, Fang Yuan stood up and prepared to leave. Although both sides had signed an alliance agreement, they could not leave them in the lurch. But there was a rule that neither side could use the alliance agreement to force the other to save them. They had to negotiate a suitable reward. It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to save them, it was just that it would take some time, thus his current actions were not going against the alliance agreement. Fairy Li Shan felt a huge headache. She quickly stood up and advised, "Wait, Fang Yuan, let's talk." "Fairy, what do you want?" "I am all ears." Fang Yuan lowered his attitude. He was very humble and polite. "Sai, Fang Yuan, don't be like this. The 2 strength path immortal Gu are not mine. I cannot promise you anything now." Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply. Fang Yuan showed an understanding expression. "That's right, I also feel that this condition is too much. Just pretend I did not say anything." "Fairy, you are right. Self-strength and strength Chi Gu are He Lulan's immortal Gu. How can you make the decision? Forget it, we are allies after all, I will definitely help. But you need to know that refining dream path goo worms is very troublesome. Thus, it takes a lot of time, we need to make a lot of preparations. During this time, you can search for other methods to see if you can wake up He Lulan. My method will definitely succeed, but it will take too long. If He Lulan is discovered by others during this time, it will be terrible. But thankfully Tai Bai Yunxing and I are in Central Continent. Even if He Lulan encounters any mishap, we will uphold our relationship as allies and take revenge for He Lulan. These words made Fairy Li Shan so angry that she rolled her eyes. Tai Bai Yunxing was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. He did not forget to add, speaking of the alliance agreement, we still have 2 years left. After 2 years, if He Lulan does not wake up, how will we renew the agreement? Sai, this is a troublesome matter. Tai Bai Yunxing had a kind nature, but when it came to important benefits, his attitude was firm, he was not always a good person. You too. Fairy Li Shan was furious. He Lulan's identity was hidden. Even though He Qing knew about it, the other party had a scheme and did not dare to expose He Lulan's identity. But this greatly restricted Fairy Li Shan's ability to request for help. The crucial thing was that Dream Path was involved. Even if the large forces researched it and obtained some results, they would not easily give it to Fairy Li Shan to save He Lulan. Thus, in front of Fairy Li Shan, the most likely and effective method to save He Lulan was to rely on Fang Yuan. Regarding this, Fairy Li Shan was well aware. Seeing that Fang Yuan was not willing to give in, she could only take a step back and say dejectedly, forget it, we are unlucky. We will do as you say to Immortal Goo. But you can only choose between Strength Chi and Strength Chi, I can make the decision for Little Lon. The remaining Immortal Goo will be provided by me. Just tell me the truth, this is my bottom line, don't force me anymore. Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but be moved, he sighed, He Lulan is truly blessed to have a senior like you. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly looking at Fang Yuan. She knew that even though Tai Bai Yunxing was Fang Yuan's senior brother, Fang Yuan was the leader. To save He Lulan, Fang Yuan had to make a move. Fang Yuan pondered for a while, he knew that even though he could still force her, he would lose their friendship. Earlier, when he took the initiative to give in, the atmosphere that was created with great difficulty would be destroyed. Strength Chi and Self Chi were good, but Fang Yuan had obtained several new Strength Path Immortal Goo, he did not need them as urgently as before. As for Fairy Li Shan, she had to pay 2 Immortal Goo to get out of the dream realm and save her life. Her life was naturally much more precious than Immortal Goo. Both sides immediately signed a new alliance agreement and completed this transaction. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing immediately set off, returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and quickly refining many Dream Path Mortal Goo to form an Immortal Killer move to wake up He Lulan. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan rushed to Snowy Mountain's first branch peak. Over there, old ancestor Shui, who had already gathered most of the demonic path Goo immortals and urged Fairy Li Shan several times. Chapter 778. Scoundrel, where are you going? Dragon Commander Yicha led the three immortal zombies, flying in the sky. They were fast like 4 bolts of lightning. The one chasing them was none other than Fang Jioge. He disguised himself as an immortal zombie and tried to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but at the crucial moment he was obstructed by the Dao-marked door of the discussion hall. Thus, the secret of him not being a Northern Plains Gu immortal was exposed, but one of the 3 lords of Dark Flow Giant City, Dragon Commander Yicha, personally chased after him. Suddenly, Fang Jioge stopped. He turned around and looked at the 4 immortal zombies, smiling lightly. Are you having a hard time chasing me? Why don't you stop and let me ask you a few questions? If you answer truthfully, I will spare your lives. What? The immortal zombies were furious. Scoundrel, you can't escape. You actually dare to play tricks in front of me? A muscular immortal zombie said angrily. Be careful, it might be a trap. A female immortal zombie activated her investigative method, scanning the surroundings. Almost at the next moment, the female immortal zombie's face turned pale as paper. She cried out in shock. 3 Central Continent Gu immortals appeared. Together with Fang Jioge, they formed an encirclement, perfectly surrounding the pursuing immortal zombie in the center. Fang Jioge chuckled lightly, removing his disguise and returning to his original appearance. The aura of a rank 7 Gu immortal was completely exposed. The immortal zombies were restless. Rank 7 Gu immortal. Dragon Commander Yicha's expression was grim. He immediately raised the morale. So what if it is an ambush? You have 4, I have 4, both sides have the same number of people. You are a rank 7 Gu immortal, so am I. Don't think that immortal zombies are weak, it is just that we do not want to fight for no reason. You outer region Gu immortals are truly daring. You want to target our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? That's right. Don't think I am afraid of you. Let's fight then. Everyone, you are provoking our Zombie Alliance. Have you thought of the consequences? The immortal zombies spoke. Their morale was set. Fang Jioge clapped as he smiled. By now, your request for reinforcements has probably been sent to Dark Flow Giant City through the Blessed Land, right? That was true. The 3 immortal zombies' expressions changed slightly. Even Dragon Commander Yicha's gaze flickered. The immortal zombie was in an awkward situation. If he could avoid a battle, he would think of ways to do so. This place was not very far from Dark Flow Giant City. Thus, the moment the Central Continent Gu immortals appeared, the 4 immortal zombies transmitted the information at the same time. This was not because they were afraid of death. Why not make use of the reinforcements that could be used? The more people they had, the greater the advantage they had. Even if they fought fiercely, they would suffer fewer losses. The more they would benefit from the battle, the more they would benefit from it. Gu immortals were all astute people. Even if he was a battle maniac, he wouldn't fight brainlessly. If that was the case, even if he became a Gu immortal, he would not live long. Fang Jioge observed his expression and suddenly cupped his fists, praising, Your alliance's Dao-mark gate is really powerful. I admire it very much. Although he had heard rumors about this before. But he still wanted to try out his own methods. However, the Dao-mark gate is only a relic of the predecessors. Since we have already appeared, we naturally have confidence. We can take all of your lives before the reinforcements arrive. I'm sure everyone has already sensed that this place looks normal, but it is a battlefield killer move that isolates the inside from the outside. I'm afraid everyone's information cannot be transmitted back. To get my immortal Gu and immortal materials, you made up such a clumsy excuse. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Lord Vice Envoy, you are a member of Shadow Sect. The reason why you cannot remember secrets is because your soul was modified. Fairy Jiangyu explained patiently. Bullshit. Qin Baisheng shouted angrily without hesitation. Since something was done to my soul. As the main body, why can't I sense any traces of it? Next time I will make up a more believable lie. Fairy Jiangyu's smile became even more bitter. The black-robed Gu immortal said, Lord Vice Envoy, think about it from another perspective. We are not stupid. Of all the excuses, you have to use this one? There are no traces of modification in the soul. That is because we used the supreme method of our sect. Even a rank 9 Gu immortal might not be able to find any clues. But there is a problem, it is too perfect, the user will not be able to sense it. After a long time, the user will become a completely different person. Milord, this plan was originally designed and implemented by you, Milord. I have tried to persuade Lord that this method is very dangerous. Lord Envoy back then was a good example. Unfortunately, Lord insisted on it. It is said that to deceive the enemy, one has to deceive oneself first. This soul path immortal goo contains Lord's missing soul. As long as Lord fuses it into your body, you will understand the cause and effect. Fairy Jiangyu said as she took out a soul path immortal goo. Qin Baisheng looked at this immortal goo silent. Fairy Jiangyu continued, actually Lord Vice Envoy must have seen it. In the intense battle earlier, we did not use any killing intent. Even when we were heavily injured by you, we did not use any killing intent. I will return this immortal goo to you, feel free to inspect it. The soul path immortal goo flew out. It slowly landed in front of Qin Baisheng. You really gave it to me. Shui Songzi, who was at the side, watched in shock. He Cheng was expressionless, he healed his injuries as he observed. Qin Baisheng was very vigilant, he used all sorts of methods to inspect it, confirming that the immortal goo had no problems. Then he took it and carefully inspected it with his consciousness. Soon after, he found that this immortal goo had a lump of soul inside. And this lump of soul was vaguely related to him. There was an extremely close connection between them. Qin Baisheng's gaze hesitated for a moment before he suddenly snickered. He pinched his finger and crushed the immortal goo. Scoundrel! This method is the true trump card, right? Even though I considered myself to be knowledgeable, I couldn't see any flaws in it. But if you want to lure me into a trap, no matter how glib your tongue is, you will still fail miserably. This Shui Songzi cried out, his heart aching. This was an immortal goo, but it was crushed just like that. He Cheng was also slightly shocked. He could not help but feel a trace of admiration towards Qin Baisheng's actions. This was an action that could only be done with absolute confidence. Even when Qin Baisheng was in a desperate situation, his confidence in himself had never wavered. He Cheng could not help but ask himself, if it was him facing such words from the enemy, what would he do? Lord Vice Envoy. The black-robed goo immortal cried out in shock. He was at a loss. What do we do now? No worries. Fairy Jiangyu's lips curled up. As expected, only Lord Vice Envoy understands himself the most. If this were any other place, the immortal goo would be crushed and the soul would vanish. But fortunately, we went through a lot of trouble to bring you here. What is this place? Qin Baisheng shouted. The surroundings were covered in fog as Fairy Jiangyu waved her sleeves. Strong winds blew as the fog dispersed, revealing the stone walls. Qin Baisheng, He Cheng, Shui Songzi, and the rest discovered that they were in a valley. Any action that is detrimental to its host will attract the retaliation of fortune. It is suppressing our luck. There is such a thing? The female immortal, Lady Wan Shou, asked in surprise. According to the theory of luck path as goo immortals, we naturally have extraordinary luck to protect ourselves. But fortune rivaling heaven goo is the emperor of luck, we will also be affected. The longer we delay, the more unforeseen circumstances will occur. Not only will the goo refinement fail in the end, it might even cause a huge disaster. Old ancestor Shui Hu explained in detail. As the second peak lord, Lady Wan Shou understood. After thinking for a while, she frowned. Isn't this refining goo for me? It will be a huge hindrance? Lady Wan Shou was one of the 4 great refinement path goo immortals of Northern Plains. According to old ancestor Shui Hu's plan, she would be the final refinement, using Ma Hong Yun as the main material. To refine fortune rivaling heaven goo. Old ancestor Shui Hu nodded. So in this goo refinement, not only do we need to prepare several portions of goo refinement immortal materials, we also need to use other luck path immortal goo to protect our luck. Thankfully, we have Ma Hong Yun as the main material. Compared to refining fortune rivaling heaven goo out of nothing, we can save a lot of immortal materials. Even so, we need to prepare too many immortal materials. It is almost beyond the endurance of Snowy Mountain. This goo refinement is truly a huge matter. We have used up almost all of our life's accumulations. Lady Wan Shou was frowning with worry. Old ancestor Shui Hu smiled. He held her waist and consoled. Wife, are you worried that the goo refinement will fail? Lady Wan Shou nodded, looking at her husband. Even a refinement path great grandmaster will fail. Not to mention me? Ha ha ha, wife, relax and refine regardless of success or failure. I will accept it without a trace of resentment. I have already used up all of my potential to reach my current cultivation level. I am losing confidence in the upcoming calamities and tribulations. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu is my hope, sigh. I hope I can make it in time. Old ancestor Shuehu sighed deeply. Fang Yuan, bring down that chest of goods. The caravan steward pointed at a chest and shouted. Yes. Fang Yuan replied, quickly climbing onto the black-skinned fat beetle and bringing down the largest wooden chest. This kid actually has strength path cultivation level. I was wrong about him. Seeing Fang Yuan easily complete the task, the caravan steward's eyes shined with a dark light. No, I promise, second young master, I cannot fail like this. Thinking of this, the caravan steward waved the whip in his hand and lashed at Fang Yuan's back. Slap. The clothes on Fang Yuan's back were instantly torn. A deep whip mark was left on Fang Yuan's back. Intense pain assaulted his mind. Fang Yuan fell to the ground as fresh blood flowed out of his wound. In his previous life, when he was in a caravan because he rejected a certain young master's offer, he was suppressed and humiliated. His memories resurfaced. Anger rose in Fang Yuan's heart, but Fang Yuan quickly suppressed it. What are you dilly-dallying for? Move faster. The caravan steward scolded Fang Yuan for no reason. Fang Yuan had rank 3 cultivation level, but he did not need it now. As the saying goes, with a sharp blade in hand, killing intent rises. This was a trap in the dream realm. It was purposely luring him to attack and instigate more anger. After surviving for a day and enduring the steward's harassment, Fang Yuan entered the temporary tent and continued to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu. I have already gone through 5 scenes in this dream realm. I am finally about to succeed. Fang Yuan looked at the goo worms that were forming, feeling gratified. But who knew that in the middle of the night, at the crucial moment of the goo refinement, a beast group suddenly attacked the caravan's temporary camp. Even though Fang Yuan had set up defensive methods, he could not resist the beast group's attack. His efforts were in vain. Fang Yuan opened his eyes. Leaving the dream realm, he was still in Danghun Palace. Inspecting his immortal aperture, he found that Fairy Li Shan had sent a message. It stated her situation. Old ancestor Shui, who had ordered the Peak Lords to gather immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan had left snowy mountain-blessed land. It was not safe to leave He Lulan alone. Thus, Fairy Li Shan urged Fang Yuan to hurry up. She also told Fang Yuan that something had happened in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Someone was investigating immortal zombie Sha Huang's identity. The 2 Sioux tribe elders, one attacking and one defending, pounced towards the He tribe Gu master. Only Fang Yuan was left behind to coordinate with them. I still haven't found He Lulan. It seems she is not in this scene. In this situation, I should have to kill the Gu master in front of me to enter the 3rd scene. Fang Yuan thought as he activated his Wood Path Gu worms to heal the Gu masters on his side. At first, He tribe's Gu master was strong and had the upper hand. But after a while, because of Fang Yuan's continuous healing, both sides suffered injuries and gradually entered a deadlock. Suddenly, He tribe's Gu master roared, risking his injuries to break out of the encirclement, charging towards Fang Yuan. Oh no, stop him. Medicine Hall Elder dodge. At the same time, the other 2 mysterious Gu masters also attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted, shouting, "Unravel dream." Green and purple light flickered on his body. Be it the dark vortex killer move or the 2 Gu masters, they vanished in a few breaths of time. What killer move is this? This scene shocked all the Gu masters present. They stared with wide eyes. He Lulan's gaze shone. She was extremely wary of Fang Yuan. She suddenly retreated and ran down the low hill. He Lulan. Fang Yuan shouted helplessly, chasing after her. He Lulan was the owner of the dream. She was dreaming. Unravel dream killer move could not affect her. Chase after him. We must kill He Chen. Su tribe leader and the rest gritted their teeth. They had nowhere else to go, they had no choice but to follow. He Qing seemed to be injured, he was staggering not far away. Beside him, Su Xian'er was supporting him, limping and moving very slowly. Fang Yuan's heart jumped when he saw this. This seemed to be a trap. He Lulan quickly met up with He Cheng and Su Xian'er. Warrior, leave with young master first. I will stop them. Su Xian'er did not recognize He Lulan. She shouted anxiously. You are a mere mortal girl with no Gu master cultivation. How can you stop these Gu masters? And now that you have betrayed the tribe, you are dead for sure. He Lulan looked at Su Xian'er with a complex expression. It's too late, warrior, leave quickly. Fang Yuan got closer as Su Xian'er shouted. He Lulan sighed, suddenly stretching out her palm. It struck He Cheng's head. With a loud sound, He Cheng's head shattered like a watermelon. His brain matter splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked by this scene. He Lulan screamed, raising her head and shouting, He Cheng, I have finally killed you with my own hands. No one can stop me from taking your life. Ah. Oh no. Hearing He Lulan's shout, Fang Yuan's heart sank. Suddenly the scene in the dream realm changed. In the hall, people were toasting each other, Su tribe leader and He Cheng were chatting and drinking, the atmosphere was very lively. Su tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly, Young master He Cheng, please have a toast. He Cheng was sitting at the front on the left, he raised his cup with both hands, Thank you, Su tribe leader. This is the dream of reincarnation, the three scenes are repeating continuously. Fang Yuan looked around, inspecting himself. He found that he was no longer that medicine hall elder, but a guard, a rank 2 metal path Gu master. Right now he was standing at the entrance of the hall, guarding it. As expected, from rank 3 to rank 2 peak stage my strength has fallen. Fang Yuan felt bitter. This is troublesome. He Lulan is already in the dream, she did not even react when I said my name. The more dream realms there are, the deeper we will sink into the dream. This dream has already successfully stirred up He Lulan's killing intent and hatred towards her father. The more He Lulan wants to take revenge, the deeper she will sink into the dream realm. How can I wake her up in this dream? At once, even Fang Yuan was at a loss of what to do. 7 days and 7 nights later in snowy mountain-blessed land. He Lulan, who had been lying on the bed, had a change in her aura as she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was dazed at first but soon became clear. She saw the 8-armed immortal zombie sitting on the floor beside the bed, and finally understood, so it was really a dream realm. I was saved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also opened his eyes with difficulty, his aura was weak, his soul was heavily injured, and his mind was extremely exhausted. He had gone through dozens of rounds of reincarnation in He Lulan's dream realm, using Unravel Dream to accumulate experience time and again, he suffered setbacks and failures. After many attempts, Fang Yuan was 1 step ahead and killed He Cheng, causing He Lulan's killing intent to fail. But the dream realm did not dissipate, He Lulan's killing intent and hatred did not vanish completely, it caused a second change in the dream realm. Only after the 17th change, did Fang Yuan awaken He Lulan's consciousness, letting her know that she was dreaming. After He Lulan realized this, Fang Yuan took the initiative. After going through another 8 changes in the dream realm, the two finally overcame the difficulty and broke free from the dream realm. I will return first, as for the reward, Fairy Li Shan will explain it to you. Fang Yuan's soul was heavily injured, he did not dare to stay for long, he could barely use fixed immortal travel now. Reward. He Lulan was about to thank him, but hearing Fang Yuan's words, she had a bad feeling. Floating astronomy.